Chapter 876. Gu Yanran was so shocked by Gu Nianji's string of numbers that her eyes almost turned into mosquito coils. She wasn't good at math when she was in school, but that didn't stop her from wielding the Gu family's enormous fortune and doing whatever she wanted in Barbados for many years. Because for the rich, professional things were done by professionals. There were lawyers for lawsuits, accountants for tax returns, stylists for clothes, and beauticians for makeup and skincare. No matter what she did, there would always be a bunch of professionals to serve her. This was especially obvious when the rich person wasn't from the first generation, but from the second or third generation. Gu Yanran's situation was a bit special. Therefore, when Gu Nianji was calculating the bills, Gu Yanran was as listless as an eggplant that had been hit by frost. She looked at Jean Wani pitifully. "Lawyer Jean, is what she said true?" Jean Wani rubbed her temples and said to the judge, "Your Honor, we would like to request an adjournment. I have something to say to my client." The judge looked at the time. The entire morning had passed. Hua Xiaoheng's voice came through the Bluetooth headset again. "Director Gao, our people have arrived." The judge immediately nodded and said to everyone in the courtroom, "Then we'll adjourn for 15 minutes. We'll continue in 15 minutes. He hurried out of Court A and went to the small conference room where Yi Xian was. Hua Xiaoheng wore a stiff and dignified navy military uniform with sunglasses and a military cap on his head. He stood at the end of the hallway with his hands behind his back and looked out the window in a daze. The judge in charge of the estate dispute was Director Gao of the Imperial Capital Supreme Court. He walked in front of Hua Xiaoheng and said with emotion, "Hua Xiao, your people went in?" Hua Xiaoheng turned around and nodded at Director Gao. "They're inside." They swapped shifts with the bailiffs as soon as they arrived, so everything inside and out was under control. Yi Xian was in the small conference room, talking to Zhao Yangzi. "Yi Xian, what you just said in court was about Nianji's accident in Germany. It involves the murder of our field personnel, so we would like to invite you back to assist in the investigation." Zhao Yangzi spoke politely, but his attitude was still very firm. Yi Xian finally decided to reveal this matter. He knew that he would definitely have to bear some legal responsibility. He didn't resist and stood up. "I'm fine with it, but I don't know if Nianji still wants me to be a witness." Zhao Yangzi looked at him deeply and realized that he was already addressing Gu Nianji very intimately. Only people who were more familiar with each other would call each other by their first names, not their surnames. "There should be no problem. Come back with us first. If Nianji needs you as a witness, we'll send you over. But in this way, your personal freedom will be temporarily gone." As Zhao Yangzi spoke, he took out a certificate for him to sign. "You can come with us after you sign this certificate." Yi Xian was a foreign citizen. In order to avoid diplomatic disputes, Hua Xiaoheng and the Special Operations Forces had to complete all the necessary procedures. Yi Xian bowed his head and signed the document, indicating that he was willing to give up his personal freedom and cooperate with the special forces in the investigation. Zhao Yangzi waited for him to finish signing before saying, "Actually, it'll be safer if you come with us." Yi Xian had already thought it through. He smiled and said, "I know. Since I exposed this matter, the people behind Gu Yanran won't let me go. I won't die if I go with you. If I don't go with you, I probably won't live to celebrate my birthday next year. It's good that you understand." Zhao Yangzi patted his shoulder and had a better impression of him. Outside the small conference room, Director Gao held a cigarette between his fingers and took a puff. He exhaled a cloud of white smoke and said quietly, "Then, you're not taking Gu Yanran with you?" From what Yi Xian said, Gu Yanran was the one who knew more inside information. Hua Xiaoheng also held a cigarette between his fingers, but he didn't smoke it. He flicked the ash and said calmly, "Gu Yanran's situation is more complicated. We don't want to alert the enemy." Temporarily leaving Gu Yanran running around outside was definitely better than locking her up, because they wanted to find the person behind her from her. Now that they had Yi Xian's testimony, they could legitimately use surveillance methods on Gu Yanran. Has the Senate settled it? Director Gao knew that the Special Operations Forces needed the Senate's authorization to operate within the country. They're working on the paperwork. Hua Xiaoheng usually didn't tell outsiders about the Special Operations Forces. Because of this case, Director Gao asked more questions. Hua Xiaoheng didn't explain, so Director Gao didn't ask anymore. The two of them began chatting. Director Gao couldn't stop praising Gu Nianji. This young lady is really amazing. When this case is over, I'll definitely ask the court's personnel department to contact her at the university and ask if she's willing to work at our high court. With her, they would definitely be like tigers that had grown wings. Hua Xiaoheng's tone was still calm, but behind his sunglasses, his deep eyes flashed with pride. Nianji is still young. Her future job will still depend on her own will. That's for sure. Director Gao laughed and stepped aside when he saw Zhao Liangzi push the door open with Yi Xian. Zhao Liangzi nodded to Hua Xiaoheng to indicate that everything went smoothly. Hua Xiaoheng threw the cigarette in his hand into the trash can and nodded to Director Gao. Then we'll be going. Director Gao shook his hand and said goodbye. In the brightly lit hallway, sunlight shone through the large transparent glass windows and made the two men's silhouettes appear even taller. Gu Nianji came out of the courtroom for a breath of fresh air. She wanted to talk to Yi Xian, but when she was halfway down the hallway, she saw a familiar tall and handsome figure. The man's back was facing her, and he was shaking hands with the judge. She didn't know what they were talking about, but the judge even smiled and patted the man's shoulder. Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks and put her hands in the trouser pockets of her business attire. She quietly looked in the man's direction. After Hua Xiaoheng shook hands with Director Gao and was about to leave, he suddenly felt a strange sensation behind him. It was like a prick on his back. He instinctively turned around to look. In the golden hallway, a beautiful young woman stood. She was elegant and dignified. The form-fitting business attire accentuated the woman's delicate features and added a hint of maturity. A pair of lacquered eyes seemed to absorb the sunlight and were astonishingly bright. It was Gu Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her, but didn't walk over. He only nodded slightly at her and turned to walk out. His footsteps echoed in the hallway and also in Gu Nianji's heart. Zhao Liangzi had already taken Yi Xian out. The Special Operations Forces members on duty at the door had also left. Hua Xiaoheng was the last to leave. Gu Nianji didn't walk over either. She waited until Hua Xiaoheng was out of sight before going to the small conference room where Yi Xian was. She poked her head out to take a look. As she expected, Yi Xian had been taken away by Hua Xiaoheng. They moved so quickly. However, Gu Nianji felt that Yi Xian would be safer with Hua Xiaoheng and the others since he had exposed Gu Yanran's most secret. Otherwise, his personal safety might not even be guaranteed. She glanced at the door, but didn't ask anything else. Director Gao saw that she seemed to understand and didn't say anything else. He smiled and nodded at her before turning to leave. He was a judge now. To avoid arousing suspicion, he didn't say a word to Gu Nianji in private. Jin Wani and Gu Yanran took advantage of the break to leave the courtroom and go to the underground parking lot. They got into Gu Yanran's luxury car to talk. To them, of course, some things couldn't be said outside. Gu Yanran's own luxury car was fully equipped with all kinds of anti-interference devices, so it couldn't be eavesdropped. Yanran, what's going on with you? Yi Xian said that Gu Nianji was in danger in Germany. Does it have anything to do with you? Jin Wani asked earnestly, hoping that Gu Yanran would tell her the truth and not hide half of it. Gu Yanran leaned back in the spacious car's seat with one arm across her forehead. She smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, this was a misunderstanding. However, Yi Xian hates me to the core now." Naturally, it's different when he says it. It really was a misunderstanding. Jin Wani was very suspicious. But Yi Xian said he had evidence. "I just complained a little when I was teasing him," Gu Yanran said lightly. She didn't want to talk about this anymore. Gu Yanran didn't want to be involved in anything related to Gu Nianji's trip to Germany. The whole thing was manipulated by a master behind the scenes. Even Gu Yanran herself was confused, so she didn't believe Yi Xian would know who did it. "Lawyer Jean, I hired you to be my representative lawyer, not for you to worry about other people." Gu Yanran glared at her unhappily. "You'd better think about how you're going to fight this estate dispute case." Jin Wani thought about how Gu Yanran had threatened her earlier and felt very uncomfortable. At this time, She had to silently think about the exorbitant lawyer fees Gu Yanran had given her to calm her anger and unwillingness. After a while, Jean Wani calmed down and frowned. Then tell me the truth. Did you hide anything from the inventory of the Gu assets? This can't be called hiding. Gu Yanran shook her head. For example, the holding company in the Cayman Islands. To be honest, I don't have any control over those companies. They still haven't given me the trust funds. They also closed some of their bank accounts and donated the money in the bank. Jean Wani was speechless. Then what's with the inventory that Yi Xian took out? This was the part that hurt Gu Yanran the most. She used to have true feelings for Yi Xian, but she didn't expect this man to be so heartless. He didn't consider her situation at all and actually turned his back on her. How would I know why Gu Yanran still wanted to deny it, but Jean Wani interrupted her with a frown. I advise you to stop insisting. Money laundering is indeed a very serious crime. Gu Yanji isn't lying to you about this. As Jean Wani spoke, she turned on her iPad and pulled up the legal regulations on money laundering in various countries. Look, in fact, in our country, the crime of money laundering is the lightest, but there are still decades of prison waiting for you. Gu Yanran quietly read through the legal provisions and sighed deeply. Gu Yanji is too ruthless. She doesn't acknowledge the inventory that Yi Xian provided, so she's laundering money? She's really good at making things up. Jean Wani said tactfully, you can't say that she's making things up. The income and expenses have to be consistent, or else she has to explain the source. Even if it's from parents or winning the lottery, there has to be an explanation. You can only say, why should I tell you? That won't work in court. Gu Yanran didn't speak for a long time after hearing that. Finally, when the 15-minute break was almost up, she said slowly, then we'll split the assets according to Yi Xian's inventory. I'll take it as I owe both of them. Jean Wani nodded. It's best if you think that way. I'll explain the situation to the judge. I'll say that because of Yi Xian's departure, the new treasurer isn't skilled enough, so the inventory is incomplete. Gu Yanran finally smiled and nodded. Lawyer Jean, you're right. I feel that my money wasn't spent in vain. Jean Wani forced a smile and left the parking lot with Gu Yanran to return to courtroom. The judge walked into the courtroom and sat on the bench. He looked at the people in the room. Is everyone here? Gu Yanji stood up from the plaintiff's stand. Jean Wani and Gu Yanran also stood up from the defendant's stand. On Gu Yanji's side, Secretary Chow was scribbling furiously to record Gu Yanji's exciting court arguments. Ma Chi-Chi and In Shi-Xiao were whispering to each other as if no one else was present. Speaker Long's special assistant Yang was also recording, but he glanced at Gu Yanji every time he wrote. It was hard to believe that such a pretty girl could be so sharp. It seemed like the person behind her, Hida Zhuang, had put in a lot of effort for her. In Special Assistant Yang's heart, he still felt that Gu Yanji's performance in court wasn't due to her own efforts, but rather the work of the person behind her. The judge nodded. Continue. Gu Yanji sat down, and Jean Wani immediately said to the judge, Your Honor, after my client and I verified, we discovered that the new treasurer of the Gu family isn't skilled enough to make many mistakes. We still agree with the inventory of the Gu family's assets that Yi Xian submitted. The judge smiled. Are you sure? If you are, you'll need to submit a signed and notarized inventory of the assets. Jean Wani said, We can sign our names on Yi Xian's inventory of the Gu family's assets. With my clients and my signature, it means that we agree with this inventory of assets. This wasn't bad either. It saved time. The judge thought about it and asked Gu Yanji kindly, Plaintiff, do you agree? Of course, Gu Yanji didn't have any objections. As long as the inventory of assets is confirmed according to legal procedures, it's fine. The judge banged his gavel and ordered someone to make 2 inventory of assets. One was signed by Gu Yanran and Jean Wani, and the other was signed by Gu Yanji. This time, both parties finally had the same inventory of assets. 2/3 of the Gu family's assets were finally returned to the court. Gu Yanji held the newly signed inventory of assets and said to Gu Yanran and Jean Wani, This time, you've confirmed that this inventory of assets is complete, right? Gu Yanran had learned her lesson and didn't dare to speak to Gu Ninji on her own again. She only glanced at Jin Wani. Jin Wani nodded. Yes. Gu Ninji flipped through the inventory of assets again. Here, complete means that this inventory includes all of the Gu family's assets up to the day of my parents' plane crash 7 years ago, right? Chapter 877. What? What? Gu Yanran and Jin Wani exclaimed at the same time. Compared to Gu Yanran and Jin Wani's shock, Gu Ninji's calmness was especially striking. She flipped through the list and pointed to another number. This is the COB's valuation on the day of the crash. Gu Yanran exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean? She nudged Jin Wani. Lawyer Jin, tell her that this doesn't make sense. Jin Wani also felt that Gu Ninji's argument didn't make sense, so she spoke up for Gu Yanran. Lawyer Gu, the reason we can stand here and fight this case is because Mr. Gu Xiangwen has been in a vegetative state for 7 years. According to the law, when he has been in a vegetative state for more than 7 years, he could be stripped of his civil rights and certain property rights. Therefore, you could only file a case in court 7 years after the crash and claim your property rights. 7 years ago, the property belonged to Mr. Gu Xiangwen. It had nothing to do with you, so you have no right to claim it. Jin Wani's argument had legal basis and was immediately approved by the judge. Gu Ninji wasn't angry at all when the defendant's lawyer and the judge refuted her. She nodded calmly and said, then what Lawyer Jin means is that the Gu property from 7 years ago still belonged to my father, Gu Xiangwen. No one has any right to dispose of his property, right? Jin Wani froze. Gu Ninji's words sounded reasonable and were a natural deduction from Jin Wani's statement. But thinking deeper, it seemed like she was setting up a trap for Gu Yanran. Jin Wani hesitated. She looked at Gu Yanran, then at Gu Ninji, and said hesitantly, this question is a bit complicated. How is it complicated? Gu Ninji continued to ask. I asked for the starting point of the estate dispute to be based on the valuation on the day of the crash 7 years ago. You said no because during those 7 years, my father, Gu Xiangwen, was still the complete owner of the property. No one could dispose of his property against his will. That means during those 7 years, no one could dispose of, divide, consume, or squander the Gu property, right? Jin Wani shut her mouth. Gu Ninji's move was too vicious. If they didn't agree to Gu Ninji's valuation starting point, then Gu Yanran shouldn't have used a single cent of the Gu family's money in the past 7 years, other than what was allowed by law. However, Jin Wani knew very well that ever since Gu Xiangwen became a vegetable in the plane crash 7 years ago, Gu Yanran had become a de facto controller of the Gu fortune. In the past 7 years, she had used the Gu family's wealth for countless things. Whether it was investments, donations, consumption, extravagance, or even gifts, the amount of money spent was endless. In the past 7 years, all the major banks and investment institutions had treated Gu Yanran as the only heir to the Gu family's assets. Therefore, even though Gu Xiangwen was still alive, they all approved of Gu Yanran's signature on the documents and helped her with many things. Now the second heir to the fortune, Gu Ninji, had appeared. Regardless of whether she was adopted or biological, she was still Gu Xiangwen's daughter. This was confirmed by the Barbados government's legal documents. Gu Xiangwen's will was nowhere to be found, so the division of their assets could only be carried out according to the law. In order to divide the assets, the first thing to do was to determine the value of the assets, which was how much assets the sisters had to divide. However, there was a huge disagreement between the two parties on how to value the assets. Everyone knew that there was a world of difference between the value 7 years ago and 7 years later. Jin Wani looked down and carefully looked at the inventory of the Gu family's assets that Yi Xian had provided. She discovered that there were indeed many pitfalls. The biggest pitfall was the value of the assets. There were 2 valuations in the inventory. One was the value of the day Gu Xiangwen had gotten into the plane crash 7 years ago, and the other was the value after Gu Xiangwen had been a vegetable for 7 years. The 2 values were as far apart as the Milky Way, Of course, this was an exaggeration. Let's put it this way. 7 years ago, when Gu Xiangwen had gotten into the plane crash, the Gu family's assets were valued at more than 30 billion US dollars. 7 years later, the value was only 10 billion US dollars, a decrease of nearly 70%. However, if they agreed, Gu Nianji would definitely pursue the missing 70% of the assets. Therefore, no matter how they answered, Gu Nianji had a pitfall waiting for them to jump into. Jean Wani's mind raced as she carefully thought of excuses and arguments to delay. Gu Yanran was extremely anxious. She couldn't just watch Gu Nianji pursue the missing 20 billion US dollars. Lawyer Jean, say something? I paid such a high hourly salary to hire you, but it's not for you to be a coward at a critical moment. Gu Yanran grumbled quietly. She wanted nothing more than to push Jean Wani out, so she could rebut Gu Nianji. Jean Wani pursed her lips and suppressed her anger. I'm thinking of a solution right now, aren't I? Gu Nianji admired Jean Wani and Gu Yanran's little actions for a while, then walked over and tilted her head to look at them. Have you two finished discussing? How about we pursue the fraud on the Gu family's assets? How about we follow the valuation from 7 years ago and ask Gu Yanran to cough up the assets she squandered and hid all these years? Gu Yanran saw that Jean Wani hadn't spoken, so she couldn't help but jump out to refute Gu Nianji. Don't try to scare people with a big hat. I'm the rightful heir to the Gu family's assets. My father has no civil capacity, so what's wrong with me executing the contract on his behalf? Are you questioning the legality of the contract? Those contracts were signed before my father got into the plane crash. Gu Nianji folded her hands behind her back and looked down at Gu Yanran from above. She smiled and said, Of course the contracts signed before my father got into the plane crash are valid. Gu Yanran, don't try to confuse us. I'm talking about the new contract signed after my father got into the plane crash. Do you want me to count how many there are? Also, where did the missing 70% of the assets go? I made a spreadsheet. Do you want to take a look? Gu Nianji had organized these spreadsheets from the list of assets that Yi Xian had provided. Soon, Gu Nianji opened another Excel spreadsheet on her laptop. She picked up the laser pointer and pointed out the items one by one for everyone to see. In the past 7 years, the defendant, Gu Yanran, used her own name to sign 167 contracts. Among them, 60% were contracts that lost money, causing the Gu family to lose 3 billion US dollars in assets. Also, the defendant, Gu Yanran, forged Gu Xiangwen's handwriting to sign 83 contracts. Among them, only 10% were contracts that lost money. The Gu family's assets made a net profit of 3 billion US dollars from these contracts. It could be considered to have offset the losses from the contracts that Gu Yanran signed in her own name. Gu Nianji paused here and explained, It's very obvious that the businessmen who signed the contracts were more respectful of Father Gu Xiangwen's name, so they didn't dare to tamper with it. Although Gu Yanran is guilty of forging handwriting, that's a different case. Now, based on the income of the assets, we did not lose money from this portion of the contracts. Gu Yanran's expression was extremely conflicted when she heard this. Gu Nianji looked down and picked up the mouse to scroll down the spreadsheet. Gu Yanran started selling the patents 4 years ago. In the past 4 years, Gu Yanran sold 77 patents at a low price. When I said low price, I meant that these patents were valued at least 5 billion US dollars according to the market price. However, Gu Yanran only sold them for 100 million US dollars in total. That's a difference of 50 times. Also, in terms of the patents, Gu Yanran had no right to sell Father Gu Xiangwen's patents. Gu Nianji paused. I asked the administrator of the trust fund who held the patents for the legal documents when the trust fund was established. It clearly stated that these patents could never be sold. If they were to be sold, the trust fund's legal documents must be amended first. It was obvious that this request had not been fulfilled. Therefore, the 177 patents that Gu Yanran sold at a low price must be taken back. Gu Yanran looked up suddenly and sneered. That's really unfortunate. When I sold the patents, these people didn't say that I couldn't sell them. Gu Nianji looked at her expressionlessly and said, The trust fund confirmed that they sold the right to use in the contract, not the ownership. They added a time limit on your sales contract. All the patents you sold will expire on the 7th anniversary of my father's accident this year. Gu Yinran's eyes narrowed. Are you serious? You don't know how to read those legal documents? Gu Yinji glanced at her. That's true. Such thick legal provisions don't match your major in housekeeping. You can't understand them, right? Gu Yinran blushed. I have my own team of lawyers. She suddenly remembered that all the legal provisions for her to sell the patents were prepared by Wen Shui for her. At that time, Wen Shui was her representative lawyer. But Wen Shui didn't mention a word about the right to use and ownership to her. She only cared about collecting the money. Now that Wen Shui had left, who was she going to reason with? Gu Yinran began to panic. Gu Yinji chuckled and turned to pull down another part of the Excel sheet. Everyone, please look. The biggest head is here. In 7 years, Gu Yinran donated nearly $15 billion in cash to a charity organization called Angels in the World. The courtroom was silent for a moment. Everyone stared at the huge number in a daze. There's nothing wrong with donating to charity. I won't say that she donated too much either. If you really want to donate it to charity, then so be it. I can understand and support it. But I was curious, so I looked up what this Angels in the World charity organization did to make Gu Yinran donate so much. Gu Yinji clicked the mouse again. Chapter 878. Everyone, please take a look. According to the Japanese official information, there are 2 founders of this Angels in the World charity organization. They are Professor Oda Masao from Japan and Jasmine in 210, the richest woman in Barbados. Gu Xiaowen's name was not on any of the flight tickets to Japan that day, nor was his name in the refund records. Gu Yinran, you said father was supposed to go to Japan. Which day was it? Gu Yinran replied, the day he got into an accident. Are you sure? Of course. I found it strange when I heard about the accident. Wasn't he supposed to go to Japan? Why was he on the plane to Huaxia? Gu Yinran spoke with conviction. Gu Yinji looked up at her coldly. Gu Yinran, you lied in court so many times. Do you know that this constitutes a false accusation? Gu Yinran retorted instinctively. I remembered wrongly. How is that a lie? First, you pour a bucket of dirty water on someone. Then after they've cleared their name, you only come out and say you poured the wrong water. Don't you think the price of committing a crime is too low? Gu Yinji stared at Gu Yinran. I can conclude that you were lying when you said father was supposed to go to Japan and change his flight to Huaxia. Gu Yinran's heart skipped a beat. What evidence do you have? Because I can't find the change records you mentioned, nor can I find Gu Xiaowen's booking records. Gu Yinji raised a brow. You should be the one to prove your point, but you don't have any evidence and only know how to make things up. That's why I don't accept what you said. I don't think father has anything to do with this Japanese person. If you say he did, please provide evidence. If you can't, then you're framing him. Gu Yinji walked to Gu Yinran's defendant stand. On the other hand, you colluded with the Japanese to transfer the Gu family's assets. The evidence is conclusive. Generally speaking, I don't advocate for reclaiming donations to charity organizations. Although I didn't participate in the decision-making, if it was really for charity, then it's fine to donate. Gu Yinji turned around and looked at the various biomedical research supported by the Angels on Earth charity on the projector. But this organization is different. Every research it supports is aimed at the genetic defects of the Chinese. If they succeed in this research, they will be able to create a genetic weapon that can specifically target Chinese people. Gu Yinji's expression was solemn. When that time comes, the Chinese will really become meat on someone else's chopping board. The other party won't even need to use any guns or cannons to exterminate your people in a matter of minutes. Chapter 879. Get all back. Gu Yinran almost screamed. As soon as Gu Yinran thought about how such a large amount of wealth would disappear, her mind suddenly became alert. You have no right to get it all back. Since we both have inheritance rights, you can only get half of the gift back at most. Jean Wani was also very surprised by Gu Yinran's sudden intelligence. She immediately followed up. My client is right. Both Lawyer Gu and my client have inheritance rights to the Gu fortune. In the absence of a will, you can each inherit half of the fortune. In other words, my client has 15 billion US dollars of inheritance rights. Gu Yinji looked down at the form in front of her. Her plump lips curled up, making her look even more like a pink water chestnut. 15 billion US dollars of inheritance rights? Gu Yinji raised the corner of her eye at Gu Yanran. But the remaining fortune is only 10 billion US dollars. Does that mean Gu Yanran still owes me 5 billion US dollars? 5 billion? Fine, I'll give you 5 billion, and we'll be even. Before Jean Wani could speak, Gu Yanran already shouted. Jean Wani glared at her and scolded, "Shut up." Gu Yanran pursed her lips, but she was stunned by Jean Wani's gaze and didn't say anything. Jean Wani turned to look at Gu Yinji and said in a low voice, "Lawyer Gu will get half of the gift money. If Lawyer Gu wants to get it back, please go ahead. As for the remaining 10 billion US dollars, you and my client will each get half." Gu Yanran was happy as soon as she heard that. She didn't expect Jean Wani to be able to come up with such a good idea. It was much better than the one she had thought of before. Gu Yinji chuckled and actually clapped for Jean Wani. "Lawyer Jean, you're really brave. This way, not only does your client not have to take a single cent, but she can also get another 5 billion US dollars. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Lawyer Gu is too kind." Jean Wani stared at Gu Yinji. "If Lawyer Gu has no objections, our estate dispute case can be settled." Gu Yinji put down her hand and looked at Jean Wani quietly for a while. She said in a low voice, "Lawyer Jean has a good plan, but I have to say I do not accept it." Jean Wani's heart tightened. "Why not? Did I say something wrong? All the property, you and my client each get half. You can ask for half of the money that was given out. The rest of the assets will be split in half. What else do you want?" Lawyer Jean sure knows how to take advantage of others, but that's not how things are calculated. Gu Yinji opened the Excel file and quickly wrote a few simple addition and subtraction formulas. "Lawyer Jean, please take a look. How can we just let go of the 70 million US dollars that Gu Yanran squandered in the past 7 years? What about the $5 billion she lost from selling the patents? What about the $3 billion she had illegally signed? Do I have to take half of these losses as well?" Lawyer Jean frowned and took a look. "This is just a small amount." "Excuse me? This is small change." Gu Yinji didn't know what to say. A loss of tens of billions of US dollars is nothing in Lawyer Jin's eyes. "Do I have to kneel before you?" Jean Wani bit her lip and blinked her eyes. Compared to the Gu family's property, this is just a small amount of money. Gu Yinji saw that Gu Yanran and Jean Wani were still stubborn, so she didn't want to beat around the bush with them anymore. "You want half of the Gu family's assets? Dream on." Gu Yinji looked up at the judge and said, "Your Honor, I request for a retrial. We still have 2 important witnesses who won't be here for a few days." The judge looked at the process and asked, "What kind of important witnesses?" "They are 2 witnesses who can prove my and the defendant Gu Yanran's identity," Gu Yinji said as she handed over the names and information of the 2 witnesses, Xie Zhao and Xie Qingying. The judge looked at it and turned to inform Gu Yanran and Jean Wani. "Because the plaintiff has 2 new witnesses, Xie Zhao and Xie Qingying, we will suspend the case and set a date for the 4th hearing." Xie Zhao and Xie Qingying. Jean Wani's brows furrowed tightly. The name sounded familiar. Who were they? Jean Wani moved closer to Gu Yanran and asked quietly, "Who are these 2 people? Do you know them?" Gu Yanran shook her head blankly. "No." After leaving the court, Jean Wani got into Gu Yanran's luxurious limousine. It was the end of November in the imperial capital, but they were already heating up, so it was obvious how low the temperature was. However, Jean Wani didn't feel cold at all. Instead, she felt panicky from the heat. "Yanran, you really don't know who Xie Zhao and Xie Qingying are?" Jean Wani instinctively felt that these 2 people were very important. Jean Wani didn't care about the mistakes Gu Yanran had made and embarrassed herself because she didn't think they were mistakes of principle. No matter what, Gu Yanran would get at least half of the Gu fortune. However, Seeing Gu Yinji's reckless behavior in court and the sudden appearance of two new witnesses, Jinwani instinctively felt that something bad was about to happen. Gu Yanran still had the same confused expression. She propped her head up with her hand and looked embarrassed. Why do I have to know these two people? Are you crazy? You're the one who's crazy. Jinwani was furious with Gu Yanran. Gu Yinji said, these two people can prove your identity. Tell me, if you don't know them, then how can you prove your identity? I need to prove my identity. Gu Yanran was also furious. Am I supposed to be chased out of the Gu family by an adopted daughter? Jinwani's heart sank. She quickly knocked on the wooden decorations on the car 3 times. Knock on wood. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Yanran snorted in disdain, but her mind began to think about who else in the Gu family. Her whole body suddenly trembled when she thought about that. Xie. Which Xie? Do you know which Xie family these two people belong to? Which Xie family? Which Xie family do you think it is? Jinwani asked curiously. Or do you know who it is? Gu Yanran finally thought of the Xie family. She stuttered. I had an aunt who seemed to have married into the Xie family. However, she passed away many years ago. I only heard about it from my mommy once. Your aunt? Could it be that these two are your uncle and cousin? Jinwani looked at the information of the new witnesses provided by the court and pointed at the age of the two people. If that's the case, then it can prove your identity. Gu Yanran fell silent. After a while, she sneered. All right, you know how to find people, right? Just don't be afraid of being slapped in the face. Jinwani heard the hidden meaning in her words and quickly said, What's going on? Tell me, and I'll help you defend in court. Gu Yanran shook her head and smiled strangely. That's not necessary. If it's these two people, I'll say it myself. Jinwani's mouth dropped open. However, seeing how stubborn Gu Yanran was, she couldn't be bothered to persuade her anymore. She took out her phone and sent Gu Yanran a receipt. Please transfer the legal fees to this account. Thank you, Gu Yanran said nonchalantly. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't I give it to you after the lawsuit? Jinwani laughed dryly. Let's just settle the legal fees for this stage. There's still one more court appearance. Gu Yanran saw how insistent she was and didn't argue with her. She called her accountant and asked her to transfer the money to Jinwani's bank account. Within 5 minutes, the accountant called her back. Miss Gu, your bank account has been frozen, so there's no way to transfer money now. Lawyer Jin's fees are almost $1 million. Do you think you should use the cash on hand to pay for it first? Gu Yanran's expression changed instantly. She stood up and screamed, What did you say? How could it be frozen? It was the third watch, and it was the third watch today. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today was also Monday, so recommendation votes were especially important. Good night, dears. Chapter 880. There's an estate dispute right now, so it's natural for the bank account to be frozen, right? Jinwani reminded Gu Yanran quietly. Do I need you to remind me? Gu Yanran glared at Jinwani, her gentle expression almost twisted. But that's my own bank account. Gu Xiangwen's bank account will be frozen. But why would my own bank account be frozen? In her agitation, she didn't even call him father. Jinwani saw that Gu Yanran was about to spit on her face, so she quickly took a step back and tilted her head to say, Is it an affiliated account? If it is, your account will be frozen too. Gu Yanran took a deep breath and clenched her fists tightly to force herself to calm down. What's an affiliated account? That's clearly a bank account opened in my own name, and it's all my own money. Gu Yanran was so anxious that her face was unnaturally red. Jinwani was silent for a moment, then took another step back, almost to the car door. Yanran then called the bank and asked, You're a big client, so the bank won't freeze your account for no reason. Gu Yanran gritted her teeth and asked the accountant for the bank's VIP customer service number. The person was very polite and attentive, but it was useless. The bank's customer service kept saying that they had received a freezing notice from the court, so they froze her bank account. As for why her own bank account was also on the list, the person told her to ask the court. Gu Yanran hung up with a dark expression and pushed Jinwani away to rush out of the car. In the parking lot, Gun Yinji, In Xixiang, and Ma Qiqi had just walked out of the elevator, chatting and laughing. There were two other men following behind them. As soon as Gu Yanran saw Gun Yinji, she couldn't care less about looking for the judge. She said sternly, "Gun Yinji, what right do you have to ask the court to freeze my own bank account? You're fighting for the Gus assets in a lawsuit, but you're not even letting my private assets go." Gun Yinji looked her up and down and snickered. "Your private assets? Where did you get your private assets? You've never worked a day, and you've never earned a single cent. You're telling me about your private assets? Just because your face is bigger?" Gu Yanran's eyes were red. She clenched her fists and walked towards Gun Yinji. "How is it not my private assets? I'm in charge of the Gu family's assets. Why can't it be considered as my own money? Don't forget, you just said in court that the contract I signed earned the Gu family $3 billion US. You really have a bad memory." Gun Yinji's tone was sympathetic. "I clearly said that you forged my father, Gu Xiangwen's handwriting and signed the contract to earn $3 billion US. You lost $3 billion on a legal contract you signed under your own name. You can't take credit for other people's achievements, and you can't push your failures to others either. No matter whose name it is, it's the money I earned when I was in charge of the Gu family. What about you? Where were you when the Gu family was in dire straits? Oh, you're busy sucking up to the major general of the Huaxiao Empire, aren't you? What right do you have to criticize me?" Gu Yanran vented all the frustration she'd been feeling all day. "If you dare touch my money, I'll fight you to the death." With that, Gu Yanran threw herself at Gun Yinji. Ma Qiqi panicked and was about to rush over to grab Gu Yanran, but In Xixiang stopped her and gave her a look. Ma Qiqi froze. Turning around, she saw Gun Yinji easily step to the side, tripping and hooking her foot. With a loud thud, Gu Yanran couldn't stop herself in time and fell head first to the ground. "Miss Gu." Gu Yanran's bodyguards chased after her and quickly helped her up. In Xixiang finally stood in front of Gun Yinji and yelled at the bodyguards, "What are you doing? This is the parking lot of the Supreme Court. Are you trying to cause trouble?" As soon as he yelled, the bailiffs in the parking lot slowly surrounded them with their hands behind their backs. Gu Yanran's bodyguards didn't dare to act rashly and quickly escorted Gu Yanran away. Gun Yinji looked in the direction they left and saw Jin Wani get out of Gu Yanran's car. She looked over and met Gun Yinji's eyes calmly before turning to get into her BMW and quickly driving away. Secretary Chow and Special Assistant Yang, who had been watching from the side, walked over and shook hands with In Xixiang, Gun Yinji, and Ma Qiqi to say goodbye. "Yinji, today's trial was as exciting as always. I look forward to your next performance." Secretary Chow admired Gun Yinji more and more and had already made up his mind to say good things about Gun Yinji to General Ji when he got back. It would be best if he could get her to work in his secretary's office. That would be much better than suffering in the legal department. Gun Yinji smiled and exchanged some pleasantries with Secretary Chow before walking him to his car. After Secretary Chow left, Special Assistant Yang stood in front of Gun Yinji and looked at her with a frown. He suddenly asked, "Which law firm did you do your trial practical training at?" Big law firms were rich and powerful, so they prepared a full set of practical training courses for their lawyers. Lawyers could go through this kind of practical training to have a personal experience of the arguments that would take place in court. It wasn't something that could be compared to reading materials or memorizing legal provisions. A good practical training could completely simulate the entire process of a formal trial. Special Assistant Yang thought that Gun Yinji's quick reaction was due to the realistic practical training. Gun Yinji shook her head. "I didn't participate in the practical training. I just found the materials and prepared them myself." "Haha, is that so?" Special Assistant Yang didn't deny it, but in his heart, he labeled Gun Yinji as not telling the truth. After Special Assistant Yang left, Ma Qiqi and Gun Yinji got into In Xixiang's car. This time, Ma Qiqi wanted to sit in the back seat with Gun Yinji, but In Xixiang stopped her with a smile. "I still have something to say to Yinji. I'll take you back first." "Oh, Ma Qiqi understood instantly and sat in the front seat with a smile. In Xixiang started the car, and Ma Qiqi turned around to ask curiously, Ninji, did you really get the court to freeze all of Gu Yanran's personal accounts? Gu Ninji snorted. Yes. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if she continued to transfer her assets. But if she really doesn't have a single cent left, wouldn't it have the opposite effect? Ma Qiqi was thinking for Gu Ninji's sake. She felt that it wouldn't be good to force a dog into a dead end. She won't be left without a single cent, Gu Ninji said dryly. She still has a lot of cash and jewelry. If she wants to, she can exchange them for money at any time. But even though she said that, Gu Ninji was also muttering to herself that Gu Yanran valued money to a perverted degree. Was she traumatized by the lack of money in the past? The three of them chatted in the car and quickly returned to the B University female graduate student dormitory. Ma Qiqi got out of the car first and waved at Gu Ninji before going up. Gu Ninji saw that In Xixiang kept smiling at Ma Qiqi's back. His eyes were almost glued to her back, and she couldn't help feeling envious. She whispered, Brother Xiong, you and Qiqi are such a good match. In Xixiang looked in the rearview mirror and realized that he was smiling so widely that he quickly wiped his smile off his face. He coughed and said, Qiqi is a good girl. Look at how generous she is. I said I had something to say to you, and she went up without saying a word. But she didn't pester me at all and kept trying to figure it out. It's only interesting to have a girlfriend like that. That's because you and I are worthy of her trust. Gu Ninji couldn't help praising herself and In Xixiang. Of course, Ma Qiqi deserved more praise. Brother Xiong, Qiqi is beautiful, smart, and capable. But the rarest thing is that she has a good personality and doesn't waste her time on trivial matters. Her boyfriend cheated on her before, but she didn't go so far as to think that all men cheat on her just because one man cheated on her. She's still willing to trust and give. Brother Xiong, you must not let down such a good girl like Qiqi. In Xixiang listened quietly in the front and grunted after a while. I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to pursue Qiqi. But Ninji, you analyze other people's feelings so clearly and logically, but why do you waste your time on trivial matters? Gu Ninji heard that she was about to get involved and immediately reached out to stop In Xixiang. Brother Xiong, stop. We're talking about business, not personal matters. In Xixiang laughed bitterly. Fine. Let's talk about business. He opened the hidden compartment in the car and took out a document. He turned to hand it to Gu Ninji. What's this? Gu Ninji looked down, but didn't open it. Information on Oda Masao. In Xixiang sighed. Well, Xiao predicted that you would find out about the founder of Angels on Earth, so he prepared all the information for you. In Xixiang paused before continuing. Oda Masao didn't die in a laboratory fire. He died of myocardial infarction. To be precise, he had died of a myocardial infarction at In Xixiang's hands. Gu Ninji's lips formed an O shape, and a rare expression of shock appeared on her beautiful face. In Xixiang admired Gu Ninji's rare expression in the rearview mirror and chuckled. Surprised? The information I looked up online said that he died in a laboratory fire. Gu Ninji looked down and opened the document. Yeah. The information online was changed by the Japanese. In the beginning, the actual cause of death was a myocardial infarction, but then they thought it was ridiculous that a biomedical scientist who did genetic research and dedicated his efforts to modify the human body would die of a myocardial infarction. So they changed it to a laboratory fire. Actually, other than the people close to him, the public doesn't really care. Therefore, most news usually only lasted for 3 minutes. However, In Xixiang could only tell her that much. The information that Hua Xiaoheng had prepared for Gu Ninji was only the part that could be seen on the surface. He wouldn't break the rules by showing her the truly confidential information. However, even the information that was on the surface was much more detailed than what Gu Ninji could have found. She took a quick glance and felt touched, happy, and an indescribable sense of pleasure. It was like eating a cream puff that melted in her mouth. Hugging the document, Gu Ninji whispered to In Xixiang, Brother Xiong, help me thank Hua Xiao. Why are you being so polite with us? In Shixiang couldn't help but rub Gu Nianji's head. We watch you grow up. No matter where you and Hua Xiao end up, little Zhe and I will always be the brother Xiong and brother Zhe you can trust and rely on. Gu Nianji nodded solemnly and said with a nasal voice, Brother Xiong, help me ask Hua Xiao about Uncle Xie and my cousin. Although it was confirmed last time, they still haven't returned to the Hua Xia Empire. They're already back. In Shixiang whispered, but they haven't made it public. You know, the waters behind this case are too deep. For their safety, we put up a lot of smoke screens. Don't worry, we'll take care of these things for you. You just have to be responsible for arguing in court. This was the first night watch, and there were 2 today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. The second night watch was at 7 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 881. You had so many people supporting you during a lawsuit saying, don't be afraid, we're here to support you. Gu Nianji would probably never be able to let go of that feeling. Her eyes were a bit moist as she nodded vigorously. I know. Thank you, Brother Xiong, Brother Zhe, and Hua Xiao. I'll work hard. Gu Nianji got out of the car with the documents and returned to the dormitory to see Ma Chi-Chi enjoying a bowl of vanilla raspberry ice cream. She couldn't help clicking her tongue. You're eating ice cream in the middle of winter? Ice cream tastes good in the middle of winter. Ma Chi-Chi squinted her eyes as she ate and almost made a sound. She was as satisfied as a cat eating fish. She stirred the ice cream in the bowl to mix the raspberry and ice cream. She scooped another spoonful into her mouth, her face full of joy. Gu Nianji was so attracted to her that she wanted to take a bite. She closed the door and felt the hot air on her face. Only then did she understand why Ma Chi-Chi said, ice cream tastes good in the middle of winter. So there was a heater in the dormitory. Gu Nianji took off her Burberry cowhorn coat and hung it on the hanger by the door. She advised Ma Chi-Chi, eat less. You get sick if you're hot on the outside and cold on the inside. I know. Ma Chi-Chi smiled as she finished the rest of the ice cream. Look, I'm done. Okay, I have to go study for the exam too. The 2 returned to their respective rooms to prepare for their homework. Other than going to class and writing her graduation thesis, Gu Nianji also had to prepare for the 4th trial. Xie Zhao and Xie Qingying were the witnesses Hua Xiaoheng had helped her contact. They were still overseas when they agreed, so Gu Nianji had only spoken to them once over the phone. She wanted to discuss the specifics after they returned to the Empire. She hadn't expected someone to target them already. If Hua Xiao hadn't been reliable, they might have suffered the same fate as Yixian. Gu Nianji sighed and focused on preparing. The time for the 4th trial was quickly determined. It was on Friday of the following week. Gu Nianji met with Xie Zhao and Xie Qingying under In Shixiang's arrangements. They talked for a few hours, but didn't get much information. Xie Zhao had a falling out with Gu Xiangwen more than 20 years ago because of his ex-wife. After so many years of not interacting with each other, the things he knew were also very limited. Needless to say, Xie Qingying had never seen Gu Xiangwen for as long as she could remember. She had only received many gifts from Gu Xiangwen. But because Xie Zhao held a deep grudge against Gu Xiangwen, Xie Qingying didn't really like Gu Xiangwen's gift. Gu Nianji was very regretful. She had made an appointment with Xie Qingying to go to Xie Qingying's house in France to see the gifts Gu Xiangwen had given her all those years ago after the lawsuit was over. He Zhichu had been very quiet and calm these days. He had been observing Gu Nianji's estate dispute from the sidelines. If Gu Nianji had wanted to discuss legal issues with him, he would have told her everything he knew. However, he had never taken the initiative to discuss other topics related to it. Gu Nianji sensed that he wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the case, so she was careful not to disturb him too much. After class that day, He Zhichu walked out of the lecture hall with a tired expression on his face. Gu Nianji was his teaching assistant, and this class was a public elective for undergraduates. He Zhichu had accepted an invitation from B University to teach the basic theory of the Introduction to Law. Such boring content, but He Zhichu's narration was so interesting that everyone was intoxicated by it. Every week, the seats for He Zhichu's class were in high demand. Some business-minded students even came to reserve seats in advance and sell them at a high price. There were many rich and beautiful girls who liked Hijichu's class, so there was no need to worry about the seats not being sold. Gun Yinji didn't walk far with Hijichu before she was surrounded by a group of beautiful rich and beautiful female university students. Professor He, I have some questions I don't understand. Can I ask you at your place tonight? The leading female university student was as beautiful as a flower. She wore a milky white slim-fit cashmere coat and knee-high boots. Her large, wavy hair fell over her shoulders, and she looked extremely flirtatious. Gun Yinji looked at the sky. It was only 10 in the morning. Why couldn't the young lady ask her questions during the day? Why did she have to knock on the professor's door at night? When Hijichu walked off the podium, he was no longer the gentle university professor. Instead, he was a cold and aloof flower on a high mountain. He always chose to ignore these students who obviously didn't want to ask questions. Hijichu walked forward without blinking, leaving the female university students who had just surrounded him. It was a very awkward situation. Gun Yinji, however, felt relieved and fearlessly stepped forward to fan the flames. I'm Professor He's teaching assistant. If you ladies have any questions, you can email me. I'll ask Professor He for an answer and forward it to you. Forget it. Who cares about second-hand answers? The leading female university student didn't even bat an eye. She completely ignored Gun Yinji and said to her friends, "Let's go." The group of people hurriedly walked in the opposite direction of Gun Yinji and Hijichu. Gun Yinji sighed and jogged to Hijichu's side. Professor He, actually, you can just tactfully reject them. It's very offensive to stay silent like this. Hijichu glanced at her. I'm afraid of offending people. Gun Yinji was speechless. Of course he wasn't afraid, but these people had the professor's scores. Although student scores didn't account for much, the school would still dissuade the professor if it was too low. Gun Yinji thought about it and tried to persuade Hijichu in the same way. Hijichu was originally in a bad mood, but now he was amused by her. He smiled and said, I need them to decide whether I should stay or leave. Yes, it's not wrong for you to look down on me like that. Gun Yinji was speechless. She rubbed her forehead and said without a change in expression, I've been staying up all night and haven't slept. I was sleep-talking just now. Professor He, you don't have to pay attention to me. Hijichu smiled. You're really getting better and better at treating people differently. Did I ever teach you to speak like a human being and speak like a ghost? Gun Yinji put her arms down in shock. Yes, didn't Professor He always teach us like that? Hijichu was speechless. Wasn't this called teaching a student, but the student used his words to attack him? What was that saying again in Chinese? Using a child's spear to attack a child's shield? Hijichu rubbed his temples. How's your lawsuit going? Why did it take so long? Gun Yinji whispered, the Gu family's assets are more than I expected. It took a lot of time just to collect the evidence and get the foreign proof. It's just the Gu family stuff. If I could get it back, I'll get it back. If I can't, it's okay. Hijichu stared at Gun Yinji. You've lost weight. It's good to lose weight. I can lose weight without running or dieting. Professor, he is complimenting me. Gun Yinji replied with a smile. Also, the Gu family stuff is mine, not Guyenron's. I must get it back. Professor, didn't you support me getting it back? I thought you didn't have to go through so much effort, Hijichu muttered. Hijichu muttered. I didn't expect so many people to covet a bone that was stained with flesh. Gun Yinji frowned. The Gu family is a big fat piece of meat. Okay? Why is it only a bone with flesh on it? Also, it's my father's stuff. I must get it back. Hijichu was speechless. You just want to argue with me today? Hijichu stopped in his tracks and looked at her expressionlessly. When is the fourth trial? Tomorrow morning. Gun Yinji answered honestly. I didn't mean to argue with Professor He. It's a professional habit of mine. To hell with your professional habit. Hijichu curled his finger and gently tapped Gun Yinji's forehead. When you're not in court, don't look like you're facing a formidable enemy. Truly good lawyers are able to handle things with ease. People can't see through them. Gun Yinji nodded. Okay, Professor He. I'll try my best. Hijichu smiled and suddenly asked, You care about Gu Xiangwen a lot. He's my father. Of course I care. Gu Nianji clenched her fist to show her determination. What about your mother? Why didn't I hear you care about your mother? He Ji asked again. Gu Nianji thought about it and walked around in a circle with her backpack. She walked backward on the path and blinked at He Ji. I don't have feelings for my mother for now, but when I know more, maybe I'll love my mother more than my father. He Ji was speechless. When they parted at the crossroads, He Ji said, I'll attend your trial tomorrow. Really? Gu Nianji was elated. Then I must perform well tomorrow. It was Friday morning, and the B University campus was already bustling with activity. This time, Gu Nianji took He Ji's car to the courthouse. In Xiang got out of the car with Ma Chi and greeted He Ji with a smile. He Ji nodded at him and drove to the underground parking lot. In Xiang also got into his car to park. Gu Nianji chatted with Ma Chi at the courthouse entrance and saw a luxurious RV drive over like a bus. The limousine stopped in front of the courthouse. The door opened, and Gu Yanran appeared in a black and white checkered Chanel dress from the latest autumn/winter collection. It looked elegant in a still photo, but on Gu Yanran, it looked like she was wearing a geometrically patterned rug. Gu Yanran wore a large pair of Prada floating cloud sunglasses and walked into the courthouse with her bodyguards, housekeeper, and Jean Wani as if no one else was there. Gu Nianji and Ma Chi looked at each other and laughed. They quietly teased Gu Yanran. She's so dramatic. Who isn't a little princess? They held hands and were about to turn to enter when they saw another luxurious car drive over. This time, the car was not only luxurious but also classy. It was a bulletproof sedan with a red flag. Gu Nianji glanced at the license plate to confirm it was a military license plate. She stood at the door for a while. The car door opened, and the first person to get out was Xie Qingying, who Gu Nianji had met a few times before. The other car door opened, and her father, Xie Zhao, got out. This was a second night watch. There were 2 nights watched today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Good night, dears. Chapter 882. Xie Zhao was in his early 50s. Between his brows, Gu Nianji could see some of the characteristics of the Xies. For example, his tall, thin nose was sculpted, his eyes were slightly sunken, and his brows were shaped like swords. He was elegant yet sharp, but not as handsome as the Xies' direct descendants. It wasn't Gu Nianji's first time seeing Xie Zhao, but it was Ma Chi-Chi's first. She was immediately captivated by Xie Zhao's elegance and grabbed Gu Nianji's hand tightly. She whispered in her ear, "Oh my God, this is your uncle. He's so handsome. This is the first time I understand why older men are so attractive. Just look at him." Gu Nianji quickly waved her hand in front of Ma Chi-Chi's eyes and suppressed her laughter. "Okay, wake up, Chi-Chi. If you keep being smitten, Brother Xiong will cry." Ma Chi-Chi pushed her hand away in embarrassment. "What are you talking about? Everyone loves beauty. I was just saying." Her voice became softer. "Don't tell Brother Xiong." "I know." Gu Nianji smiled and pinched her cheek. "Okay, you owe me one." As the two of them were talking and laughing, they caught a glimpse of another person getting out of the bulletproof car with a red flag. This time, it was a beautiful woman wearing a simple ash-gray double-breasted wool coat, custom-made trousers of the same color, and a pair of black leather mid-heeled shoes. She calmly walked over. It was Hua Xiaoling's mother, Song Jining. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed as she sneaked a peek at the bulletproof car. No one else got out of the car. The driver was already driving to the parking lot. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She quickly looked away and greeted Xie Qingying, Xie Zhao, and Song Jining. "Mr. Xie, Miss Xie, Auntie Song, you're here." Xie Zhao looked at Gu Nianji and then at his daughter, Xie Qingying. He smiled. "You two are really alike. You're still calling me Mr. Xie? You should call me Uncle. She's your cousin." Xie Qingying was also very affectionate with Gu Nianji. "Cousin is so beautiful today. Are you ready? Don't be afraid later. We'll be on your side." Gu Nianji was amused by her and high-fived her. "Okay, then I'll rely on uncle and cousin." Song Jining smiled faintly and saw that Gu Nianji kept glancing at the red flag bulletproof sedan as it drove away. Song Jining smiled, even more meaningfully. I heard that this case has something to do with the Japanese scientist, Oda Misao, so I came to listen in. Xiaoheng is busy today, so he can't come. Gun Yinji blushed. She wasn't used to Song Jining's sudden sharp observation skills and murmured, "Annie Song, I know. You know? Oh, I'm being nosy. Xiaoheng must have told you, right?" Song Jining said as she naturally took Gun Yinji's hand and walked to the courthouse entrance. It was Ma Chi-Chi's first time seeing Song Jining up close. Ma Chi-Chi was so stunned that she didn't know what to do and couldn't even speak. She didn't chase after them until they were far away. This time, when she entered Court A, there were more people on Yinji's side. He Jichu, In Shixiang, Ma Chi-Chi, Song Jining, as well as important witnesses Xie Zhao and Xie Qingying, as well as Secretary Chao, who arrived late at the last minute. Speaker Long's special assistant, Yang, didn't come today. Instead, it was a low-ranking staff member from the Senate. Gu Yanran had the same people as last time, a housekeeper, bodyguard, lawyer, and this time, there was an accountant. President Zhang walked in and sat down in the judge's seat. He calmly announced the start of the court, Gu Yinji versus Gu Yanran regarding the Gu inheritance case. The fourth hearing begins. The judge knocked the gavel and began to confirm the identities of the people in court. Plaintiff Gu Yinji, here. Defendant Gu Yanran and lawyer Jin Wani, here. Witnesses Xie Zhao and Xie Qingying, here. The judge nodded. Today is the fourth hearing. The main content is the introduction of two new witnesses by the plaintiff. He raised his hand to Gu Yinji. Plaintiff, you may begin your questioning. Gu Yinji was wearing a custom-made navy blue cashmere skirt suit by Dior. She had a fitted blazer that wasn't buttoned up, revealing a snow-white silk shirt underneath. There was a bow tie at the collar. The body of the half-skirt was slightly cocoon-shaped, but it was not too exaggerated. It just showed off her young and beautiful figure, but it was not too seductive. Instead, it was dignified in her beauty and mature in her cuteness. It was very suitable for her age and identity. Because today's hearing was closely related to her family background, Gu Yinji didn't want to be too professional and mature like the previous three hearings. Therefore, she didn't choose formal business attire. Instead, she chose the more colorful Dior autumn/winter custom-made dress. Gu Yinji slowly stood up from the plaintiff's seat and smiled at everyone in the courtroom. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail, and she didn't have any makeup on. She only had a layer of transparent lip gloss on her lips. Standing in court, she looked like a girl next door, but overly beautiful and exquisite. She looked at Gu Yanran, who was sitting in the defendant's dock. Chanel was even more famous than Dior, but the black and white checkered herringbone dress suit looked so overbearing on Gu Yanran that it hurt the eyes. Although Gu Yanran was the second most beautiful woman in the courtroom and was very gentle and charming when she didn't speak, Gu Yinji's outfit made her look like a grandmother. During a lawsuit, as long as you stood in court, you would be scrutinized from head to toe, including your hair. This had a crucial impact on the outcome of the case. Most of the mistakes that a new lawyer would make were in small areas. Gu Yinji had a natural intuition in this area. She was like someone born for the courtroom. Like those born with the qualities of celebrities, Gu Yinji was a classic example of a grandmaster's gift. He Jichu sat in the courtroom gallery and watched Gu Yinji act freely. His eyes were a bit dazed. Gu Yinji was already in trial mode. She nodded to the judge and summoned Xie Zhao to the stand. Xie Zhao gracefully walked from the gallery to the witness stand and sat down. He bowed slightly to the judge and the people in the courtroom. Gu Yinji walked over and asked calmly, "Mr. Xie, please tell us about your life." Xie Zhao was a businessman with his own large company. He sat on the witness stand and began to speak as if he were in a board meeting. "I am Xie Zhao. Xie as in gratitude, De as in morality, and Zhao as in redress of injustice." Xie Zhao's way of introducing himself was very humorous. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of friendly laughter in the courtroom. Xie Zhao raised his hand to everyone and waited for the laughter to die down before saying, I had a first wife named Gu Tian. She was the sister of the owner of the assets in this case, Gu Xiangwen, but she passed away 27 years ago. Most people in the courtroom didn't know this news. Gasps could be heard in the courtroom. Xie Zhao felt a wave of sadness when he spoke of his first wife. Gu Ningji stood in front of him and comforted him. Madame Gu Tian must be watching from heaven. She wouldn't want to see you and Miss Xie sad. Xie Zhao closed his eyes and said emotionally, yes, she was always a kind and warm-hearted person. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Gu Ningji waited for Xie Zhao to calm down before beginning her interrogation. Mr. Xie, can you tell us how you met, fell in love with, and married your wife? Jean Wani immediately raised her hand. Objection. The plaintiff is rambling again. Please don't waste everyone's time with questions that have nothing to do with the case. Gu Ningji looked at the judge and said solemnly, Your Honor, I will soon prove that these questions are closely related to the case. As she spoke, she glanced at Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran was very calm today and didn't look worried at all. Gu Ningji raised her guard, but she wouldn't stop questioning today. There was no turning back. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. The judge looked at the witness information Gu Ningji had submitted and said, Plaintiff, please get to the point as soon as possible. Gu Ningji thanked the judge and gestured to Xie Zhao. You can briefly tell us what happened. Xie Zhao thought for a moment before saying, I met Gu Tian at a charity masquerade ball. She wore a butterfly mask, and her figure was elegant and charming. I didn't see her face, but I had a good impression of her voice after hearing what she said. Everything that happened after that was logical. The Gus had become one of the richest families in France at that time. Although they weren't as wealthy as the Xies, they were a good match for Xie Zhao. It was only natural for a couple who loved each other and were of equal social status to get married. Xie Zhao recalled. But after I proposed to Gu Tian, her brother, Gu Xiangwen, told me something. Then he glanced at Xie Qingying, wanted to say something but hesitating. Xie Qingying nodded at him to let him say it to show that she had no questions. Xie Zhao's brows furrowed. Although he was reluctant, he still said it. Gu Xiangwen told me that his sister was in poor health and asked if I could accept it. He said Gu Tian might not be able to have children in the future. I said it was fine. The Xies are a large family with many children and grandchildren. I have older and younger brothers in my own family and have many sons. I don't care if I'm going to have children. Xie Zhao paused, and his voice became stiff. Later, Gu Tian told me that was my words that moved Gu Xiangwen. That's why he agreed to let his sister marry me. Gu Ningji took notes as she listened. Xie Zhao had said some of these things to her before, but there were also things he hadn't said before. For example, what was it that moved Gu Xiangwen so much that he changed his mind from opposing to supporting their marriage? And then, Gu Ningji asked calmly. She was getting to the main point. Xie Zhao paused and looked down at the table in the witness stand. His voice was low. I knew Gu Tian was in poor health. I told her that she didn't need to have children. There are so many people in the Xies and so many children. It doesn't matter if we have one or not. But she wouldn't listen and insisted on having children. She was secretly pregnant with a child and wanted to give me a surprise. When I found out, I was extremely worried and asked her to abort the child. But she told me not to worry, saying that her brother was already prepared and that she would definitely be able to give birth smoothly. This was the first watch, and today was the third watch. A reminder for the recommendation votes and monthly votes. The second watch was at 1 p.m. The monthly votes were 2,100 plus one watch. The third watch was at 7 p.m. Moi. Chapter 883. At this point, Xie Zhao's voice began to choke. Gu Ningji hadn't expected that after more than 20 years, Xie Zhao himself would remarry, and his daughter would grow up. He would still be sobbing when talking about his wife's passing. She felt a bit guilty. Wasn't it selfish of her to bring someone else to court and touch on someone else's sore spot just for her own lawsuit? Gu Ningji's eyes dimmed. She looked at Xie Zhao quietly and turned to pass him a tissue. Xie Zhao accepted it and covered his face with it. After a while, he paused and said, I'm sorry. I made a fool of myself. It's okay. Gu Nianji comforted him carefully. If you feel sad, you don't have to say it. No, I have to say it. Xie Zhao looked up. The tip of his nose and the bottom of his eyes were slightly red from crying. Gu Tian was 7 months pregnant, and we told Gu Xiangwen the good news. Gu Xiangwen ran to my house and threw a tantrum. He pointed at my nose and scolded me for a long time. At that time, I let him scold me and even let him kick me, because I let him down. I promised him, but I broke my promise. I told Gu Tian that she didn't need to have a child, but she got pregnant. But after that, Gu Xiangwen told Gu Tian that he was prepared, but he couldn't guarantee success. He felt that Gu Tian was taking too much risk. But Gu Tian said that if we didn't have a child, she felt that our marriage would be lacking something and lose its sense of reality. Xie Qingying sat in the audience and also covered her face as she cried. She was only 1 month old when Gu Tian's health system collapsed due to giving birth. She lost all her immune functions and caught a small cold during her confinement period. She died soon after. Xie Qingying had never seen her mother, but Xie Zhao and the Xie family had taken good care of her. To her, it was a pity that she didn't have a mother to grow up with, but it wasn't to the point where she couldn't bear it. She could only empathize with her father's pain when he remembered her mother. When Gu Nianji heard this, she felt nervous for no reason. She glanced at Gu Yanran from the corner of her eye and saw that Gu Yanran had a disdainful sneer on her face. Xie Zhao continued. After that, Gu Xiangwen said that he had made preparations. The time wasn't ripe yet, but because Gu Tian was about to give birth, he couldn't care less. He asked me to call him 2 weeks before Gu Tian's due date, and he would come to help her. Gu Nianji interrupted. May I ask why Gu Xiangwen is helping Gu Tian? Could it be midwifery? But Gu Xiangwen doesn't have any experience as an obstetrician, right? Although she knew that Gu Xiangwen was a genius, his resume had always been focused on research and machinery. His medical background was all about cell and genetic research. It had nothing to do with delivering babies, right? Xie Zhao sneered and looked at Gu Nianji. Gu Xiangwen is your father. You may not like what I'm saying, but it's the truth. Gu Xiangwen said that he would come to watch over Gu Tian when she gave birth, but when Gu Tian's due date arrived, we couldn't contact him no matter what. I still remember when Gu Tian went into the delivery room. I called Gu Xiangwen for the last time and yelled into his voicemail, "If you don't come, we won't acknowledge you as our big brother anymore." This time, Gu Xiangwen called back and said that he was looking for someone and would definitely be there when Gu Tian was in labor. Looking for someone? Who was he looking for? Gu Nianji sharply noticed that this was a suspicious point. Gu Yanran narrowed her eyes and turned around nonchalantly to whisper to Jin Wani. Xie Zhao was immersed in his memories. I don't know. He didn't say. I was worried about my wife in the delivery room. So why would I care who he was looking for? That was common sense. Gu Nianji remained silent and gestured for Xie Zhao to continue. In the end, when Gu Tian was in labor, she suddenly started bleeding profusely and couldn't stop. I was so anxious that I wanted to jump off a building. I begged the eldest cousin brother of the Xies to help find the best gynecologist in Europe and sent him to a hospital in France on a private plane to save Gu Tian's life. But because of the massive bleeding, the doctor discovered that Gu Tian's immune system couldn't function properly, and her bone marrow had lost its ability to produce blood. She needed a bone marrow transplant. Gu Nianji's eyebrows twitched. The mockery on Gu Yanran's face became even more obvious. Hua Xiaoheng, who was quietly watching the trial at the Special Operations Forces headquarters, also stood up. He crossed his arms as he watched the live broadcast of the trial. He was a bit annoyed and wanted to cut off the live broadcast, but Xie Zhao said something else, and Hua Xiaoheng finally calmed down. Xie Zhao said, "After that, we found almost the best bone marrow transplant specialist in the world and asked him to help match. Because we were willing to spend money, we quickly found a suitable match and performed the transplant." Gu Nianji's heart was in her throat and only calmed down when she heard this. She covered her beating heart with her hand. For a moment, she felt that she couldn't face the truth that was coming towards her. She clenched her fists tightly and felt the sweat on her palms. Her legs were a bit weak, but she couldn't collapse in court in front of everyone. Gu Nianji straightened her delicate back and looked at Xie Zhao quietly. She heard her own voice, cold and distant, as if a person's soul had left her body and was watching this farce. And then Gu Tian recovered, didn't she? Of course not. Xie Zhao wiped his face and stopped sobbing. But his voice was bleak, and his sculpture-like features were even more pronounced. Although the match was successful, the bone marrow transplant not only didn't help Gu Tian regrow healthy bone marrow, but it also destroyed what was left of her immune system. From then on, she could only live in a sterile environment. Xie Zhao didn't want to say the rest, because on the day of Xie Qingying's 1-month-old birthday, Gu Tian had secretly asked someone to bring the child to a sterile room for her to hold. Just like that, Gu Tian, who was even more fragile than a newborn, fell for it. She caught a small cold and lay in bed for 7 days, never to wake up again. After she passed away, Gu Xiangwen, who was extremely thin, finally arrived at Xie Zhao's home in France. But what greeted him was a black and white mourning hall. His beloved sister, who was only in her 20s, had already passed away. 27 years ago, at my wife's funeral, I beat him up and chased him away. I told him never to come back to my house. So you haven't contacted him in 27 years? Gu Nianji asked. Then he never came to see his own niece? It's useless even if he came. I never let him in. He still came for the first few years after my wife passed away, but I chased him away every time. He stopped coming and only sent birthday gifts to Qingying every year. Xie Zhao paused, his voice carrying a trace of unease. But since 7 years ago, he hasn't sent birthday gifts to Qingying. Wasn't Gu Xiangwen's plane crash 7 years ago? Gu Xiangwen had become a vegetable, so he couldn't send birthday gifts to Xie Qingying anymore. Xie Zhao didn't know why before, but now he knew why. It wasn't that Gu Xiangwen had given up, but that he couldn't move anymore. Gu Nianji slowly pieced together Xie Zhao's words and what she knew about Gu Xiangwen's past to form a picture. Perhaps there were still missing parts, but those were minor details that didn't affect the clarity of the main story. Okay, the story is finished. May I ask, Lawyer Gu, what question do you want to ask? Jean Wani curled one corner of her lips and teased Gu Nianji with a fake smile. Gu Nianji looked up at her. Don't be in such a hurry. I'm about to get to it. Turning around, Gu Nianji said to the solemn judge, Your Honor, I've finished questioning the witness, Xie Zhao. May his daughter, Xie Qingying, testify next? The judge raised his hand. Agreed. Gu Nianji motioned for Xie Qingying to sit at the witness stand. Gu Nianji didn't ask Xie Qingying to speak at length, and only asked her a few questions. What's your name? Who are your father and mother? Do you have any evidence to prove your identity? Xie Qingying answered methodically that her name was Xie Qingying, her father, Xie Zhao, and her mother, Gu Tian. She then took out her birth certificate, passport, and finally a DNA test. Gu Nianji took the DNA test from Xie Qingying and said, This DNA test can prove that Ms. Xie Qingying is the biological daughter of Mr. Xie Zhao and Ms. Gu Tian. Gu Yanran sighed in relief when she heard this. In the previous 3 trials, Gu Nianji had made her lose everything and almost lose all face. Luckily, this 4th time, Gu Nianji would be able to knock her down in one fell swoop. Gu Yanran was so excited that she couldn't sit still. Gu Nianji handed Xie Qingying's DNA test to the court and immediately took out 2 more DNA test certificates. Looking at the people in the courtroom, Gu Nianji's gaze landed on Gu Yanran. There are also 2 DNA test certificates here. One is the DNA test results of Ms. Xie Qingying and me, and the other is the DNA test results of the defendant Gu Yanran and Ms. Xie Qingying. These tests were done by the most authoritative hospital in the country and were certified by the most effective notary office. Everyone's eyes were drawn to Gu Nianji at the same time. These 2 DNA test certificates prove that Ms. Xie Qingying and I are related by blood, but Ms. Gu Yanran is not related to Ms. Xie Qingying at all. What? Jean Wani's expression changed, and she jumped up. Objection. The plaintiff stole my client's DNA evidence without my client's consent. Okay, I'll get your client's consent now and retest her and Ms. Xie Qingying's DNA to see if they are related by blood. Ask your client if she agrees or not. Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to take a step back and kick the ball back to Gu Yanran. However, Gu Yanran wasn't angry at all. She patted Jean Wani's hand lightly. Wani, don't be anxious. I'm not even anxious, so why are you anxious? Gu Yanran finished speaking and stood up slowly. She raised her head and said, Yes, Xie Qingying and I are not related by blood. That's not strange, because Gu Nianji is not related to my father by blood either. Gu Nianji immediately replied, Yes, because that is your father, not mine. Gu Nianji emphasized the word, your, and took out the third DNA test certificate. This is the DNA test for Gu Xianwen, who is in a vegetative state on the hospital bed, and Xie Qingying's mother, Gu Tian. The test results show that the two of them are not related by blood at all. They are not biological siblings. Therefore, I have sufficient reason to believe that the person in a vegetative state on the hospital bed right now is not my father, Gu Xianwen. Gu Yanran chuckled. Are you sure? It was the second night watch, and the monthly tickets had been delivered at 2,100 plus one night watch. It was the third night watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. It was the third night watch at 7 p.m. Moi. Chapter 884. Gu Nianji had never seen Gu Yanran so confident before. Gu Nianji's heart sank, but she didn't show it on her face. After growing up with Huo Xiaoheng for so many years, Gu Nianji had learned the most important lesson. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Everyone in the Special Operations Forces was skilled and daring, so they were used to taking risks. Gu Nianji had been influenced by them and learned a few things. Gu Nianji knew that Gu Yanran had a trump card waiting for her when she saw how confident she was. She could also call for a timeout and stop Gu Yanran from speaking. But if she did that, she might never get the truth. Gu Nianji closed her eyes, and her expression became extremely determined. She raised her hand. If the defendant has a different opinion, I'm all ears. Gu Yanran looked at her for a while and shook her head regretfully. She looked away and copied Gu Nianji's gaze to look at everyone in the courtroom. Everyone on Gu Nianji's side looked serious. Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi were even more so. Their eyes were so piercing that they could almost see through Gu Yanran. Song Jining, who was sitting next to Ma Qiqi, was nervous but didn't seem worried. She just listened carefully. There was also Secretary Chao, but Secretary Chao had always been sitting upright and still. Let's just say that he was nervous. Everyone on Gu Yanran's side was so nervous that they almost couldn't breathe. She looked at everyone and smiled. She turned to the judge and said, Your Honor, the plaintiff, Gu Nianji, said that my father's DNA is not related to Gu Tian and Xie Qingying's DNA, so my father is not Gu Xianwen. Forgive me for being blunt, but I've never seen such an unreasonable logic that puts the cart before the horse. Gu Nianji's eyes narrowed. She really couldn't tell that Gu Yanran was so good at rebuking people this time. She clenched her fists and finally felt the excitement of meeting her match. Even Jean Wani gave Gu Yanran a thumbs up. Gu Yanran was even more confident. She lined up the 3 DNA reports that Gu Nianji had placed on the defendant's stand. Your Honor, do you think you can prove that my father is not my father by simply using an outsider's DNA? That's ridiculous. Gu Yanran shook her head in disdain, her face full of contempt. Gu Nianji asked calmly, So what's your logical reasoning? As far as we're concerned, with too little evidence regarding Gu Xiangwen's identity, we can only use this indirect method to prove whether his identity is real or fake. I understand what you mean by inference. Gu Yanran picked up Gu Tian and Gu Xiangwen's DNA test results. But you only know part of it. You don't know the rest. Oh, then why don't you explain to everyone what you know about, too? Gu Nianji pushed. At this time, her tone was like that of a TV program host. All he had to do was pass a microphone to Gu Yanran and shout, Lights, cameras, get ready. Gu Yanran, tell me your story. Gu Yanran did not disappoint. She put down the DNA report and said, Gu Tian and Gu Xiangwen's DNA report shows that they are not related by blood. That's because Gu Tian was adopted. How could they be related by blood? Xie Zhao was speechless. Xie Qingying was speechless. Gu Nianji was speechless. Everyone in the courtroom was speechless. For a moment, the already solemn courtroom fell into an abyss-like, deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Only the occasional warm breeze from the central air conditioner could be heard. But it was even quieter. Gu Yanran was very satisfied with the shocking effect she had created. She did not speak to break the silence. She looked at everyone with a smile, as though she wanted to pay back all the suffering she had suffered at Gu Nianji's hands these past few days. Gu Nianji was the first to return to her senses. She immediately asked, "May I ask what evidence do you have?" "Evidence?" Gu Yanran chuckled softly and lazily raised her hand to tidy her wavy hair. "I think you've really lost your memory for too long. You've forgotten that we still have an aunt." "You mean Gu Jing?" Gu Nianji frowned. She had only heard Xie Zhao mention Gu Jing once, and Xie Zhao had also heard about her from Gu Tian. However, he had never met Gu Jing. The Gus had two daughters in the previous generation. One was Gu Tian, and the other was Gu Jing. Gu Yanran raised her hand to look at the manicure she had meticulously asked someone to do. She said nonchalantly, "Gu Tian is your cousin Xie's mother. She was adopted. My youngest aunt, Gu Jing, is the real biological daughter of the Gus." "Why do you say that?" Gu Nianji asked curiously. "Because Gu Jing was born with a genetic disorder. It was a congenital genetic deficiency. Not only did Gu Jing have it, but I did too. In order to treat her, my father, Gu Xiangwen, switched from a PhD in physics to a PhD in biomedicine. He wanted to find a way to save her. Gu Tian was adopted as an experiment to treat Gu Jing so that her bone marrow could be used to save Gu Jing in the future. In the end, Gu Tian fell in love with Xie Zhao. She wanted to marry him and have children. She refused to donate her bone marrow to Gu Jing. That's why my father gave up on Gu Tian when she had a child." Gu Yanran looked at Gu Nianji with pity. "And you, Gu Nianji, you were also an orphan that my father, Gu Xiangwen, adopted in order to treat my illness. Unfortunately, you found out the truth when you were 12 and angrily sailed out to sea. I don't know what happened to you after that, but losing your memory was actually a good thing for you. You didn't have to face such an unbearable reality anymore." Although Gu Nianji had been mentally prepared when Xie Zhao had told her that Gu Tian needed a bone marrow transplant, she still felt dizzy when she heard the truth come out of Gu Yanran's mouth. The ceiling seemed to be spinning, and her legs became limp. She felt like she was standing in mud. She couldn't hold on for much longer. She gripped the edge of the defendant's stand so tightly that the veins on the back of her hands popped. There was only one sentence in her mind. "I was an experiment for my father to experiment on new treatments." Was it her bone marrow, her pain, all of it came from this? She didn't want to believe it, but it seemed like she had no choice. Gu Yanran kept staring at Gu Nianji. It was rare to see Gu Nianji in such a daze, and Gu Yanran was excited. "Aren't you smart? Aren't you a straight-A student? Haha, look at you now. Don't you look like a stray dog? Now you understand why Gu Tian's DNA is different from my father's. She was adopted, so how can she be the same as my father? You actually used this evidence to prove that my father isn't Gu Xiangwen. That's the biggest joke in the world. Also, you were adopted, so your DNA is also different from my father's. Only I am my father's only biological daughter. Gu Nianji, don't be so greedy. Take the millions I gave you and go back to your school to study." Gu Yanran's slightly hoarse voice echoed in Gu Nianji's ears. It was as piercing as a knife grinding on sandpaper. As the sound entered her ears, she could almost feel a dull pain in her ears. The dull pain snapped her out of her trance. Her large, dark eyes gradually became clear and deep. It was like a starry night with countless secrets hidden in it. The stars twinkled, and no one could see the depths of the night sky. Gu Nianji released her grip on the defendant's table. Her mind flashed, and she caught a loophole in Gu Yanran's words. She said calmly, "Is that so? Since Gu Tian was adopted, and I am also adopted, then why am I related to Gu Tian and Gu Tian's daughter, Xie Qingying? Tell me what's going on." Was she saying that two random orphans from the orphanage were relatives? You must be kidding me. Gu Yanran was stunned. Her eyes darted around, and she smiled. You really want to know? Of course. This is because you are the illegitimate daughter of Gu Tian's biological sister. Gu Yanran smiled happily. Why else do you think my father adopted you? It's because you have the same genes as Gu Tian, so you could be used to treat my illness. Gu Ninji instinctively asked. Gu Tian's biological sister, Xie Zhao, was also very surprised. Gu Tian has a biological sister. I thought she only had Gu Jing as her sister. It seems like you know Gu Tian's biological sister very well. Gu Ninji used all her willpower to control her emotions and continued to ask Gu Yanran. May I ask what her name is? Where does she live? How old is she now? Gu Yanran ran her hand through her long, wavy hair and said nonchalantly, How would I know? I heard it from my mommy. Gu Xiangwen adopted Gu Ninji, so Gu Yanran's mommy was also Gu Xiangwen's wife. She must know the whole story, right? That made sense. Gu Ninji was a bit confused. She felt like she had entered a dead end, or maybe she had hit a wall. She could clearly see a path ahead, but she couldn't go around it. She closed her eyes and finally said, What evidence do you have to prove that Gu Tian was adopted? Gu Yanran threw a document in a transparent plastic bag. I knew you would want evidence. I don't have your adoption document, but Gu Tian's adoption document was something my mommy told me to keep in the bank safety deposit box. Gu Ninji didn't hesitate to open it to see that it was an official adoption document in Japanese. There were also Mandarin and English translations. This is an adoption document handled by the Chiba Prefecture government in Japan. Your aunt, or rather, your aunt, Gu Tian, was adopted in Chiba Prefecture, Japan. She is Japanese. Gu Yanran finally finished the story and sat down to elegantly take a sip of water. Gu Ninji looked down at the adoption document carefully. She had taught herself Japanese before, so she knew katakana and hiragana. However, she hadn't reached the stage where she could read legal documents. She had read the Mandarin and English translations several times and confirmed that there were no problems. Gu Ninji showed the adoption document to Xie Zhao. Mr. Xie, look at the adopted person on this document. Is it your wife, Gu Tian? Xie Zhao also read it carefully. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that the person on the document was indeed his wife, Gu Tian. So he had unknowingly married a Japanese woman, and Xie Qingying was half Japanese. Not only did Xie Zhao's face turn pale, but even Xie Qingying covered her mouth. The Xies had ancestral teachings that forbade them from marrying a Japanese person to mess up their bloodline. And you, Gu Ninji, you might be a complete Japanese. Ha ha ha! Gu Yanran laughed heartily. This was the happiest day she had been in so many years. All the sufferings and pain from before seemed to have been rewarded at this moment. Gu Ninji, on the other hand, thought nervously as Gu Yanran laughed. Logically, she admitted that there were almost no loopholes in Gu Yanran's story. But emotionally, she refused to admit that Gu Yanran was telling the truth. Gu Xiangwen didn't give her the feeling of a father to an adopted daughter who was used as an experiment. Also, Gu Xiangwen's feelings for Gu Tian didn't seem like that of an older brother to a stepsister who was used as an experiment. Logical reasoning could stand on its own, but when compared to emotional expression, it didn't make sense at all. Gu Ninji picked up Gu Tian's Japanese adoption document and read it carefully again. Gu Tian's original name was actually Kasahara Tenko. Gu Yanran was getting impatient and chattered on the side. It's useless even if you read it 100 times. I didn't want to say it to save you some face. But you were so overbearing and kept pressuring me. You even froze my own bank account. Since you've done this, don't blame me for retaliating. Gu Ninji ignored her and quickly finished reading the Japanese adoption document. Then she looked at the 3 DNA verification documents. Hua Xiaoling had actually asked Shenlai to make these 3 DNA verification documents for her. Not only did he make a detailed comparison, but he also did DNA sequencing. The latter wasn't something a normal DNA verification agency would provide, but Hua Xiaoling was used to doing everything in detail so that the evidence was irrefutable. Therefore, he asked Chun Lai to do the DNA sequencing. Gu Nianji quietly flipped to the last page of the verification documents and read the summary of the DNA sequencing. Suddenly, her gaze froze as she stared at the DNA sequencing data listed by Chun Lai. Plaintiff, do you have anything else to say? The judge reminded Gu Nianji with some regret. The court couldn't waste any more time. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and said to the judge, "Please give me 5 minutes. I'll look up the information and give you an answer immediately." Gu Nianji remembered a piece of news she had seen not long ago. Although it was only a flash, it would be of great help to her case today. The judge looked at his watch. "Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes." It was only 5 minutes. Gu Yanran and Jean Wani didn't care. They could afford to wait. Jean Wani's heart was finally relieved when she used her final trump card. She looked at Gu Yanran with admiration. She didn't expect Gu Yanran to have this trick up her sleeve. It looked like she had been preparing for a long time. Otherwise, how could she even have Gu Tian's adoption papers? No matter how many times she said it, it wouldn't be as effective as a legal document like this. It would be great if she could have Gu Nianji's adoption papers. Jean Wani's hands were itching. Gu Nianji turned on her computer and began to quickly search for information. He Jichu couldn't bear to hear this from the public gallery. He got up and walked to Gu Nianji's side to remind her. He asked quietly, "What are you looking for?" Gu Nianji didn't even look up and opened the page for He Jichu to see. He Jichu originally wanted to give Gu Nianji some other hints, but when he saw the information she found in Gu Yanran's superfluous adoption papers, he couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, do what you want." He Jichu slowly returned to the public gallery and sat down. Gu Nianji had already taken out the information she found and said to the judge, "Your Honor, can I borrow the projector again?" The judge nodded and asked someone to connect her to the projector. Gu Nianji opened the page she had just found and said, "Everyone, please take a look. This is the genetic map of East Asians obtained by the International Genetic Sequencing Organization." The projector displayed a column graph. East Asians have 3 main types of genetic makeup. O, M175, Asian gene. DYP, black dwarf gene. C, M130, brown dwarf gene. As for the Chinese among East Asians, which is the main ethnic group in the Huaxia Empire, they're the purest race in the world with only O, M175 Asian gene. As for the Japanese, they only have 54% OM175 Asian gene, 35% DYP black dwarf gene, and 9% C, M130 brown dwarf gene. Let's look at the DNA sequencing in these 3 DNA test reports. Gu Nianji took out her phone and scanned the page of the 3 DNA test reports. Everyone could see very clearly that Gu Tian's DNA sequencing does not have the DYP black dwarf gene and C, M130 brown dwarf gene unique to the Japanese. She only has the O, M175 Asian gene. Xie Qingying's DNA sequencing also does not have the DYP black dwarf gene and C, M130 brown dwarf gene unique to the Japanese. She only has the O, M175 Asian gene. This is my DNA sequencing. It also does not have the DYP black dwarf gene and C, M130 brown dwarf gene unique to the Japanese. She only has the O, M175 Asian gene. From this DNA sequencing, Gu Tian, Xie Qingying, and I do not have a unique Japanese genes. Therefore, the 3 of us cannot be Japanese. Of course, if you want to talk about nationality or naturalization, that is another matter. Let's look at the following. Gu Nianji played the DNA sequencing of Gu Yanran and her father. Do you see it? The DNA sequencing of Gu Yanran and her father clearly shows 54% M175 Asian gene, 35% DYP black dwarf gene, and 9% C, M130 brown dwarf gene. This is the same as the DNA sequencing of the International Genetic Organization. Therefore, only Gu Yanran and her father, who is in a vegetative state on the bed pretending to be Gu Xiangwen, are truly pure Japanese. Gu Yinji's clear voice was like a dose of good medicine. It lifted everyone's spirits. Although not many people have seen Gu Xiangwen in person, all the information shows that Gu Xiangwen is Chinese. He does not have Japanese genes. Therefore, Gu Yanran, you can save your story. The vegetative state on the bed that you use to pretend to be Gu Xiangwen is your biological father. He is Japanese, and you are also Japanese. Also, you can't cover up the truth just by telling it the other way around. If the story you just told was completely reversed, I believe it would not be far from the truth, right? Miss Kasahara Naoko? Gu Yanran looked at Gun Yinji like she was looking at a ghost. All the blood drained from her face in an instant. Her eyes were wide open, and her eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. Her legs trembled, and she slumped onto the chair. She could not believe that the evidence they had painstakingly prepared for so many years had been completely destroyed by Gun Yinji's DNA sequencing. This was the third chapter. It was a large chapter of 5,300 words, including the monthly tickets of 2,400 in advance. It could be counted as the fourth chapter today. I know that if I don't finish this plot, my dear friends will not be able to sleep tonight. Are you satisfied, dear friends? Moi. Hurry up and cast your monthly and recommendation votes. I've already added chapters in advance. Chapter 885. As soon as Gun Yinji finished speaking, the quiet courtroom erupted into a round of applause. The people in the gallery all stood up and clapped enthusiastically for Gun Yinji. It was as if she wasn't a lawyer defending herself, but a triumphant hero, a star on the stage. She used her outstanding abilities to win everyone's praise. In Shi Xiang shouted, "Yinji, good job." She managed to turn the tables around. How could she come back from death's door? When he heard Gu Yanran's flawless story, even In Shi Xiang, who knew the inside story, believed it. He still remembered his brain crashing for a moment. There was only one voice in his ears. Oh no, Yinji is Japanese. Leak, major leak. Then, like a stroke of genius, Gun Yinji used a specific piece of the Japanese genome to refute Gu Yanran's lies. In Shi Xiang finally felt alive again. Ma Chichi couldn't help whistling. Yinji, I love you. Song Jining, who had always been calm and composed, also smiled and loved Gun Yinji even more. Secretary Chow also stood up and clapped louder than anyone else. This time, he was determined to get Gun Yinji into the Secretariat of the Supreme Military Council. He couldn't miss out on a talent like her. He planned to write an internal reference for General Ji as soon as the hearing ended. Ji Chu didn't stand up, but his shimmering, sultry eyes stared at Gun Yinji. There was no one else but her in his eyes. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he looked at her intently. His eyes were very gentle. Xie Qingying was the one who felt the most relieved. She couldn't bear the possibility that she was Japanese. If she really was, she and her father would probably be banished by the Xies. Luckily, Gun Yinji was able to wash away Gu Yanran's slander with a few words. In that instant, Xie Qingying's feelings for Gun Yinji improved a lot. Xie Zhao was even more grateful and treated Gun Yinji like a relative. Even the spectators on Gu Yanran's side applauded. One of the bodyguards was so fascinated that he couldn't help clapping for Gun Yinji. Mrs. James, Gu Yanran's housekeeper, turned around and glared at the bodyguard. The bodyguard, who had forgotten himself, rubbed his nose and did not clap with her. The judge leaned back in his high-back chair and chuckled. After a while, he raised his hand to silence the applause from Gun Yinji's side and pretended to be stern. No noise in the courtroom. After a pause, he added, "Just this once." In Shi Xiang and the others laughed and sat down, no longer applauding. Jean Wani was so angry that she fell backwards. Gun Yinji had given her another fatal blow. This time, it was in a situation that she thought was foolproof. Did she have to avoid Gun Yinji every time she saw her in court? What are you talking about? What DNA sequencing? Gu Yanran's forehead was sweating profusely, and her entire body was trembling. Even her voice was trembling. She grabbed Jean Wani, who was next to her, like she was clutching on her last life-saving straw. She was extremely anxious. Wani quickly refute. Was she spouting nonsense? They're all Asians. How can there be such a difference? In terms of appearance, there was no difference between the Japanese and the Chinese at all. Gu Yinji flipped through Gu Tian's adoption document provided by Gu Yanran and twirled the paper with her hand. She smiled. This document is quite old. Looks like when you prepared this adoption document, DNA sequencing was far from what it is now. Or rather, people back then didn't know that Japanese people had their own DNA that was different from the main ethnic groups in the Huaxia Empire. That saying is right. Science and technology are the first productive forces. Gu Yinji was humorous. You have to keep up with the times, even if you want to scheme. Otherwise, the development of technology will expose you instantly. Look, isn't this a blatant example? Don't be so smug. Gu Yanran was exasperated. She could no longer maintain her poise and elegance. Like a cornered beast, she grabbed the defendant's chair and stood up again. You're lying. My father is Japanese. I didn't say your father wasn't Japanese. Look, the DNA sequencing has already proven it. Gu Yinji used a laser pointer to point at Gu Yanran and the vegetable's DNA sequence. I said my father, Gu Xiangwen, is Japanese. Gu Yanran almost shouted. So your inference is not valid. Oh, is that so? Gu Yinji was calm and spoke to Gu Yanran like she was playing with a cat or a dog. But Kevin Ku used the identity of a Chinese person when he published his thesis. Do you want me to show you how he was introduced in the top international magazines? Gu Yanran was so shocked she couldn't speak. Gu Yinji didn't give her any more time to think. She took a step forward and approached Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran, do you know why Gu Xiangwen can't be Japanese? It's because of this. Gu Yinji held up the so-called Japanese adoption document that Gu Yanran had given her. If she hadn't seen the Japanese adoption document, Gu Yinji wouldn't have been able to immediately connect the DNA sequencing results to race. However, the Japanese adoption document was like a bridge that connected two pieces of originally unrelated evidence in Gu Yinji's mind. In order to frame Gu Tian, you didn't hesitate to use this adoption document from Chiba Prefecture to prove that Gu Tian is Japanese and was adopted. What does this mean? This means that the Gus may have adopted a Japanese girl back then, because it would be too easy to find out if the adoption document was made up out of nothing. However, if it was just a false identity, it would be much easier to lie. Also, the adoption document has the nationality and race of the adopter. It's too late for you to say Gu Xiangwen is Japanese now. The adoption document issued by Japan's Xinjiang province clearly stated that the adopter was a Chinese, not a Japanese. This is the most powerful evidence. Gu Yanran was defeated by this detail. She collapsed on the chair, her expression blank and almost drooling. I'm guessing what you did back then. You must have used some means to change Gu Jing's adoption document to Gu Tian's name and identity. They should be around the same age and have the same blood type. That way, you only needed to bribe a small bureaucrat in Chiba Prefecture to change the name. You didn't even need to bribe him. You only needed to find an opportunity to say that Gu Jing changed her name, and you would be able to change her name openly. If you don't believe me, we can check with the Chiba Prefecture to see if Shizuko Kasahara requested to change her name. The adoption documents from 30 to 40 years ago were not standard. There were too many things that could be manipulated. After Gu Tian passed away and Gu Xiangwen got into trouble, you thought that you could use this method to exclude Gu Tian's family in order to replace my identity. That way, even if I found Gu Tian's family to testify for me, you could use this altered adoption document to slap me in the face. Isn't that right? This was why Gu Yanran was no longer afraid when she heard that Xie Zhao and Xie Qingying were witnesses. Instead, she was calm. But you didn't expect that with the development of technology, things like DNA sequencing and the human genome would appear. When I used DNA sequencing to prove that Gu Tian was definitely not Japanese, your lies fell apart. Then, the Japanese girl that the Gu family adopted must have been someone else. What you're using is the same method you used to deal with me. You're saying that all my experiences and identity are yours, and then you're planting your own experiences and identity on me. If the Gu family really adopted a Japanese girl back then, and this Japanese girl wasn't Gu Tian, then who is she? I think the answer is already obvious. The Gu family only had 2 daughters in the previous generation, Gu Tian and Gu Jing. If Gu Tian wasn't, then it could only be Gu Jing. Gu Jing was the Japanese girl that the Gu family adopted. Gu Nianji's words made Gu Yanran's face pale. Her face was full of fear and panic, as if she was mentally retarded. Gu Nianji reconstructed the entire incident in her mind. As she narrated, she organized the sequence of events. According to the defendant, Gu Yanran, many years ago, the Gu family gave birth to a daughter named Gu Tian. However, Gu Tian had a congenital disease. In order to treat her, the Gu family found a girl who could give her a bone marrow transplant. That girl was Shizuko Kasahara. For some reason, the Gu family adopted this Japanese girl and changed her name to Gu Jing. However, when Gu Tian and Gu Jing grew up and got married, Gu Jing left the Gu family when they needed Gu Jing's help. This was probably the reason why Gu Xiangwen didn't make it in time, even though he promised to save his sister. This happened 27 years ago. Because Gu Jing left, Gu Tian's bone marrow transplant failed, and she passed away early. And Gu Jing probably didn't have a good life after leaving the Gu family for a few years. She had an illegitimate daughter, the defendant, Gu Yanran. She probably couldn't continue living outside, heard that Gu Tian had died, or did it for her daughter. Anyway, she came back to the Gu family and Gu Xiangwen, begging him to adopt her. Gu Yanran's eyes narrowed when she heard that. Almost reflexively, she recovered from her daze and stood up to shout, "Nonsense! Gu Jing isn't my mommy." "I'm nonsense." "Then do you dare to do a DNA comparison test with Gu Jing? To see if you two are mother and daughter?" Gu Nianji snorted at Gu Yanran's cowardly act. As soon as Gu Yanran heard that she was going to do a DNA comparison test with Gu Jing, she became mute again. "Don't talk to me about Gu Jing's sister anymore. I don't believe it. If Gu Jing has a sister, and her illegitimate daughter can undergo a bone marrow transplant, then Gu Jing's sister can too. She might even be more suitable than Gu Jing. If that's the case, the Gu family will definitely adopt both of them and not just one. Do you know the theory that all eggs can't be put in the same basket? The truth is, the Gu family only adopted Gu Jing, which means only Gu Jing is suitable. If Gu Jing has a sister, then her sister is definitely not suitable. The possibility of her sister's child being suitable is even lower. Then, as Gu Jing's sister's illegitimate daughter, Gu Yanran couldn't be adopted. After all, Gu Xiangwen wasn't doing charity work or running an orphanage. But the truth was, other than Gu Jing, Gu Yanran was also adopted. According to Gu Yanran, it should be for the same reason. So there was only one reason that made sense now. Gu Yanran was Gu Jing's illegitimate daughter. This way, mother and daughter had the same genes, so they could help 2 generations of the Gu family's daughters match and undergo a bone marrow transplant. Gu Nianji came to this conclusion purely based on logical reasoning to prove that the so-called Gu Jing sister was a fake character that Gu Yanran made up at the last minute to cover up the loopholes. Gu Yanran panicked and only wanted to refute, but Gu Jing died many years ago. She was cremated, and her ashes were thrown into the sea. How are you going to test? Gu Nianji paused in surprise. You know Gu Jing's ashes were thrown into the sea? When did that happen? Gu Yanran immediately shut her mouth. Gu Nianji waited for a while. Seeing that Gu Yanran didn't continue, she didn't force her. She said calmly, "Actually, now that Gu Jing's identity is confirmed, it's much easier to investigate. Even if her ashes were thrown into the sea, she grew up in the Gu family." The Gu family was originally a well-to-do family in France, and they had the habit of visiting family doctors and dentists for their children. When we find Gu Jing's dentist and family doctor, what records do we need? Blood samples and dental records could all be backed up by family doctors and dentists. As long as they had these 2 things, wouldn't a DNA test be a matter of minutes? Gu Yanran's eyes flashed, and her murderous intent rose. Gu Nianji saw through her thoughts and shook her head. Enough, Gu Yanran. Don't think about killing everyone who knows your identity. There are so many people in the world, and there are many who know your and Gu Jing's identities. Can you kill them all? Gu Yanran looked at Gu Nianji like she had been struck by lightning. She hugged her head and shouted, "You're not human. You're not human. You're a ghost. You're a ghost." Otherwise, how could he be able to deduce so much about what had happened back then? This was the first update of 3,800 words. There were 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Monthly votes of 2,400 plus updates have been added yesterday. The second update at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to the leader, I am Rashi, for tipping 100,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to the leader, Fish G, for tipping 50,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to the leader, I am Xian, and Heaven's Beggar for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to the leader, Sing_Sing, for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you for your generous rewards. Chapter 886. Gu Nianji saw this and stepped forward to stand in front of Gu Yanran. She said loudly, "Yes, I am a ghost. I've come to seek revenge on behalf of those you've murdered." As soon as he said that, Gu Yanran actually screamed. She seemed to be unable to withstand the heavy pressure and fainted. Jean Wani quickly asked the judge, "Your Honor, my client was threatened by the plaintiff and fainted. Please find a doctor for us." The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. "In court, under the national emblem, you're saying I threatened her? There are so many people here. Tell me, what did I say to threaten her?" Jean Wani suppressed her anger and ignored Gu Nianji. She held the back of Gu Yanran's head and kept soothing her. Gu Yanran was only furious and quickly came to her senses. However, as soon as he saw Gu Nianji, he couldn't help but reveal a frightened expression. He didn't even dare to look Gu Nianji in the eye. Gu Nianji shrugged. "I've done too many shameful things. It's too late for regrets now." Gu Yanran woke up, so Gu Nianji continued to question her. Since the vegetative Gu Xiangwen on the bed was fake, where did the real Gu Xiangwen go? "Did you murder him?" "I didn't." Gu Yanran had completely broken down. "I didn't kill him. I didn't. She could only say these few words over and over again, her eyes staring blankly. Maybe it was because her dream of many years had been shattered, and she couldn't take it anymore. At this point, the trial could no longer continue, and there was no need for a retrial. For the sake of the Gu family's inheritance, Gu Yanran had created a fake Gu Xiangwen who had been in a vegetative state for 7 years. Moreover, this person was her biological father. Just this fact alone made Gu Nianji feel terrified. The judge combined all the evidence and the court records before finally pronouncing the verdict. Gu Nianji versus Gu Yanran for the inheritance. Because the owner of the property, Gu Xiangwen, has been missing for 7 years, the case should be considered dead. The court will use Gu Xiangwen's death as a reason to send a letter to the executor of Lawyer Vanderbilt's estate in America to inquire if Gu Xiangwen's will is in Vanderbilt's estate. If there is, please disclose it to the court. At the same time, freeze all the assets of the Gu family and announce to the world that Gu Xiangwen is dead. After 6 months, if there are no objections, Gu Nianji will inherit all the remaining assets of the Gu family. On the other hand, Gu Yanran was involved in Gu Nianji's accident in Germany and was suspected of murder. She was also involved in the murder of the entire Gu family in Barbados, so Gu Nianji reported her again. Not only was she stripped of her inheritance rights, but she was also imprisoned by the court. Of course, it was also because the Special Operations Forces had discovered that she was in close contact with the Japanese, so there was no way they would let her go. Jean Wani watched the dejected Gu Yanran being taken away by the bailiff. Her heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. Gu Yanran would definitely not receive the rest of the payment from her lawyer. Gu Yanran had nothing left, and it was very likely that she would be charged with murder. The bodyguards, housekeepers, and accountants who served Gu Yanran were also dumbfounded. If their employer was taken away just like that, how were they going to survive? These people ran out, hoping that Gu Yanran would give them an explanation. In the blink of an eye, half of the people in the courtroom had fled. Gu Yinji sat in the plaintiff's seat. Her heart, which had been beating wildly all day, finally calmed down. This trial had been like running a marathon. Gu Yinji had also reached the limits of her physical and mental strength. She had been full of herself when she was criticizing Gu Yanran earlier, but now that the case was over, her energy was gone. She realized that her legs were so sore that she couldn't even walk. She could only sit there and pretend to be packing as she greeted her own people. The first person to walk over was Secretary Chow. He shook Gu Yinji's hand enthusiastically and was very excited. "Yinji, today was even more exciting than the previous few times. I didn't misjudge you. Study hard and contact me when you have time. Let's talk about your future after graduation. How about that?" Gu Yinji didn't expect Secretary Chow to actually want to recruit her. Although she had never thought about working in the military after graduation, this was undoubtedly a very good opportunity. She nodded politely and said politely, "Thank you, Secretary Chow. I'll contact you when I have time." After Secretary Chow left, Song Jining walked over and patted Gu Yinji's head. She was very fond of her. "Yinji, the lawsuit is over. What's your next plan? I recently bought a house. Why don't you come over for a meal with Xiaoheng when you have time?" Gu Yinji's face froze from smiling. She nodded repeatedly. Sure. I'll go when I have time." Song Jining praised her again. "You have a very good memory. You're very adaptable." The complete genetic map of East Asians was only released the day before yesterday. It was only mentioned in an inconspicuous place on the news. I didn't expect you to actually see it. Not only did she see it, but she also remembered it. She could even link it to her lawsuit and use the data to convince Gu Yanran's side that they had lost. Gu Yinji was embarrassed by the compliment. She whispered, "I just happened to see that piece of news." Actually, she had seen people arguing under that piece of news on the internet. In the end, everyone had asked questions about the Japanese race. As a child online, Gu Yinji had watched the whole process with great interest. That was why she remembered it clearly. When Gu Yanran superfluously took out a Japanese adoption document and claimed that Gu Tian and Gu Yinji were both Japanese, it ignited Gu Yinji's memory. It also made her connect that piece of news to the DNA sequencing data in her DNA report. The DNA sequencing data in the report only showed the percentages of various gene segments. It didn't say what the percentages represented. That was because the complete genetic map of East Asians hadn't been completed when Chun Lai did the sequencing. After the complete genetic map of East Asians was completed, everyone discovered that the majority of the Huaxia Empire, the Chinese, had 95% 175 Asian genes. They were truly pure Asians. The Mongolians weren't the representatives of Asians. The Chinese were. It was this piece of news that made Gu Yinji's blood boil. It left a deep impression. Song Jining discussed a few more genetic issues with her before leaving in satisfaction. Xie Zhao and Xie Qingying walked over to thank her. "Yinji, this is my business card. You must call me when you have time. No matter what, I'm your uncle, and Qingying is your cousin. She's your only family." Xie Zhao already considered himself Gu Yinji's elder. This was the only relative of his beloved wife, Gu Tian. Without her parents, Xie Zhao felt like he was part of Gu Yinji's family. Xie Qingying also gave Gu Yinji a business card. Holding her hand, she said, "Yinji, I'll go to your school in 2 days. Let's go have dinner together and get to know each other better." "Okay, cousin." Gu Yinji smiled sweetly at Xie Qingying. She turned and nodded at Xie Zhao. "Thank you, uncle." After Xie Zhao and Xie Qingying left, Yin Shixiang walked over with a smile and knocked on her desk. "Yinji, you're quite a big shot. You didn't even move when Secretary Chow was talking to you." Gu Yinji could only smile bitterly. She was too embarrassed to tell Yin Shixiang that her legs were so weak that she couldn't stand. Ma Chichi smiled and pushed Yin Shixiang away. "What are you talking about? Our Yinji is the best. Aren't you treating them like outsiders by sitting there talking? Gu Nianji laughed and chased him away. Go. You guys go back first. I'll leave after I finish packing. In Shixiang was also in a hurry to go back and report. He knew Gu Nianji had come with Yijichu. Then we'll go first. Go back and call Hua Xiao. The lawsuit was over, so Hua Xiaoheng didn't need to avoid suspicion anymore. Gu Nianji still said the same thing. Okay. I'll call when I'm free. In Shixiang and Ma Qiqi also left. The junior assistant from the Senate looked at Gu Nianji and walked over to praise her. You're really amazing. Good luck. Then he turned to leave. Only Gu Nianji and Yijichu were left in the empty courtroom. Yijichu finally walked over slowly and knelt down on one knee in front of her. He didn't ask her and pressed her knee gently with one hand. It was as if he knew she couldn't stand. Gu Nianji looked at Yijichu in shock. Professor, are your legs so weak that you can't stand? Yijichu asked calmly. Gu Nianji nodded. How did you know? I've had this kind of experience before. Yijichu's voice was a bit erratic. It was that day when he watched Gu Nianji drive away in a car, right in front of his eyes. Looking back that time exhausted all of his energy. He fell to the ground and sat in a wheelchair for 6 months. Gu Nianji's injuries weren't as serious as his, but they were the same. As Yijichu massaged Gu Nianji's knees and calves, Gu Nianji told him about the case. Professor Gu Yanran was able to do so many things over such a long period of time. I think there's at least a team behind her. Of course. Yijichu analyzed casually. Think about it. Where did she transfer the Gu family's money to? Whoever profited the most was the biggest suspect. This was a very simple cause and effect relationship, and it had been proven many times in tracking crimes. You mean the Japanese Angels on Earth charity organization? What do you think? Who else? Gu Nianji had already thought about it. Professor I want to entrust your American law firm to be my representative to pursue the $15 billion that Gu Yanran defrauded from the Japanese Angels on Earth charity organization. Yijichu laughed when he heard that. He raised his hand to rub Gu Nianji's head. You have a good plan. Did I teach you that? It's common sense. Gu Nianji's eyelashes fluttered, and she was also a bit mischievous. Everyone in the world knows that the Americans are the Japanese's daddy. So when it comes to collecting debts, daddy has to step in to get twice the result with half the effort. If she was the one fighting this lawsuit, the Japanese would be much more likely to look down on her. Because to make the Japanese organization and bank cough up the huge amount of money, the Americans really had to step in. Yijichu nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll call them when I get back and tell them that I got them a big deal. The subject matter was $15 billion. How can that be a big deal? Gu Nianji's plan was to pursue the money donated to the Japanese charity organization and have the American law firm step in. As for pursuing the money donated to Prime Minister Tan, Gu Nianji planned to ask Yijichu to send a lawyer's letter. She didn't believe that Prime Minister Tan and his wife would dare to fight a lawsuit against her while they were being impeached. Yijichu massaged Gu Nianji's knees for a long time before Gu Nianji could stand up with the help of the table. However, it was still very difficult for her to walk on her own. Yijichu simply held her arm and half supported and half carried her out. Walking out of the courthouse, Gu Nianji immediately saw a Hongqi sedan with military plates parked on the side of the street in front of the courthouse. It wasn't the one that Xie Zhao and Xie Qingying had taken that morning. It was a license plate that she hadn't seen before. She was just wondering if it was Hua Xiaoheng when she saw the car door open and Zhao Yangzi get out. He waved at Nianji. Nianji, I specially came to pick you up. As he spoke, he gave her a look to indicate that Hua Xiaoheng was sitting in the car. This was the 3,400 words of the second chapter. Oh, there were 2 chapters today. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 887. A bulletproof black sedan with a red flag was quietly parked on the side of the road. The trees on the side of the road stretched out their bare branches, slanting against the blue sky and white clouds. The dusky yellow sunset of the imperial capital in winter was a round duck egg yolk hanging in the sky. The rays of the setting sun were like a thin blanket, covering the ordinary-looking red flag sedan. However, the red flag sedan had its own aura. When it appeared in the imperial capital, it was often more eye-catching than those world-class luxury cars worth millions. Gun Yinji looked at the motionless red flag sedan and gritted her teeth as she stood up. Her legs were so weak that they were about to float, but when she saw the car, she thought of the man in the car who was as immovable as a mountain. She didn't want to be looked down upon by him. Therefore, even though she was exhausted, she still instantly put on her armor and armed herself. Hijichu looked at Gun Yinji's change in expression coldly and sighed internally. "Yinji, what's wrong?" Zhao Liangzi walked over to them. "Is the lawsuit over?" Gun Yinji stood by the large iron gates of the courthouse and nodded. Her face was glaringly pale and drained of all color. Zhao Liangzi was more attentive than Yin Shixiao. As soon as he walked closer, he noticed Gun Yinji's strange behavior. Without batting an eyelid, he reached out his hand and held her right arm, shifting most of her body weight over to him. "Professor He, thank you for your trouble. We have some information to ask Yinji. Can you let her come with us first?" Zhao Liangzi asked politely to Hijichu, his eyes lingering on Hijichu's grip on Gun Yinji's left arm. Hijichu glanced at Gun Yinji and asked calmly, "Yinji, do you want to go with him?" If Gun Yinji didn't want to, Hijichu wouldn't let Zhao Liangzi take Gun Yinji away. Gun Yinji hesitated. She was indeed very tired today and didn't want to brush anyone off. She just wanted to go back to her dorm, soak in a hot bath, and sleep for a day and night. However, Gu Yanran's case had more implications than she had expected. Hua Xiaoheng was probably looking for her for official business. "I'll go for a bit and call Professor He when I come back tonight." Gun Yinji gave Hijichu a pleading look. Hijichu slowly let go of her and placed his hands behind his back. "Okay, go ahead. If you don't call me at 11 p.m., I'll call you until you get back to your dorm." He looked at his watch. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. Gun Yinji nodded gratefully. "Okay, Professor He. I'll be going now." Zhao Liangzi felt a weight on his hand. Gun Yinji's body seemed to have lost all strength. She was limp and looked like she would slide to the ground at any moment. What was going on? It was as if they had been marching in the army for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. Zhao Liangzi had always treated Gun Yinji like his own sister, so he didn't care to avoid arousing suspicion. He leaned forward slightly and bent over in front of Gun Yinji. "Yinji, come up." He was going to carry her. Gun Yinji couldn't have asked for more. Her legs really couldn't stand anymore. She didn't hesitate to lie on Zhao Liangzi's back and let him carry her. Hijichu silently watched Zhao Liangzi carry Gun Yinji to the red flag bulletproof car. His eyes were slightly worried. Zhao Liangzi opened the car door and put Gun Yinji down from his back. He watched her move into the car before closing the door and walking back to the front passenger seat. After closing the door, the people inside started the car. The square red flag bulletproof car sped away under the winter sun. Hijichu squinted at it for a while before walking alone to the courthouse's underground parking lot. He got out of the car and slammed on the accelerator. His car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The horsepower was instantly revved and the speed was off the charts. Gun Yinji got into the car and saw Hua Xiaoheng sitting on the other side of the back seat. His tall figure immediately made her feel like the car was too small. Actually, it was just her imagination. The car was actually very spacious. It wasn't any worse than those world-renowned luxury cars. She sat on the other side of the back door. There was still a seat's distance between her and Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng looked like he had just come out of the conference room. He was still wearing a crisp navy blue military uniform with a brown leather belt around his waist. It made his waist look strong and his shoulders even broader. On his feet was a pair of autumn and winter riding boots. His long legs filled the empty space in front of the seat. Gun Yinji carefully avoided his long legs and found a suitable place to sit. She tried her best not to get close to him. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He quietly watched Gun Yinji sit far away from him. His eyes lingered on her legs and his suit for a moment. She wore a long, slim coat that fell a little above her knees and revealed a section of her calves. Gu Nianji felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. She greeted him sheepishly. "Hua Xiao, what's up?" Hua Xiaoheng looked away and said dryly, "Drive." The driver was Hua Xiaoheng's orderly, Fan Jian. Soon, the red flag bulletproof car left the Imperial Capital High Court and drove to Gu Nianji's house in the Hepingli district. This was also the direction of her school. Gu Nianji discovered that the car was heading in the direction of her school. She relaxed and suddenly felt sleepy. When Gu Nianji woke up, she found that her vision was pitch black. She couldn't see anything. She panicked and felt a kind of absent-mindedness and nervousness, not knowing what day it was. A large hand patted her gently on the back at just the right time. Gu Nianji finally snapped back to reality. She found that she was leaning against a broad chest. Her hands were still holding on to someone's collar. She was curled up in someone's arms like a little baby. She immediately tried to push the person away. A low and soft laugh came from above her head. It was like a breeze blowing across the surface of the water, causing ripples. It was so good it was killing her. She remembered that before she fell asleep, she had gotten into Hua Xiaoheng's car. The chest she was using as a pillow was familiar and warm. Who else could it be but Hua Xiaoheng? Gu Nianji struggled to get off his lap. Hua Xiaoheng's hand closed around her. Gu Nianji couldn't move. She didn't dare move too much. Fan Jian and Zhao Yanzi were still in the front seat, right? Hua Xiaoheng saw that she wasn't moving. He held one of her hands and slid it across his face. It was like she was caressing his cheek. Of course, his skin wasn't as soft and smooth as a woman's, but the warmth and elasticity unique to men made Gu Nianji's palm heat up. She tried her best to calm herself down and said, "How did I fall asleep? Did I delay Hua Xiaoheng's business?" Hua Xiaoheng's hand paused. He didn't answer the question. Exhausted? She was indeed exhausted. After sleeping, Gu Nianji found that her symptoms didn't improve. They seemed to have gotten worse. "How long did I sleep?" 3 hours. This meant that it was already past 8 in the evening. Gu Nianji was embarrassed. "That long? Why didn't you wake me up?" "I asked little Zay and little Fan to go back." Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. "Go up. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" Gu Nianji was speechless. "Didn't you want to ask me about the situation?" Gu Nianji realized that she had been tricked again. Hua Xiaoheng didn't answer her. He opened the side door and got out. He bent over and carried Gu Nianji horizontally. He was so tall and strong that he walked steadily with her in his arms. Soon, the two of them went straight upstairs from the underground parking lot to the front door of the second-hand house Gu Nianji had bought. It was dark, and the neighbors' doors were tightly shut. Only light spilled out from the cracks in the door. Hua Xiaoheng carried Gu Nianji into her house and closed the door behind him. He also turned on the lights in the living room. Gu Nianji hadn't been here for a while, so it actually felt a bit unfamiliar. "I'll go turn on the water. You take a bath first. Come out for dinner after. It won't be too late to talk business after that." Hua Xiaoheng arranged everything so well that Gu Nianji couldn't find a chance to refuse. After all, he still had to talk business after a bath and dinner. Gu Nianji agreed and was carried to the bathroom by Hua Xiaoheng. He sat on the round stool in the bathroom. He filled the bathtub with water and sprinkled some rose essential oil and bath salts. A steaming bathtub of rose essential oil bath water was ready. Gu Nianji couldn't wait to soak in. Hua Xiaoheng closed the bathroom door and left. Gu Nianji used the bathroom wall to walk step by step to the side of the bathtub. She took off her clothes and flipped into the water. It was so comfortable that she closed her eyes. After the bath, Gu Nianji found that her strength had finally returned. Although her legs were still sore, they were no longer in a state where she couldn't walk. Gu Nianji changed into her two-piece pink coral cashmere bathrobe and wrapped her head up. She pushed open the bathroom door and walked out. The aroma of food wafted from the direction of the dining room. Gu Nianji practically followed the fragrance to find it. In the dining room, Hua Xiaoheng was sitting at the dining table with a newspaper in his hand. He was quietly flipping through it. His handsome face practically glowed under the light. Gu Nianji gulped and forced herself to look away. She looked at the dining table. There were 4 side dishes on the table. One was green stir-fried hollandaise beans. One was yellow shredded potatoes with vinegar. One was fried prawns with salt and pepper. And one was red shredded pork in Beijing sauce. There was a small plate of flatbread on the side for wrapping the shredded pork, green onions, and cucumber. In the middle was a blue and white porcelain soup bowl with a lid. She didn't know what kind of soup it was. Seeing her come in, Hua Xiaoheng opened the lid of the soup bowl. It was actually a very nourishing bowl of black-boned chicken ginseng, wolfberry, and mushroom soup. The soup was clear and fresh, and the taste was so delicious it could make one's eyebrows drop. Gun Yinji didn't hesitate to sit at the table and reach out to ladle a bowl of soup for herself. Hua Xiaoheng's expression didn't change as he said calmly, "Drink slowly. It's all yours. What's the rush?" Gun Yinji was so hungry that her stomach was rumbling. She completely ignored him and drank a bowl of soup first, then ladled another bowl before slowing down. She stirred the soup slowly with the blue and white porcelain spoon and raised her eyebrows. "This is the business matter Hua Xiao wanted to discuss with me. I said eat first, then talk about business." Hua Xiaoheng poured a small bowl of rice for her. Gun Yinji refused to eat, so Hua Xiaoheng poured another spoonful of soup for her. She only took it and ate the rice in the soup. On a winter night, eating a bowl of hot and fragrant rice in the soup could soothe one's internal organs that have been tense all day. "Why aren't you eating?" Gun Yinji ate a few mouthfuls and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng took the bowl and chopsticks and also started eating. His eating posture was very elegant and graceful. It was obvious that he had been carefully trained since he was young. It was completely different from his aggressive style of doing things. Gun Yinji's eating manners were also trained by Hua Xiaoheng. The two of them finished their meal very tacitly. The unfamiliarity and alienation between them seemed to have gradually faded away. Gun Yinji was happy for one moment, but she was secretly groaning in her heart. It was this kind of boiling a frog in warm water routine that made it impossible for her to refuse. When the day came that she was cooked, she would be at Hua Xiaoheng's whim. Routine, it was full of routines, including all the delicious food on the table. Gun Yinji swallowed a mouthful of saliva and got up to make a cup of pure tea for Hua Xiaoheng. She warmed half a cup of milk for herself and brought it over. Placing the tea in front of Hua Xiaoheng, Gun Yinji looked at him with a smile. Her smile was so sweet that it made people want to hug and take a bite. Hua Xiaoheng was also a bit surprised to see Gun Yinji's sweet smile and attentive behavior. He couldn't help but be wary. Tricks. Yinji also knew tricks. Gun Yinji smiled and raised her head. "Hua Xiao, can you tell me now?" But before Hua Xiaoheng spoke, Gun Yinji thanked him first. Thanks to Hua Xiao asking Brother Chun to do DNA sequencing. Otherwise, I would have failed miserably. Hua Xiaoheng calmly agreed. "I didn't think so much at the time. If you hadn't reminded us about the East Asian genetic map in court, I'm afraid we would have missed a lot of important clues." Thinking about the narrow victory this time, she couldn't help but think about the bone marrow matching transplant that Gu Yanran had mentioned. She frowned and held a cup of milk anxiously. "Hua Xiao, do you think what Gu Yanran said about the daughter of the Gu family having a genetic disease is true?" This is the first 3,700-word update. Oh, there are 2 updates today. Remind everyone of the recommendation votes and monthly votes. Let's do the 3rd update tomorrow, the 2nd update at 7 p.m. Moi. P.S. Thank you to the leader of the Guanghan Palace Master for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Wu AI Tang for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Bagel16 for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Luo Yudi for the 20,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Moi. Thank you to everyone for the generous rewards. Chapter 888. Hua Xiaoheng hadn't expected Gun Yinji to care about this. When he heard Gu Yanran's statement, he was most worried that Gun Yinji was really being used by Gu Xiangwen for treatment. After all, he and Xinlai were well aware of Gun Yinji's special constitution. However, Gu Yinji had cleverly used the East Asian genetic map to expose Gu Yanran's lies, and Hua Xiaoheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even now, he didn't want to think about what he should do if what Gu Yanran said was true. What hereditary disease? How could you believe someone like Gu Yanran, who's full of lies? Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head to take a sip of poo or tea. She even fooled herself. Gu Yinji wasn't convinced by Hua Xiaoheng. Her brows were still furrowed, and her delicate brows were furrowed into two faint arches. But there is some truth in what she said. Otherwise, how can I explain my aunt Gu Tian's death? In Gu Jing, Hua Xiaoheng leaned back in the dining room's high-back chair, his eyes quietly sweeping over Gu Yinji's gloomy face. Lowering her head, she picked up the newspaper she had been reading earlier and said, "Why exactly did the Gus adopt Gu Jing and Gu Yanran? The reason is still open to debate. You won't believe everything Gu Yanran says, will you?" Gu Yinji's heart skipped a beat. She took a big gulp of milk and said contentedly, "What Hua Xiao means is that the Gus adopted Gu Jing and Gu Yanran might not necessarily be to treat their daughter's illness. What kind of disease needs to be treated by adopting someone else's child?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look up as he flipped another page of the newspaper. "At least I've never heard Chunlai mention such a strange illness. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Just because Brother Chun doesn't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Gu Yinji was more stubborn about this matter. Although Gu Yanran often lied, Gu Yinji felt that this question made sense, so she chose to believe Gu Yanran. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at her. Gu Yinji's pretty little face was tense, and her serious expression made Hua Xiaoheng laugh. "Yes, you're right. I was narrow-minded." Hua Xiaoheng actually admitted his mistake gently. Gu Yinji froze for a moment and stared at him unblinkingly with her large, hazy eyes for a long time. "What's wrong? Can I make a mistake?" Hua Xiaoheng picked up his teacup and took another sip. "Our colleagues in the revolutionary team are all good at criticizing and self-criticizing. Gu Yinji, this official tone, TSK, TSK. All right, if what Gu Yanran said is the truth, then why don't we think about it this way? Why adopt a Japanese girl to treat the daughter of the Gu family?" After all, Hua Xiaoheng was in the intelligence field. He considered problems from a deeper and more detailed perspective than others. Gu Yinji was stunned. This was indeed an angle she hadn't considered. "Are you saying that Gu Jing, Shizuko Kasahara, has something special about her that made the Gu family insist on adopting her?" Gu Yinji's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. She was like a person walking alone in a tunnel who suddenly saw a glimmer of light shining through the hole. Hua Xiaoheng saw that Gu Yinji quickly found the right direction and praised her. "Smart." However, Gu Yinji thought about it for a while and said, "But if we want to know why Gu Jing was adopted, we have to first know what kind of genetic disease the daughter of the Gu family has. I think this is the starting point of all the problems." So in the end, it still came back to the genetic disease that she had been thinking about. Hua Xiaoheng sighed internally. This little girl had really grown up and was not easy to fool. "I think you can discuss this with Chunlai." Hua Xiaoheng put away the newspaper and placed it on the dining table. "He must be very happy to help you search for information without eating or sleeping." Chunlai was a medical fanatic. Gu Yinji smiled and nodded. "Okay, then I'll call Brother Chun when I get back and discuss this issue. Just calling won't be enough. You'll have to go there yourself." Hua Xiaoheng's fingers lightly tapped on the dining table. "Chunlai will definitely do a full physical examination for you." "No problem," Gu Yinji answered readily. Thinking of her terrifying self-healing ability, Gu Yinji felt that it must have something to do with the Gu daughter's genetic disease. "You can ask Xie Zhao about Gu Tian's situation. He has a very good impression of you now," Hua Xiaoheng reminded Gu Yinji calmly. Gu Yinji replied with an "oh," and suddenly realized something. "That's right. I should get Gu Tian's medical record first and compare it with my own physical condition. That way I can better understand this genetic disease." Hua Xiaoheng only reminded her that it's best if you come to the special ops headquarters every weekend. That way, Chunlai can follow up on your physical condition. "Okay, As long as Brother Chun says it's necessary, I'll definitely go. Gu Nianji only wanted to find out what the Gu daughter's disease was as soon as possible. She didn't want to face this same situation herself. After clearing the dishes, Gu Nianji came out of the kitchen and looked at her watch. It was already past 10 p.m. Hua Xiao, please take me back to the dormitory. She stood at the door with her laptop bag. Although she was wearing a coat, she didn't look bloated and still had a beautiful figure. Hua Xiaoheng didn't ask her to stay. He stood up as well. You're okay now? I'm fine. Gu Nianji spun around. I was really tired when the trial ended, but after a good night's sleep, a bath, and some food, I've already recovered. Hua Xiaoheng took her out of the room. When they entered the elevator, Hua Xiaoheng patted her head and smiled. You're so energetic. You're completely different from your aunt, Gu Tian. Have you ever thought that maybe you don't have this disease? Really? But I heard it's hereditary. Of course, Gu Nianji hoped that she didn't, but the power of hereditary disease was too terrifying. She didn't dare to underestimate it. Or maybe your father cured you. Hua Xiaoheng thought to himself, but didn't say it out loud. He only thought about it. At 11 p.m., Hua Xiaoheng dropped Gu Nianji off at the B University female graduate student dormitory. Thank you for driving me back, Hua Xiaoheng. You're welcome. Hua Xiaoheng opened the car door for her. Go back and have a good rest. I'll pick you up at the base this weekend. Okay. Gu Nianji agreed obediently and waved as she watched Hua Xiaoheng's car slowly drive into the darkness. The long day was finally over. Gu Nianji patted her chest and turned to walk up the stairs. A red spark lit up next to the pitch-black door of the dormitory. Gu Nianji then noticed someone standing there. He lit his cigarette, and the sparks illuminated the person's silhouette. It was He Zhichu. He Zhichu was actually waiting for her here. Gu Nianji thought about what He Zhichu had said when they parted in the afternoon and couldn't help feeling lucky that she returned on time. Professor He? She walked up the stairs and called out softly. He Zhichu walked out of the darkness and shook off his loneliness. When he saw Gu Nianji, a rare smile appeared on his aloof face. You're back? Not bad. Hua Xiaoheng kept his word. Gu Nianji pouted. I was the one who kept my word. What does this have to do with Hua Xiaoheng? Professor, he doesn't trust me. He Zhichu glanced at Gu Nianji and smiled with the cigarette in his hand. He knew very well that if Hua Xiaoheng didn't plan on letting Gu Nianji return on time, she wouldn't be able to leave even if she wanted to. However, he didn't need to let Gu Nianji know this. It's good that you're back, he said vaguely. It's late. Go up and rest. We'll talk tomorrow. Gu Nianji covered her mouth and yawned. Thank you, Professor He. I'll go up now. He Zhichu stood at the lobby door and watched Gu Nianji's back disappear into the elevator. He walked down the stairs alone and stood under the tree in front of the dormitory for a while with a cigarette in his hand. The lights in Gu Nianji's dormitory room lit up and then went off again. He Zhichu left alone. After Hua Xiaoheng left B University, he went straight to the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Hua Xiao. In Shixiang had been waiting for him to return. Hua Xiaoheng led him into his office and signaled for him to close the door. What's the situation? In Shixiang quickly stood at attention. Reporting to Chief. You've watched the trial video, right? Yes. Hua Xiaoheng sat down behind his desk. You sit too. Thank you, Chief. In Shixiang sat across from him. Hua Xiao. You've probably watched the trial, so I won't say more. In Shixiang focused on General Ji and Speaker Long's movements. Secretary Chao attended 3 of the 4 trials and was full of praise for Nianji. At the end of today's trial, Secretary Chao specifically reminded Nianji that he's trying to recruit her. Hua Xiaoheng turned on his computer with a half-smile. Military Secretariat? Secretary Chao really thinks highly of Nianji. Of course, the Military Secretariat is the most trusted place by the higher-ups. Many political commissars graduated from there. In Shixiang knew that the Military Supreme Council Secretariat was one of the best in the entire military system. But Nianji might not be willing to go. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head, and she might not pass the background check. Hua Xiaoheng had used a little trick to force General Ji to give them the green light and hastily end Gu Nianji's background check, so he could successfully marry her. But if Gu Nianji wanted to enter the Military Supreme Council's secretariat, the background check couldn't be rushed. In Shixiang also thought of this problem and said with lingering fear, "That was so close." I got goosebumps when Gu Yanran said Nianji was Japanese today. Nianji is definitely not Japanese. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't worried about this. She is Chinese, but she's not a native citizen of our country. In terms of nationality, she should be considered a foreigner and then naturalized as a citizen of the Huaxia Empire. They were discussing Gu Nianji's future after graduation when a voice came from outside the door. "Report. What is it?" Hua Xiaoheng turned on the intercom. Zhao Yang's voice came from the other end. "Gu Yanran is making a fuss and wants to see her father. The people at the detention center are asking if we can agree." The vegetable they thought was Gu Xiangwen was still in Chun Lai's intensive care unit. Hua Xiaoheng frowned when he remembered that she was only Japanese. "Have Chun Lai write out a receipt for Gu Yanran's father's medical expenses and send it to Gu Yanran." He agreed to let Gu Yanran visit her father. Zhao Yangza agreed loudly and went to pass the message to Chun Lai. In Shixiang asked quietly, "Hua Xiao, are you really letting Gu Yanran visit her father? Didn't she have a mental breakdown? How can she still remember to visit her father?" "Not interested." Hua Xiaoheng only gave the order to Chun Lai. That night, Gu Yanran's comatose father was transferred from the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces to a normal hospital in the imperial capital. The next day, Gu Yanran was escorted by several female police officers to the hospital to visit her father. When she got out of the prison van, she looked at the main entrance of the normal hospital and said in surprise, "My father isn't here? Shouldn't he be in the Special Intensive Care Unit of the Special Operations Forces headquarters? He was transferred here yesterday." The female police officer gave her directions without batting an eyelid. "It's cheaper here." Gu Yanran pursed her lips and followed the female police officer into the hospital. There was an even thinner and weaker man lying in the simple ward. Gu Yanran walked to the side of the bed expressionlessly. Looking at the man's face, Gu Yanran thought of her childhood, which was always accompanied by hunger, as well as the beatings and insults. Gu Yanran closed her eyes and burst into tears. Her mother had taken her to escape from this man and come to the Gu family. To her, it was like coming from hell to heaven. She shouldn't have asked for more. But when she saw a little girl living like a little princess in heaven and a father who spoiled her so much, how could there be such a good father in the world? Why wasn't such a good father her own father? She couldn't balance the extreme and jealousy in her heart. So when the opportunity came, she didn't hesitate to seize it. Perhaps she was no different from the evil man lying in the hospital bed. What was the use of this person now? It was time for him to die. Gu Yanran turned to leave the hospital and said to the female police officer, "I don't have any money. You guys can pull out his tubes." Pulling out the tubes on a vegetable was euthanasia. Gu Yanran was this man's biological daughter, so she had a certain degree of authority to say that. But now was not the time for her to make the call. Hua Xiaoheng and the others were sending people to Chiba Prefecture in Japan to find out the ins and outs of how Shizuko Kasahara was adopted. This was the second 3,800-word update. Oh, there were 2 updates today. Remind everyone of the recommendation votes and monthly votes. We'll do the 3rd update tomorrow, moi. Chapter 889. 2 field agents from the Special Operations Forces arrived at Chiba County in Japan and found the location written on the adoption document. This was a very quiet street. Neat courtyards with black roofs and white walls stood on both sides of the straight asphalt road. There were cherry blossom trees planted by the roadside. Their leaves had all fallen off, leaving only bare branches. First, they went to the Kasahara family written on the adoption document. But when he found the house number, the sign on the door didn't say Kasahara House, but Feita House. An old man with snow-white hair pulled open the paper door and smiled at them. "Who are you looking for?" Of course, he spoke in Japanese. These 2 Special Operations Forces field personnel had been stationed in Japan for a long time, But today they were there as Huaxia Imperial Court staff to gather information. May I ask if this place used to be called the Kasahara family? The Kasahara family? Oh, they sold us the house. Moved away. Do you know where they moved to? Do you have business with the Kasahara family? No one has been looking for them for many years. It's like this. We have some things to ask the Kasahara family. We want to see if they remember that there was a girl called Shizuko Kasahara in their family. Shitsi? You mean the little girl from the Kasahara family? It's been many years. She even came to my house for a meal when she was young. And then? Didn't she die later? The two field agents. The Kasahara family has no one left. Their family had committed a sin. He deserved it. That's why you shouldn't do anything that's against your conscience. That's her grandfather's fault. What does it have to do with her? You're just spouting nonsense. A middle-aged man next to the old man interjected as he was very dissatisfied with the old man's nonsense. That's why I said that we shouldn't do anything against our conscience. The old man insisted on his point of view and said to the two field agents, I remember Shizuko from the Kasahara family. I'm afraid I'm the only one who remembers her in the entire street. After so many years, those who have left and those who have died, only I, this old woman, still remember her. The two field agents perked up and quickly took out their court IDs. We're here to collect evidence for a lawsuit. I heard that Shizuko Kasahara is dead. He's dead. He's been dead for more than 10 years. Shizuko was adopted when she was young, and she left us. We all said that she went to enjoy life. The old man muttered without looking at the IDs of the two field agents. But after more than 10 years, she came back with a big belly and followed a man who was like a gangster. Did you say that Shizuko Kasahara came back? Yes, I came back. She had a younger daughter. Her name was Ranzi. She took her surname because the man was a bastard and refused to marry her. Even if she worked 3 jobs, she still wouldn't be enough for that man. The old man sighed. Later on, she fell ill. I don't know what illness it was, but I heard from the doctor that it was incurable. The man was afraid of being infected, so he ran away. Shizuko said that she couldn't let her daughter become an orphan. She wanted to take her to someone to adopt her. After saying this, the old man was silent for a long time. The two field agents did not even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that they would disturb the old man's recollection. This was very rare first-hand information. In order to prevent the other party from deceiving them, they also carefully recorded it with pinhole cameras and sent it back to the Huaxia Special Operations Forces headquarters. In the central control room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters, Xiaohong, Zhao Liangzi, and Yin Shixiang watched the two field agents work at almost the same time. What happened after that? Didn't she find a way to treat it? There was no cure. I don't know what illness it was, but the doctor said it was incurable. She left for half a year and then came back. The old man stood up shakily and pointed to a small house in the corner of the courtyard. She died here. The two field agents stood up and walked around the small house. They asked tentatively, "Can we go in and take a look?" "Go ahead, there's nothing left inside." The old man waved his hand. It's rare that someone still remembers her. Other than her daughter, no one else came to see her. The two field agents stopped and looked at each other. Her daughter came here too? Of course. I remember it was 6 or 7 years ago when she came here to pay her respects. I brought her to see her mother's memorial tablet, urn. The old man stood in front of the paper door and stared blankly at the gray sky. The blue Tokyo Bay was not far away. The wind blew from the sea, bringing with it the smell of the sea, so it was not very cold there. Immediately after, the old man brought the two field agents to see Gu Jing, Shizuko Kasahara's memorial tablet. A memorial tablet was placed on top of the rectangular altar table. It looked like an antique little house, and there was an incense burner in front of the memorial tablet. There was a large black and white photo behind the memorial tablet. That should be Shizuko Kasahara or Gu Jing, because the woman looked very similar to Gu Yanran. Is this really Shizuko Kasahara's ashes? The two field agents were very surprised that things had gone so smoothly. It seemed like the other party had not expected anyone to investigate this place. Is this really Shizuko Kasahara? Yes. Open it if you don't believe me. The old man did not understand why not. When she was cremated, all the neighbors came. Oh, right, when she died, it was our family who organized her funeral. She had been living with her grandfather since she was young, so she became an orphan when her grandfather passed away. She was adopted later. Shizuko Kasahara's grandfather? Yes, her grandfather's name was Shiro Kasahara. When he brought Shizuko here, she was still a baby. His son had died, and he only had this daughter left. After that, he died of illness, and Shizuko was adopted. Then Shizuko Kasahara also died, and the entire Kasahara family died. There was no one left. What a sin. At this point, the old man was a little uneasy and sneaked a glance at the two field agents. When they looked over, she quickly averted her gaze. The two field agents looked normal and expressed their regret. We thought we could find some clues. Because Miss Shizuko's daughter is in a lawsuit, we need some information about Miss Shizuko. But she only has ashes, and we can't do a DNA test. We can't confirm her identity. Oh, then how can we do a DNA test? The old man asked curiously. Is it something that can prove one's identity? Like blood, hair, bone marrow, bodily fluids, and so on. The two field agents looked at the memorial tablet and smiled bitterly. Of course, they couldn't do a DNA test with ashes. I see. The old man thought for a while and seemed to have made up his mind. I have a strand of hair that Miss Shizuko cut for me before she passed away. You guys, the two field agents were ecstatic. If it's convenient, please give us a strand of hair. No problem. I'll give you 10 strands of hair. The old man smiled and went into the house to look for something that Shizuko Kasahara had left behind. Not long after, the old man came out with a small pouch. There are 10 strands of Shizuko's hair here. Take it. The two field agents quickly took it. Seeing that the old man was familiar with Shizuko Kasahara, they asked, Then, do you remember that Miss Shizuko wanted to change her name? Change her name? I can't help you with that. You can go to the district office and ask. They have all the information. The old man enthusiastically gave them directions and personally sent them to the door. The two field agents expressed their gratitude. The old man suddenly bowed 90 degrees to them and said, I'm really sorry. It's unforgivable to do something like that to your country. The two field agents' hearts skipped a beat. They thought that the old man had seen through them. Their brains almost stopped working. However, after the old man finished speaking, she closed the paper door and didn't come out again. The two of them looked at each other at the door. This kind of inexplicable shock was very suitable for their identities, so the old man didn't suspect anything. After leaving the old house of the Kasahara family, the two of them went to the district office in Chiba Prefecture and asked to check the adoption records from that year. As expected, the person who was adopted was Shizuko Kasahara. However, after 3 to 4 years, someone asked them to change the adoption records to Shizuko Kasahara. The reason was that Miss Shizuko had changed her name. The original adoption record from that year were covered in dust in a pile of old papers. There were still traces of smearing on them. The video recording of the two field agents ended. In the central control room of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Hua Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Yangzi were all frowning and deep in thought. The field agent's trip to Chiba Prefecture in Japan had not obtained much information, but it wasn't a small amount either. At least they had brought back 10 strands of Gu Jing's hair. They could immediately do a DNA test with Gu Yanran. This way, they could further confirm Gu Yanran's identity. However, they still didn't seem to understand why Shizuko Kasahara was adopted. Hua Xiaoheng sat in front of the computer and pondered. He opened the search engine and typed in Chiba Prefecture, Shiro Kasahara, and Shizuko Kasahara. Not long after, the information and photos that popped up on the search engine made Hua Xiaoheng's eyebrows twitch. What is it, Hua Xiao? Yin Shixiang noticed that Hua Xiaoheng's expression was strange and quickly came over to take a look. One look, and he couldn't help but gasp. This is Shiro Kasahara, Shizuko Kasahara's grandfather, and Gu Yanran's maternal great-grandfather. Is it really the same person? I think I discovered something incredible. In Shixiang was shocked behind Hua Xiaoying. Zhao Liangzi also came over to take a look and almost held his breath. Does the Gu family know that Shizuko Kasahara, whom they adopted, is Shiro Kasahara's granddaughter? It's hard to say. Hua Xiaoheng closed the page calmly. This matter isn't that simple. The Chiba Prefecture government in Japan at least had a hand in forging Shizuko Kasahara's identity. This was because the name Shiro Kasahara had never appeared on Shizuko Kasahara's adoption documents. When the name Shiro Kasahara appeared in his search results, it was associated with the name of a notorious biochemical unit in Japanese history. Shiro Kasahara was a scientist in the biochemical unit. He was the military doctor in charge of the virus squad. But why did the other party seem to be unprepared? They revealed the information just like that. Is it really not a trap? Zhao Liangzi was a bit suspicious. Hua Xiaoheng was also trying to figure it out. He felt that the other party seemed to have nothing to fear when it came to Gunyinji. In reality, the other party's plan was indeed flawless. If Gunyinji hadn't been saved by Hua Xiaoheng 7 years ago, therefore, the other party must have missed out on one point, which was that Gunyinji wasn't dead. This was the first update, and today was the third update. A reminder for the recommendation votes and monthly votes at 1 p.m. The monthly vote was 2,700 plus the update. At 7 p.m., the third update. Mwax. P.S. Thank you to the leader of the league, Bookworm 168, for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwax. Chapter 890. From the looks of it now, Gu Xiangwen must have been targeted a long time ago. Hua Xiaoheng finally understood why Gu Xiangwen suddenly went into seclusion after his sister, Gu Tian, passed away and carefully erased his traces to prevent others from tracking him. Perhaps he finally realized there was a problem at that time. Zhao Liangzi and In Shixiang discussed with Hua Xiaoheng for a while, but in the end, they had too little information. They could only see if they could get some information from Gu Yanran. A few days later, the field agent who went to Chiba County in Japan returned with 10 strands of Gu Jing's hair. Chunlai immediately did a DNA comparison and DNA sequencing at the same time. The results were ideal. The DNA from the 10 strands of hair confirmed that Gu Yanran was mother and daughter, and the person was also Japanese. This meant that Gu Yanran's parents were confirmed. Gu Ninji's conclusion in court was purely based on reasoning, but they still needed concrete evidence to prove the case. Hua Xiaoheng helped Gu Ninji close the last loophole in her defense and ensure that Gu Yanran would never be able to reverse the verdict in the future. The metal door of the detention center opened with a bang, and the glaring light made Gu Yanran shiver. She curled up in the corner of the small bed in the detention center room, her eyes blank as she looked at someone calling her from the door. "Number 38, come out." Number 38 was Gu Yanran's number in the detention center. She slowly got off the bed and moved out of her small room. When she sat down in the interrogation room, she saw 2 police officers take out a photo and ask her, "Gu Yanran, is this your mother, Gu Jing? That is Shizuko Kasahara?" Gu Yanran looked up and stared blankly at the photo. Then her eyes froze. The woman in the photo looked so unfamiliar, yet so familiar. It was a face that she was familiar with. The features were almost identical to Gu Yanran's, but the expression was completely different. It was the mother in her memory. If she remembered correctly, she had gone to Chiba County in Japan 7 years ago to pay her respects. She had seen this photo in front of the coffin. At this point, she couldn't deny it even if she wanted to. Gu Yanran covered her face with her hands and finally burst into tears. That night, a copy of Gu Yanran's confession was already on Hua Xiaoheng's desk. In Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi had already seen it. They sat opposite him and expressed their opinions. According to Gu Yanran, after her adoptive father, Gu Xiangwen, had his plane crash, someone contacted her and said that Gu Xiangwen wouldn't be able to live. They asked if she was willing to work with them. She immediately seized this opportunity and went to the contact point to discuss the conditions with the people and make the follow-up arrangements. In the end, after she negotiated the terms and went home, she found out that Gu Nianji had suddenly lost her temper and sailed out to sea. She then disappeared in the Caribbean Sea. Then there was a series of planned transfers of property. The other party promised her that as long as she helped them find some of Gu Xiangwen's experimental data, all the assets that were transferred out would belong to her. Then, as long as Gu Nianji has been missing for 7 years, she can declare her death and realize her goal of monopolizing the Gu fortune. We know what happened next. What happened next was that Gu Nianji filed a lawsuit against Gu Yanran 7 years after her disappearance. She asked for an equal share of the Gu fortune. Hua Xiaoheng asked without looking up. Who contacted her? Did she say? Our old friend, Professor Oda Masao. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. Then the corners of his mouth twitched. What a coincidence. He's already dead. If we hadn't killed him early on, Gu Yanran probably wouldn't have been exposed so easily. In Shixiang gave Hua Xiaoheng a thumbs up with a smile. We will remember Mr. Hua's teachings. Be the first in everything. If you can kill him, don't leave him alive. This would indeed reduce a lot of unexpected trouble. Hua Xiaoheng looked at him calmly and asked, What about the experimental data? What kind of data did Oda Masao want? I think it's related to curing the Gu daughter's genetic defect. In Shixiang looked at Gu Yanran's statement. Gu Yanran doesn't know much about this, so she's making things up, but I think it's related to gene therapy, not bone marrow transplant like we thought. Hua Xiaoheng fell silent. Actually, he and Chunlai already knew that the two were not the same thing. Normal gene therapy used a virus as a carrier to invade the patient's DNA and repair the missing genes. From Gu Nianji, however, they had deduced that Gu Xiangwen's treatment was probably a method of naked DNA infection, such as injecting it directly with a gene gun to achieve gene repair. Chunlai had occasionally discovered that injecting Gu Nianji's bone marrow cells directly into a patient's body could quickly repair damaged genes. This treatment method was less painful for the recipient, but it was painful for the person who had their bone marrow extracted over and over again. Actually, gene therapy currently in use was not that simple, but for Gu Nianji, it was that simple. Of course, there was no other person in the world with a constitution like Gu Nianji's. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He had a vague feeling that the data Oda Masao was looking for wasn't related to the experimental data on curing the Gu daughter's genetic disease, but data on Gu Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng was sure that Gu Yanran didn't know this at all. If she had, she would have chained Gu Nianji up. At that time, Gu Nianji happened to go missing and escaped Oda Masao's fate by accident. Hua Xiaoheng's mind raced, and countless ideas flashed through his mind in an instant. But then he thought of H3 of 7. Wasn't it the viral aphrodisiac that Oda Masao had invented? It could also change a person's genetic constitution, but in a bad way, of course. At that time, Yamaguchi Yuko had used the viral aphrodisiac that Oda Masao had invented to deal with Gu Nianji. Did she really not know who she was? What was Yamaguchi Yuko's relationship with Oda Masao? They had once thought that Yamaguchi Yuko was a member of the Yamaguchi Gumi, but the Yamaguchi Gumi later denied any connection to Yamaguchi Yuko. They even said that they didn't know who Yamaguchi Yuko was. After careful analysis, it seemed that there were two forces against the Gu family and Gu Nianji. What kind of heaven-defying technology did Gu Xiangwen possess? Did she set up such a huge trap decades ago to make the Japanese scramble for her? Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and recorded this part of the analysis in an encrypted file. He still hadn't figured out a few key points, so he didn't want to share them with others for now. Turning off the computer, Hua Xiaoheng instructed, save Gu Yanran's statement and send a copy to Nianji. She needs this evidence to sue the Japanese angels in the World Fund and pursue Gu Yanran's illegal donations. On Friday afternoon, Gu Nianji packed her bag and left the library. She hopped on her bicycle and happily returned to the graduate student dormitory. Ma Chi-Chi had already gone home. She also had to go to the Special Operations Forces headquarters to see Chunlai the next day. She had just taken a shower when she received a call from Xie Qingying. Nianji, are you ready? I'll come pick you up now. Xie Qingying planned to treat Gu Nianji to a meal. To make things easier for Gu Nianji, Xie Qingying chose a restaurant next to be university. Gu Nianji heard the name of the restaurant and replied readily, "It's right next to our school. Let's meet at the entrance of the restaurant." "That's fine." Xie Qingying didn't stand on ceremony. 7 o'clock at the entrance of the restaurant. "See you there." Gu Nianji lived nearby. She left the dormitory at 6:30 and rushed to the restaurant outside the school. She didn't have a car and only had her bicycle. She rode there. After locking her bicycle in front of the restaurant, Gu Nianji looked up to see two tall and voluptuous women standing in front of the restaurant. They were dressed very fashionably. The woman on the left resembled Gu Nianji, but was much more mature. It was Xie Qingying. The woman next to her was Hua Jialan, whom Gu Nianji hadn't seen in a long time. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows, a little unhappy. When Xie Qingying said she would treat her to a meal, she didn't mention treating Hua Jialan. She slowly walked over with her usual smile on her face. She stopped in front of Xie Qingying. Xie Qingying took her hand naturally. "Nianji, this is Hua Jialan. She's Hua Xiao's cousin. I heard she's very close to you." Hua Jialan interrupted. "Nianji, I met Qingying on the way here. We often hang out together in France, and I heard she was treating you to a meal. I shamelessly came without an invitation. You won't be unhappy, right?" She added, "If you're unhappy, I'll leave right away." Gu Nianji cocked her head and smiled. "You threw your face on the ground for me to step on. How can I say I'm unhappy?" Xie Qingying's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly when she heard that. How unlucky! It looked like she'd been tricked by Hua Jialan. Did they know each other very well? Yes, they knew each other very well. So well that they started tearing each other apart as soon as they saw each other. Hua Jialan was still smiling good-naturedly. She said to Xie Qingying, "Nianji and I had some misunderstandings. I'll take advantage of this opportunity today to treat both of you. We'll all be good sisters from now on, and our disagreements from before will be written off." Gu Nianji looked up at the restaurant in front of her and smiled. "Our misunderstandings are worth a fortune. Hua Jialan, you want to bury the hatchet with me just because of a meal from a restaurant like this? Haha, I'm not that cheap." The truth was, Hua Jialan hadn't done any actual harm to Gu Nianji. However, Gu Nianji thought about what she had done to Song Jining. She had taken advantage of Song Jining's illness to bully her. She didn't want to have any chance to bury the hatchet with Hua Jialan. Xie Qingying felt a headache coming on. However, she had been taught to never make things difficult for others in public. She couldn't bring herself to do something like that. She could only smile and say, "It's still my treat today. Jialan, if you want to apologize, find another opportunity to treat Nianji. Today is the day we reunite as cousins. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's go in and eat." It was the second night watch, and the monthly votes had arrived at 2,700 plus the second night watch. It was the third night watch. A reminder for the recommendation votes and monthly votes. There was the third night watch at 7 p.m. Moi. Chapter 891. Gu Nianji gave Xie Qingying face and didn't say anything else. She followed her into the restaurant. Hua Jialan could barely keep the smile on her face, but she could not bear to leave. This time, she followed her grandfather, Hua Xiwenong, to France and lived in the Xie family's manor for nearly a year. Only then did she truly understand what it meant to live in a wealthy family. Although the Hua family wasn't bad and was even more powerful, the Xie family's foundation wasn't something the current Hua family could compare with. Perhaps after a few generations, the Hua family would be able to catch up to the Xie family, but for now, they could only admit defeat. Xie Qingying was only a collateral relative of the Xie family. When she was in France, she had followed her father, Xie de Zhao, to visit the main branch of the Xie family. That was how she had become familiar with Hua Jialan. They had gone shopping several times and had coffee together in a cafe on the Champs-Élysées. If Hua Jialan was willing to be friends with someone, she could make you feel like you were bathed in a spring breeze, as if you had met someone who knew you well. Xie Qingying was also a person who loved to make friends, so the two of them got along very well. Xie Qingying had come to be university to treat Gun Yinji to a meal and happened to bump into Hua Jialan. When Hua Jialan heard that Xie Qingying was treating Gun Yinji to a meal, she immediately said that she was also very familiar with Gun Yinji. She hadn't seen Gun Yinji in a long time and wanted to take advantage of Xie Qingying's treat to see her. Xie Qingying agreed immediately and said, "The more people there are, the livelier it will be." She liked the feeling of a big family eating around the table. When they were at the Xie family's old residence, their whole family could sit at several tables. However, when he saw Gun Yinji, this was the situation. Although Xie Qingying did not say a word, she had already decided to distance herself from Hua Jialan. She could tell that Gun Yinji did not have a good impression of Hua Jialan. Of course, she was on Gun Yinji's side, so this decision was natural. The three of them sat down in a Japanese-style private room in the restaurant. Xie Qingying took the menu for Gun Yinji to order. Gun Yinji looked at it and ordered a few huayang dishes. She braised a shredded dried meat in the soup. The shredded dried meat was a test of knife skills. It was cut as fine as a strand of hair and very tasty. There was also the squirrel-shaped mandarin fish that was a must-order dish for every huayang cuisine. The mandarin fish was cut with a cross knife, coated with egg powder, and fried in a wok of oil. Then, the bright red sauce was poured over it. It really looked like the big tail of a little squirrel. In the end, she ordered a huayang dish called lion's head with meat crab. There were only 4 small lion's head with meat crab in a stew pot. She scooped them into an even smaller bowl with 1 small lion's head with meat crab in each bowl. Gun Yinji used to like it very much and wished she could make it her staple food. However, Hua Xiaoheng was very strict with her. She had to follow the rules when she ate, and it was impossible for her to overeat. Therefore, Gun Yinji could only think about it. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't by her side today, and she also felt that it was okay to indulge once in a while. Anyway, she could just run 3 laps around the school field after eating. Hua Jialan saw that Gun Yinji had only ordered appetizers and said politely, "How can you not eat turtle stew when you're here? There's also casserole wild duck. They're all huayang dishes that test martial arts." Xie Qingying asked the waiter to add the 2 dishes that Hua Jialan had ordered. She also ordered salted pork as an appetizer and lotus leaf ground chicken as one of the main dishes. She also ordered a snow clam bird's nest for dessert. These dishes were the signature dishes of this type of restaurant. They were well prepared, so the dishes were quickly served. The 3 of them chatted as they ate. Because they were eating outside, Gun Yinji and Xie Qing didn't abide by the rule of not talking during meals. They chatted happily. "Cousin, are you going to leave again this time?" Gun Yinji asked curiously. She knew that Xie Zhao and Xie Qingying had returned from abroad, but they still had business in Huaxia. Xie Qingying was of marriageable age and had returned for a blind date to find a husband. She hadn't been close to Gun Yinji in the past, nor did she have any intention of getting close to her. Therefore, they were only acquaintances and had never spoken to each other. Now, because of what happened in court, Gun Yinji's quick reaction had helped Xie Qingying escape a huge slander. She had instantly closed the gap between them. Therefore, Xie Qingying didn't shy away from complaining to Gun Yinji. "This time, my mommy said that if I don't find a husband, I'm not allowed to return to France." She made a crying face, which made Gun Yinji giggle. Hua Jialan had been listening for a long time and finally interrupted. "Qingying, you're so good. Aren't there plenty of young men in the country for you to choose from? Don't be so picky. It's fine as long as you have a good character. Your family doesn't care about anything else." Gun Yinji didn't like what she said. Xie Qingying's expression also softened. "I'm not that good. Where are all the young men? I've never seen any." Gun Yinji had just eaten a meatball with crab meat. Her taste buds were extremely fresh and her appetite was raging. She scooped up a second one and smiled. "You can't say that. Other than having a good character, he also has to be handsome and good-looking. He also has to have a nice voice. He has to be outstanding in his work, and his family background has to be on par. Only a man like that is worthy of my talented, rich, and beautiful cousin, right?" Xie Qingying was overjoyed by Gun Yinji's words. She smiled. "You're such a good talker. You're always using parallelism. My Chinese isn't very good. I really need to learn from you. Hua Jialan listened to Gu Nianji's criteria and pouted. Where else in the world would there be such a good man? Nianji, don't paint a big picture and hold Qingying back. She sighed and continued. Those who are handsome have a poor family background, where those with good character are not capable. Then there are those who are handsome, capable, and have a good family background, but their character is not good, and they like to fool around outside. So for women of our social class, the range of partners is quite narrow. No way. Gu Nianji's long brows raised in surprise. Miss Hua, what kind of people do you know? They don't sound like much. Hua Jialan's face turned green. I'm talking about common sense. Don't tell me you know a man who is handsome, capable, and has a good family background. They're not men anymore. They're gods. She had only known one person in her life, but that person didn't belong to her. Gu Nianji thought about it. I know quite a few. Hua Jialan said, one is amazing enough, but you know quite a few. Are your standards especially low? Gu Nianji didn't back down. How is my standards low? Isn't your circle of friends especially low? Hua Jialan blushed. She said angrily, why are you scolding me? How did I scold you? Gu Nianji picked up the spoon and ate the meatball with crab meat. After swallowing, she said, I'm telling the truth. You don't accept it, and you say others have low standards. Xie Qingying saw that the two were about to start arguing again. She changed the topic. Weren't we talking about my blind date? Why are you arguing? Come, I'll list a few candidates. You can help me look at them. Xie Qingying was already 26 years old. She would be 27 soon after the new year. She was also a bit anxious. The daughters of the CF family didn't have to worry about marriage. However, being able to marry well and marrying well were two different things. Gu Nianji and Hua Jialan were women after all. They were naturally interested in this kind of topic. They put down their chopsticks and looked at her, waiting for her to elaborate. Xie Qingying had returned to the empire this time to testify for Gu Nianji. She hadn't actually started the blind date yet. However, seeing that both of them looked interested, Xie Qingying braced herself and thought for a moment. Just as she came up with a name, she heard someone knock on the door. Come in. Xie Qingying thought it was a waiter from the restaurant, but when she opened the door, it was a thin and elegant man. Hua Jialan didn't know this person, but Gu Nianji and Xie Qingying did. This man was Special Assistant Yang, who served Speaker Long in the Senate. He came to their table, and a clear voice rang out above their heads. Miss Xie, are you eating with friends? Xie Qingying nodded. Special Assistant Yang is eating here too? This place is a bit far from the Senate. I'm here to entertain my juniors. They're all undergraduate law students at B University. Special Assistant Yang glanced at Gu Nianji. It was as if he was saying that only undergraduate students at B University were considered B University students. Masters and PhD students from outside the university didn't deserve to call themselves B University students. Gu Nianji pretended not to see it and ignored Special Assistant Yang's insinuation. Special Assistant Yang looked away and focused on Xie Qingying. He smiled very gently. Miss Xie, would you like to meet my juniors? Xie Qingying's stepmother was Speaker Long's distant cousin. It was only natural that Special Assistant Yang was so familiar with her. However, Xie Qingying didn't really want to go over. She smiled and looked up. I have guests here. Maybe next time. Special Assistant Yang looked at Gu Nianji and Hua Jialan. He smiled. Who are these two? Miss Xie, would you like to introduce them? It was the third watch. A reminder for the recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi. Chapter 892. Of course, Xie Qingying didn't know that Special Assistant Yang had attended the last few trials and had even spoken to Gu Nianji. She thought they really didn't know each other. Out of politeness, she glanced at Gu Nianji and Hua Jialan to get their permission to introduce her to Special Assistant Yang. Gu Nianji glanced at Special Assistant Yang and remembered that during the fourth trial, Xie Qingying and Xie Zhao had testified in court. Special Assistant Yang hadn't been there. so he could pretend not to know her in front of Xie Qingying. It wasn't that Gu Nianji wanted to ruin Special Assistant Yang's reputation, but every time Special Assistant Yang appeared, Gu Nianji felt like she was being targeted. She didn't know how she had offended this person, but she didn't want to back down to avoid trouble. Moreover, if they knew each other, then they didn't know each other. Was there something wrong with this person's head? Gu Nianji put down the porcelain spoon in her hand and smiled at Xie Qingying. Cousin, don't bother. Anyway, Special Assistant Yang won't remember us even if you introduce us to him. Why bother with this unnecessary effort? Xie Qingying froze. There was a hidden meaning in her words. She looked at Gu Nianji, then at Special Assistant Yang and smiled. Do you two know each other? Special Assistant Yang was even more displeased with Gu Nianji's aggressive attitude. He frowned. Miss, what do you mean? You're speaking so sarcastically. I didn't offend you, did I? No. Why do you say that, Special Assistant Yang? Gu Nianji smiled at him. Because we just met in court last week and even spoke to each other. Special Assistant Yang remembered my name at that time, but it's obvious he doesn't remember it a week later. Isn't this a sign that people of high status tend to have short memories? Cousin, don't you think I'm right? Xie Qingying understood. You're saying that Special Assistant Yang went to the last few trials? Yes. He even asked me which law firm I did my trial training at. Gu Nianji giggled and continued to embarrass Special Assistant Yang. Special Assistant Yang replied, Oh, so it's about that? I'm sorry, I forgot. I'm busy with work every day. I've seen at least 80 people, and I've spoken at least 800 words. You can't expect me to remember all the trivial things clearly. Gu Nianji smiled faintly as she picked up the coconut juice and sipped it with a straw. She said casually, Special Assistant Yang's working ability is limited, so it's normal that he can't remember. It seems like Senior Speaker Long is in need of talent. She was just teasing him casually, but Executive Assistant Yang's expression suddenly changed. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became tense. Xie Qingying hurriedly tried to smooth things over and gave Special Assistant Yang a way out. Special Assistant Yang, didn't you want me to meet your juniors? It just so happens that I admire the elites of B University. Shall we go and take a look? Special Assistant Yang understood that Xie Qingying was giving him a way out of this embarrassing situation, so he couldn't help feeling even more disapproving of Gu Nianji. Look at Xie Qingying. That's the demeanor and etiquette. That's the real descendant of a noble. Gu Nianji? He, Executive Assistant Yang, did not even look at Hu Jialan. He turned around and left with Xie Qingying. When they arrived at the private room, where Special Assistant Yang was treating them, Xie Qingying saw that there were 2 women and 3 men in the room. They were all dressed like students. Special Assistant Yang perked up and introduced them to Xie Qingying. These are all undergraduates from B University's Faculty of Law. They're also my high school classmates. Among the 5 students, 2 of them, 1 male and 1 female, were graduating this year. The other 3 were still freshmen. They looked at Xie Qingying curiously and nodded at her. Special Assistant Yang thought about it and specially introduced the female student who was about to graduate this year to Xie Qingying. This is Rong Mingxing, the top student of this year's B University Faculty of Law. She started university at the age of 16 and will graduate this year at the age of 20. She's a real genius. Xie Qingying glanced at the pretty girl and nodded. She smiled and said, It's my honor to meet the elites of B University's Faculty of Law today. Come, let me use tea in place of wine to propose a toast to everyone. Xie Qingying picked up the white porcelain teapot from the dining table and poured herself a cup. Then, she asked everyone in the room to propose a toast. The girls drank fruit juice in place of wine, while the boys drank beer. They all drank a cup with Xie Qingying. Special Assistant Yang's expression finally returned to normal. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and introduced her to everyone. This is Miss Xie from the Xie family. She just returned from France and is a relative of Speaker Long. The students were shocked and became even more respectful of her. Xie Qingying had only used this opportunity to invite Special Assistant Yang out for a cup of tea. She had already given him a lot of face. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and praising the students in the room, She said goodbye and left. After she left, the atmosphere in the room immediately became lively. Brother Yang, you're so close to Miss Xie. Is this Miss Xie the one from the Xie family who went to France? They had only seen this kind of family in history books. Special Assistant Yang's face was flushed as he poured himself a cup of wine. He nodded reservedly and said casually, "Yes, that's the Miss Xie from the Xie family. She's a relative of Speaker Long. Brother Yang, why are you blushing? Could it be that the Hongwan star has moved?" Several boys cheered and ran over to propose a toast to Special Assistant Yang. Special Assistant Yang had always valued and supported the juniors in his hometown high school. Of course, the premise was that he was the boss. The two girls looked at each other and then looked away. They didn't join in the fun, especially Rong Mingxing, who was about to graduate this year. Her face suddenly paled, and her delicate little face showed a conflicted and depressed expression. Special Assistant Yang saw that Rong Mingxing's expression had changed, and his mood suddenly improved. The humiliation he had suffered at Gun Yinji's hands had miraculously been smoothed over. He smiled and scooped a braised meatball with Rong Mingxing. "By the way, don't you like eating this? Eat more today. I'll make sure you're full." Several male students in the room had no moral integrity at all. Seeing this, they immediately made fun of Rong Mingxing and Special Assistant Yang. Special Assistant Yang lit a cigarette, held it in his hand, and stared at Rong Mingxing's profile. Amidst the rising smoke, it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Rong Mingxing said softly, "Brother, stop smoking. You drank a lot today." Special Assistant Yang crushed the cigarette in the ashtray and smiled. "Okay, I'll listen to little Rong. I won't smoke anymore." He picked up another piece of fish with his chopsticks and whispered, "What plans do you have for graduation? Our Senate Special Affairs Office will be recruiting new people next spring. Are you interested?" Rong Mingxing was overjoyed. She had been flirting with this senior for so long, just for the sake of her job after graduation. "Brother, is it true? Are you going to settle your household registration?" Special Assistant Yang. After Xie Qingying left with Special Assistant Yang, Jialan whispered, "Nianji, is Special Assistant Yang from the Senate? Is he one of Speaker Long's subordinates?" Since he was called a special assistant, probably only people at the level of the speaker would need to have an assistant for such a position. Gun Yinji nodded. "Yes, he's Speaker Long's special assistant." Hui Jialan didn't ask any more questions and drank the clear turtle soup alone. After a while, Xie Qingying returned. She sat back in her seat and didn't mention a word about what Special Assistant Yang had just said. She asked Gun Yinji and Hui Jialan, "Where were we just now?" She was talking about what they had been talking about before Special Assistant Yang came in. Hui Jialan quickly reminded her, "Qingying, you were just about to say who you were going on a blind date with, but Special Assistant Yang came in before you could say anything." "Oh, right." Xie Qingying had actually forgotten the name she had thought of on the spot because of Special Assistant Yang's interruption. Now that she saw Special Assistant Yang, she remembered that her father and Speaker Long seemed to want her to be with Special Assistant Yang. So she casually mentioned Special Assistant Yang. She asked them, "What do you think of Special Assistant Yang?" Hui Jialan had an expression of "I knew it." "Special Assistant Yang? He looks good and is handsome. He's also young, right? He's Speaker Long's special assistant at such a young age. If he doesn't make any major mistakes, he could become the speaker once Speaker Long retires, right?" Gun Yinji didn't have a good impression of Special Assistant Yang, but she didn't want to affect Xie Qingying's criteria for a spouse. She only corrected Hui Jialan. To become a speaker, he has to pass the election and become a senator. The position of a speaker is not promoted by the higher-ups. Even if Speaker Long retires, Special Assistant Yang can't become the speaker if he doesn't pass the election. Special assistant is only a civil servant position. Hui Jialan didn't know much about these things, so she knew she'd said the wrong thing. She was embarrassed, but seeing Gun Yinji's glib tongue and the fact that Hui Jialan wanted to maintain a good relationship with her, rather than offend her, she could only swallow her anger. "So that's how it is? Yinji, you know so much." Hui Jialan kept flattering Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji smiled. "It's basic knowledge. Miss Hua, it's in high school textbooks. High school? Ha ha, it's been a long time. I don't remember. Hua Jialan used time to save face. Gun Yinji didn't continue to poke at her. She took a sip of turtle soup. The private room quieted down, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Just then, her phone rang. It was Hua Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. In the past, Gun Yinji wouldn't have picked up right away, but she felt a little uncomfortable during the meal today. She just wanted to leave right away, so she couldn't wait to swipe her phone and answer the call. She smiled and said hello. Hua Xiaoheng obviously hesitated before asking, "Yinji, is it you?" "Yes, it's me. What's up?" Gun Yinji was too embarrassed to call him Hua Xiao in front of Xie Qingying and Hua Jialan, so she said you vaguely. Hua Xiaoheng immediately knew where Gun Yinji was. He asked again, "Is it convenient to talk?" Gun Yinji stood up and said to Xie Qingying and Hua Jialan, "I'm going out to take a call." She walked out with her phone in hand and made the call under the tree outside the restaurant. "Hua Xiao, what's up?" Hua Xiao was in a car heading towards B University. "Aren't you going to the base tomorrow?" "I'm free tonight, so I'll pick you up." Gun Yinji didn't hesitate at all. "Okay, I can go now. Where are you?" "I'm on the way. I'll be at your school soon." Hua Xiaoheng looked at the night view outside the car. "It's just around the corner." Gun Yinji quickly said, "I'm at a restaurant. It's the Huayan cuisine near my school." Then she told him the name of the restaurant. Hua Xiaoheng turned his head to look. It was the side of the road. He even saw Gun Yinji talking on the phone under a tree. "Stop there." At the same time, he asked Gun Yinji, "I saw you. Who are you having dinner with?" "This is the first night watch. There are 2 today. A reminder for the recommendation votes and monthly votes. The second watch at 7 o'clock p.m. Moi." Chapter 893. Gun Yinji gripped her phone and looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng's new Hongqi bulletproof car drive over. It was a winter night under the dim yellow street lights, and she had just suffered an unreasonable scolding. When she saw Hua Xiaoheng's car and heard his concerned voice, she felt her cold heart slowly warm up again. She quickly said, "Wait by the roadside. I'll go in to get my bag." Gun Yinji turned to enter the restaurant and returned to the private room. She said to Xie Qingying apologetically, "Cousin, I have to go now. I'll treat you back next time." "Was the phone call just now?" "Okay, you can go now." Xie Qingying expressed her understanding. She had intended to treat everyone to dinner today, but Hua Jialan and Special Assistant Yang had interrupted her. She was also very embarrassed and quickly said, "Treat me back. I'll remember." "No problem. I'll call you." Gun Yinji made a phone call gesture and picked up her bag. She nodded to Hua Jialan as a form of courtesy. Gun Yinji hurried out of the restaurant and saw that the car was already parked by the roadside. She pushed her bicycle and walked over. The window of the Hongqi rolled down and Hua Xiaoheng peeked out. He said to Fan Jian, "Help Yinji hang her bicycle in the back of the car." Fan Jian quickly got out of the car and took the bicycle from Gun Yinji to hang it on the rack. Gun Yinji thanked him and opened the car door to sit in the back seat. Hua Xiaoheng had been sitting on the side of the car by the roadside, but by the time Gun Yinji got on the car, he had already moved to the other side. Fan Jian hung up Gun Yinji's bicycle and returned to the car. He stepped on the accelerator and drove out. As soon as they left, Special Assistant Yang and the others came out of the restaurant. Everyone crowded around Executive Assistant Yang, chatting and laughing happily. Special Assistant Yang had already seen Gun Yinji get on the Hongqi car with a special military license plate. He picked up a cigarette and lit it. The sense of urgency in his heart increased. "Brother Yang, where are we going now?" A boy who had just finished his first year asked excitedly. Special Assistant Yang smiled and took out 1,000 yuan from his wallet to hand to Rong Mingxing. "Little Rong, help me entertain everyone for karaoke. I have something else to do, so I'll head back to the Senate first." Everyone was busy thanking Special Assistant Yang as they watched him drive away in the Passat. Senior Brother Yang drank a lot of wine just now. "Will he be okay driving?" a girl muttered. Rong Mingxing pursed her lips and held the money in her hand. It was as hot as fire. She muttered, "He didn't drink much. He should be fine, right?" It's fine, it's fine. You guys are thinking too much. Senior Brother Yang was highly regarded by Senior Speaker Long in the Senate and was Senior Speaker Long's right-hand man. He often went out with Senior Speaker Long to socialize, so this little bit of alcohol was nothing to him. Senior Brother Yang's alcohol tolerance is very good. Several of the boys expressed that they were fine and had already taken out their phones to search for karaoke locations. Was Xiaoheng's car with a new one given to him by the military, so it was very warm inside. The heater wasn't turned up to high, but sitting next to Hua Xiaoheng, he was like a natural heater. Hot air flowed continuously, but Gu Nianji didn't feel cold at all. On the contrary, she felt a little hot. She tugged at the collar of her high-collared cashmere sweater and moved further away from him. Hua Xiaoheng didn't mind. He crossed his arms and leaned against the back seat. He asked her again, "Who were you having dinner with?" "Cousin Xie Qingying." Gu Nianji glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. "And your cousin Hua Jialan?" Hua Xiaoheng was a little surprised. "Hua Jialan? She invited you?" Gu Nianji pouted disdainfully. "She wanted to, but I didn't agree. Cousin Xie invited me to dinner. We agreed on it in court last time. Xie Qingying invited you to dinner, and she also invited Hua Jialan." Hua Xiaoheng was always able to cut to the chase. Gu Nianji shook her head, but her eyes were still full of admiration when she looked at Hua Xiaoheng. "No, they met on the road, and Hua Jialan wanted to accompany them." Hua Xiaoheng saw that he was having dinner with two women, so he didn't mind. He crossed his arms and continued to close his eyes. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Hua Xiao, do you know what else Cousin Xie has to do when she returns to the United States this time, other than helping me with the lawsuit?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't open his eyes and said calmly, "I only asked her to return to the United States to testify in court." This meant that other matters had nothing to do with him. Gu Nianji tried to figure out what Hua Xiaoheng meant. It seemed like he knew that she had another mission when she returned. Cousin Xie said that her mommy wants her to return to the United States to go on blind dates until she finds a husband. Gu Nianji finished speaking with a smile, but saw that Hua Xiaoheng didn't respond. She felt bored and turned to look at the night view outside the window. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her with half-open eyes and only saw the back of her head. He knew that Gu Nianji was angry that he didn't respond. But how could he respond to something like that? What did Xie Qingying going on blind dates have to do with him? Hua Xiaoheng felt that Gu Nianji definitely didn't know that Speaker Long had tried to matchmake him and Xie Qingying. If she knew, she wouldn't have spoken like this. He didn't explain. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. The smile on his face was very faint, but it lasted until he got out of the car. Gu Nianji followed Hua Xiaoheng back to his official residence. On a Friday night, returning to the place where she had lived for half a year actually felt like it was a lifetime ago. Hua Xiaoheng walked in and saw that she was still in a daze in the dark. He didn't turn on the lights. "What's wrong? Don't you know where the lights are?" As he spoke, he turned on the lights for her. Gu Nianji instinctively closed her eyes. The light in the room wasn't actually blinding at all. Instead, it was a very gentle LED light. However, when a person suddenly entered the light from the dark, their eyes would always subconsciously be on guard. It didn't take long for Gu Nianji to adapt to the light. She rubbed her eyes and didn't say anything. She walked into the bedroom. Hua Xiaoheng saw that she was still angry that he hadn't talked to her on the way here. He followed her in and gently closed the bedroom door before sitting down on the single sofa by the wall. Gu Nianji turned around and saw that Hua Xiaoheng had followed her in. She frowned unhappily. "Hua Xiao, I'm going to sleep." Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. "It's not even 10 o'clock yet. When do you sleep so early?" Gu Nianji. She rolled her eyes and rubbed her forehead. "I drank today. I'm tired." Hua Xiaoheng looked at her, and his expression gradually darkened. "You drank? Did you forget what I told you?" She wasn't allowed to drink until she was 22 years old. Gu Nianji turned around guiltily and went to the closet to get her change of clothes. She pursed her lips and admitted honestly, "I didn't drink. I was just joking." Hua Xiaoheng took the remote control from the small coffee table next to the sofa and turned on the flat-screen TV hanging on the bedroom wall. He said calmly, I know you didn't drink. Gun Yinji turned around quickly and glared at Hua Xiaoheng. She was displeased. How did you know? You don't smell like alcohol at all. Hua Xiaoheng switched channels with the remote control. His eyes were fixed on the TV screen. If you want to trick me in the future, find a better reason. Gun Yinji's face flushed. Who wants to trick you? I've never lied. Huh? Hua Xiaoheng laughed dryly and looked at her before calmly looking at the TV screen. My family is also preparing for me to go on a blind date. More accurately, it was his grandfather and father who were preparing it. Gun Yinji's hand paused. She didn't say anything, but she definitely wouldn't admit that her heart skipped a beat. She looked very natural as she picked out the clothes she was going to wear tomorrow in her closet. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gun Yinji and switched the remote control to the military channel he often watched. He happened to see the news of the military song troupe recruiting new members. Tan Gairen's long dress trailed on the ground as she stood on the stage of the military auditorium and played the violin. Hua Xiaoheng didn't have time to continue changing channels. Gun Yinji, who had been attracted by the melodious sound of the violin, already saw Tan Gairen's image. She was obviously stunned. On the TV, the host's narration sounded on Tan Gairen's image. Prime Minister Tan's only daughter, Miss Tan Gairen, is a top student at Juilliard and has won many international violin awards. She declined many invitations from internationally renowned orchestras and decided to join the military song troupe. This time, we were able to recruit an internationally renowned violinist like Tan Gairen. This is the honor of the military song troupe, and also an opportunity for Miss Tan Gairen. The leaders of the military song troupe have expressed that they will definitely give Miss Tan the best treatment. It won't be any worse than what those renowned orchestras can give her. Gun Yinji also snorted and pouted at the TV screen. If you want to see her so badly, then hurry up and be your escort. Be careful that she doesn't break her ankle and becomes a cripple without anyone to help her. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He instinctively wanted to turn off the TV, but his finger twirled around the remote control. He felt that if he turned it off just like that, Gun Yinji would definitely think that he was guilty or had given in. She would be so cocky then. He couldn't let her get away with it. Gun Yinji quickly looked at Hua Xiaoheng and saw that he was still watching the TV without moving his eyes. She felt even more bored. What was she trying to do? Gun Yinji stared at the TV for a while and discovered that Tan Gairen played the violin quite well. This girl was truly talented in this area. She couldn't help but say sincerely, Uncle Hua, if you want to find an Aunt Hua in 3 years, why don't you find Miss Tan? After all, you'll help her even if she breaks her ankle. Hua Xiaoheng looked up and finally spoke. How many times do you have to say this? For the rest of my life, Gun Yinji blurted out. Hua Xiaoheng smiled slowly. The light reflected in his eyes like a sky full of twinkling stars. Are you jealous? You're too shameless. Forget it. I'm just being a busybody. It's none of my business who you marry. Gun Yinji hugged her clothes and turned to go to the bathroom. Hua Xiaoheng tossed the remote control away and strode forward to grab Gun Yinji's arm. His voice was low and magnetic as he bent down to whisper in her ear, Don't shower yet. Let's talk. It was the second night watch. There were 2 more today. Reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi. Chapter 894. Gun Yinji stopped in her tracks, but didn't turn around. She faced the bathroom door and didn't know what else to talk about with Hua Xiaoheng. Until now, she was very clear that she still had feelings for Hua Xiaoheng. How could she not have feelings for him? After all, she had loved him for so many years. But this feeling was completely different from before. Before the crisis in Germany, her love for him was pure and intense. She was willing to die for him, even if it meant losing her life. But she never realized that this kind of intense love couldn't last. So at the moment of her life and death, when she was in the greatest despair, Hua Xiaoheng used his carelessness to give her a fatal blow. Her feelings were lost in the trap of life and death just like that. That's how relationships are. They happen all of a sudden and then disappear at a specific moment. Gun Yinji took a deep breath and turned around to stare at Hua Xiaoheng seriously. She could see it very clearly. Hua Xiaoheng was completely different from He Jichu. He Jichu looked reserved and cold on the outside, but after getting to know him, one would realize that he was intense and passionate inside. He was a typical person who was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Hua Xiaoheng, on the other hand, looked easygoing and calm. He could talk to anyone and wouldn't speak rudely to women. He would definitely give them face. But only those who knew him well knew that this person's will was unimaginably strong. His coldness was engraved in his bones, just like his silence. Perhaps it was the nature of his work, but he kept a lot of things to himself and locked them up tightly. He wouldn't say a word until he died. That was the reason why those military bosses could safely hand over such an important department like the Special Operations Forces to him when he was still young. In this world, there was probably no one who could touch his heart. Gun Yinji used to think that she could, but later she realized that she couldn't either. She was also very tired from chasing after him all the time. Hua Xiao, let go. After 3 years, we'll be able to separate and be happy. Isn't that great? Gun Yinji pried Hua Xiaoheng's hand from her arm finger by finger. Her eyes were clear and calm, without sadness or joy. Hua Xiaoheng's palm was scorching hot. He let go of Gun Yinji's arm, but held her cheek. The heat of his palm almost matched the heat of her cheek. So both of them were very nervous? Gun Yinji realized that her thoughts were drifting away. His body smelled really good, and his military uniform made her feel very safe to the point where she didn't want to resist. Seeing that Gun Yinji didn't push him away again, Xiaoheng lowered his head and rubbed the tip of her delicate nose. His hot breath surrounded her and confused her. She couldn't think straight and didn't notice that Hua Xiaoheng had already slowly slid down to her lips. He leaned in, kissing her patiently and delicately. Her lips, which only had a trace of pink, were gradually kissed by him until they bloomed like flowers, rosy and moving. Gradually, he couldn't control himself. He just wanted to take her apart and eat her. Her plump and moist lips were almost swollen from his sucking. He loosened his mouth, and Gun Yinji was finally able to gasp for air. The tip of his tongue took the opportunity to enter the world behind her lips to taste the sweetness of her lips. Gun Yinji was dizzy from his kisses. After a while, she came back to her senses and clawed at the hand holding her cheek. She mumbled, "Didn't you want to talk? This is what you want to talk about?" The tip of her tongue was sucked by him, so her words were a bit unclear. But when the tip of her tongue moved, Hua Xiaoheng felt that he almost couldn't control himself. He wrapped his lips around her soft and tender tongue and sucked on 2 mouthfuls of it. He let go of her and pressed his forehead against hers. His slightly panting voice was low and husky, but it had a captivating magnetism to it. He sucked on her heart and soul. He hugged her to his chest and pressed his cheek against her dark hair. He didn't know what to say. Hua Xiaoheng knew that he was actually a very cold person. Other men might be fickle to women, but when it came to him, he was completely heartless. He was literally heartless. All this time, he could be normal friends, colleagues, and comrades with women, but he would never cross that line and become the kind of friend between a man and a woman. If his life had developed normally, he would probably have dedicated his life to the country and the army. No one could get close to his heart, let alone walk in. He didn't grow up in puberty, so he felt that relationships between men and women were meaningless and a pure waste of time. Until Gun Yinji fell from the sky and barged into his life. Before he knew it, she had become the only person who had walked into his heart. He thought that he would never let go of her in this lifetime. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was low and hoarse as it reverberated in her ear. "Separated and happy? Do you think this is an opera?" Gun Yinji was a bit angry. "Can't you speak properly? Don't laugh at me." "I'm not laughing at you." Hua Xiaoheng took the change of clothes from her hand and threw it on the bed. He pulled her to sit on the bed. Gun Yinji was a bit awkward and didn't want to sit on the same bed as Hua Xiaoheng. She pushed his hand away and walked to the single sofa beside the bed. Hua Xiaoheng didn't insist on pulling her over. He only glanced at her and said with a dark gaze, "I'll make it clear today. I can't leave you, and you can't leave me." Although he had hurt her heart, and she had also made a fuss about breaking up, how could people who still had feelings for each other not see through each other's thoughts? Gun Yinji didn't expect to hear Hua Xiaoheng say, "I can't leave you," in her lifetime. Her already cold maiden heart suddenly tightened and was so hot that she couldn't control herself. It was like a hot air balloon suddenly filled with air, and her whole body floated up into the sky. She seemed to see fireworks exploding in the dark blue night sky. Even the stars in the sky couldn't compare to the beauty of her fireworks. But before she had enough of being dizzy, she heard the last sentence. "You can't leave me either." She immediately returned to the ground from the clouds and almost couldn't help rolling her eyes. Huh. Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng, but smiled without saying anything. Hua Xiaoheng didn't go overboard. It was meaningless to talk too much about feelings. He still preferred to practice what he preached. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and walked in front of Gun Yinji. He bent down and put his hands on the armrests of the single-seater sofa. His tall figure instantly enveloped Gun Yinji in his shadow. "What are you laughing at? You don't believe me?" Hua Xiaoheng inserted his hands into the sofa base and supported Gun Yinji's breasts. He pried open her legs and immediately dug her out of the soft sofa. Gun Yinji was lifted into the air by him. Her legs instinctively wrapped around Hua Xiaoheng's strong waist, and her arms also wrapped around his neck. "Let go of me," Gun Yinji whispered in his ear. Hua Xiaoheng laughed. "How can I let you go when you're clamping me?" Gun Yinji looked at herself and quickly let go of his neck. She got down from his body and pushed him hard. She didn't expect the bed to be behind him. Hua Xiaoheng laid back and grabbed Gun Yinji with one hand. She was caught off guard and also stumbled into him. The large bed seemed to not have borne such weight in a long time. It undulated a few times. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a smile and said slowly, "You're so passionate. Should I let you on top tonight?" Gun Yinji was so angry that she couldn't speak, but his palm seemed to have some sort of magical power as it covered her chest and slowly and forcefully rubbed against it. The waves of tremors made her entire body go limp. She couldn't even breathe, let alone push him away. Immediately after, his warm lips pressed against hers. Just like last time, the kiss was gentle and considerate. It made her feel cherished and held in the palm of his hand. She had the illusion that she would never be abandoned. Her pushing hands gradually loosened and became tightly gripping his collar. He knew that she liked to be treated gently. This time, Hua Xiaoheng used all his patience. At the critical moment, Hua Xiaoheng stopped. He panted heavily and said hoarsely, "I'm going out for a while." Gun Yinji couldn't get up or down. She was about to explode with anger and panic. Glaring at him, she clutched her bra and got off the bed. She rushed to the bathroom and slammed the door. Hua Xiaoheng smiled bitterly and sat up from the bed. He didn't want to do that with her today, but he didn't know why he couldn't help it as soon as he was alone with her. Does all conversations always end up in bed? Hua Xiaoheng straightened his clothes and left Gun Yinji's suite. However, he returned after a minute. He changed into casual clothes and held 2 condoms in his hands. He pushed open the bathroom door that Gun Yinji was bathing in. Gun Yinji didn't soak in the bathtub. She only took a shower in the shower. As soon as Hua Xiaoheng came in, she was dumbfounded. She stammered, "I didn't lock the door." "Fingerprint lock," Hua Xiaoheng said simply. He reached into the shower and pulled her out. Gun Yinji's entire body was dripping wet. The water droplets on her skin appeared even more lustrous and translucent. When she reached out, there were 5 red marks on her skin. They were so delicate that she couldn't help but want to break them. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her lips again. Her nostrils were filled with his hot breath. He asked hoarsely and magnetically, "For me?" Gun Yinji's heart trembled. She couldn't help relaxing. She was immersed in his increasingly gentle kiss. Hua Xiaoheng was so excited that he couldn't hold it in anymore. "Did you miss me?" "I'll take it that you miss me if you don't say anything." "Nonsense." Gun Yinji was dizzy from being hit by him, but she still remembered to refute. "But I missed you." Gun Yinji couldn't speak. If his words hadn't been accompanied by his intense actions, Gun Yinji felt that she would have been a bit touched. but he was so intense that he blocked all her words. She couldn't say anything. Come on, let's be entangled like there's no tomorrow. I love you, but I'm afraid to be with you. Because there's no hope, there's no disappointment. I just don't want to be disappointed again. Gunyinji couldn't remember how she felt in the end. She was so tired that she couldn't breathe. She fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, she woke up to see Hua Xiaoheng's smiling face as soon as she opened her eyes. In the morning light, his handsomeness was even more breathtaking. One couldn't help but be intoxicated. However, Gunyinji felt that she was already immune to it. She sat up calmly and nodded at Hua Xiaoheng. Morning. Hua Xiaoheng naturally hugged her waist. You're done? Gunyinji calmly put on her clothes. What's done? That's a different matter. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Gunyinji turned around to look at Hua Xiaoheng, who had a solemn expression on his face. She suddenly smiled. Major General Hua, we're all adults. What's wrong with sleeping for a night? You're not asking me to take responsibility, are you? This was the first update, a simplified version of underscore. Today was the third update, and there was one update to repay the reward and update debt. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today was Monday. Especially the recommendation votes. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I gave Leader GU 50,000 cheating dollars for the update. Also, I remember the 100,000 cheating dollars from the two leaders. I'll slowly pay it back. 7 p.m., the third update. Moi. Chapter 895. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was solemn as usual and didn't seem to change, but Gunyinji still saw a trace of shock in his eyes. But it was only for a moment. But Gunyinji had already expressed her satisfaction. Hua Xiaoheng calmly glanced at Gunyinji's smug expression and quietly leaned back against the headboard. He extended his long arms and pulled Gunyinji back to lean against his chest. His hands unceremoniously reached into the clothes she had just put on and said with a straight face, "Is that so? Okay, let's continue tonight." Gunyinji froze, then blushed and frantically pulled Hua Xiaoheng's hands out her clothes. She was very displeased. Wasn't last night enough? You still need it every day. Not only did she use up the 2 condoms yesterday, but she also did it outside her body twice. In the end, she was so tired that she fainted. Who knew if there was more? Well, Xiaoheng moved closer to her and looked in her eyes. Didn't you say we're adults? Do you know what adults need? I didn't enjoy myself to my heart's content yesterday, so of course I have to continue tonight. For times. You didn't enjoy yourself to your heart's content? Who was he kidding? The corners of Gunyinji's mouth twitched and she looked disapproving. She pushed him away forcefully and got off the bed. She bent down to find a pair of slippers to put on and said calmly, "Then I'm sorry. You solve it yourself." She turned to leave, but Hua Xiaoheng grabbed her arm. "Adult, did I satisfy your needs last night?" Hua Xiaoheng's voice was very low. It wasn't usually suitable to ask such a frivolous question, but when a serious person suddenly became frivolous, the lethality was multiplied. The person being asked didn't even realize it was a frivolous question. Gunyinji turned to smile at him. "Of course, I still admire Major General Hua's abilities. I'm very satisfied." "That's good." Hua Xiaoheng also got off the bed. He only wore a pair of boxer briefs, his long legs and V-line dazzling Gunyinji's eyes. Gunyinji blushed and looked away. "Since I satisfied you, you have to satisfy me. So let's continue tonight." Hua Xiaoheng patted her cheek and smiled meaningfully. "Ninji, welcome to the world of adults." Gunyinji froze on the edge of the bed as she watched Hua Xiaoheng's tall figure disappear through the bathroom door. She suddenly jumped up and scrambled to pack her things. She changed into the new clothes she had found yesterday and fled from Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Carrying her small bag, she slipped to the entrance of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence and took out her phone to call Chen Lai. "Brother Chen, I'm Ninji. Are you up?" On Saturday mornings, if there was nothing special, Chen Lai would usually sleep a little longer. Chen Lai had just finished breakfast when Gunyinji called. He looked at his watch and said to Gunyinji, "It's already 9 o'clock. I should be up by now, no matter how lazy I am." Tell me, what is it? Gu Ninji stammered. Can I come over to your place? I have something to show you. Sure, Chun Lai replied readily. What's there to be embarrassed about with your brother Chun? Come on over. He asked again, where are you? Do you want me to pick you up? Gu Ninji remembered the way and walked over while talking on the phone. It was a Saturday morning at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, and the members still needed to do morning exercises. However, it was already 9 o'clock, and morning exercises had long since ended. It was winter in the imperial capital, and the weather was cold. Gu Ninji ran out in a hurry and didn't even put on a scarf. After walking for a while, she felt the cold wind blowing into her neck. However, she would rather freeze than go back to face Hua Xiaoheng's adult world. Hua Xiaoheng had already finished washing up and was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. The orderly reported to him, Hua Xiao, Miss Gu just went out. It looks like she's heading towards the medical building. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Is someone following her? Yes. Gu Ninji knew that every move an outsider made in the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces was being monitored. However, she couldn't care less. She had forced herself to be an adult in the morning, but Hua Xiaoheng had extinguished the little spark of adulthood before she could completely shake it up. Gu Ninji felt that she was really a coward. However, when she thought about last night, she still felt that it was okay to be a coward. Otherwise, if he did it again, her waist would be broken in half. She didn't know if it was because it had been a long time, but Hua Xiaoheng was really like a wolf last night and wanted her desperately. Gu Ninji blushed just thinking about it. When she arrived at Chun Lai's office, he had just put down the phone. He waved at Gu Ninji, who was standing at the door. Come in. Gu Ninji walked in with a smile and looked around. Brother Chun, you're alone? Where's your nurse? I heard you became a PhD supervisor and have started mentoring PhD students. Chun Lai smiled happily. It's Saturday today, so they're on break. I'm on duty. Gu Ninji chatted with him for a while, then took out Gu Tian's medical records that Xie Zhao had given her from her little bag and handed it over. Brother Chun, I've been wanting to look for you for a long time. Did Hua Xiao tell you? Chun Lai took the medical records and looked at them. Oh, you want to ask about the Gu's daughter's genetic disease, right? Gu Ninji nodded. You're an expert. Can you help me see what kind of disease it is? Also, help me check to see if I have. She stopped talking. She didn't want to continue. The disease was like a shadow that shrouded her heart. Chun Lai was very fast. He looked at the medical records as he explained to Gu Ninji. From these medical records, Gu Tian's disease should be a genetic disease caused by a congenital gene deficiency. This missing gene should be on the male X chromosome and only passed down through the father to the daughter. For males, it's dominant, but for females, it's recessive. Chun Lai paused before continuing. But the Gu situation is very strange. From Gu Tian's medical records, it seems that the male gene is recessive, while the female gene is dominant. Therefore, the Gu's genetic disease was the opposite of what everyone knew. In males, it was recessive, but in females, there was a certain probability that it would become dominant. Do you know what gene is missing? Gu Ninji asked curiously. It's hard to say. Chun Lai shook his head. Do you know how many pairs of genes there are in the human DNA? This genetic disease with a gene deficiency may be different for every case. In Gu Tian's case, it's possible that the gene is missing is related to immune cells. I'll have to look into the details. Gu Ninji didn't expect to get an answer from Chun Lai right away. However, Chun Lai was an expert. He could definitely see more from Gu Tian's medical records than anyone else. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Chun, Gu Ninji said politely, then asked Chun Lai to examine her. Chun Lai's expression was a bit strange. He had just gotten off the phone with Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng had told him that Gu Ninji had to come to him every week for a physical examination to test for the Gu's daughter's genetic disease. Chun Lai had told Hua Xiaoheng immediately, Ninji doesn't need to be checked. She definitely doesn't have it. I sequenced all of her DNA and did all kinds of tests. She doesn't have any gene deficiency. Even if she did, with her insane genetic repair abilities, she would have already fixed it. What's there to check? Do you think I have nothing better to do if I have to check every week? Hua Xiaoheng spoke in a bureaucratic tone. I asked you to check, so just do it. So much bullshit. This is a mission. Chun-Li still didn't agree. He forced himself to say, then I'll tell Nianji that if she's willing to check every week, I have no objections. If she's not willing, then there's nothing I can do. Hua Xiaoheng only said 2 words, whatever. Faced with Gu Nianji's request, Chun-Li wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and stammered, Nianji, I've actually checked your body many times before, and you've always been fine. I really don't think you have this genetic deficiency. But Gu Tian also looked fine before, but as soon as she gave birth, something happened. Gu Nianji's eyes darted around. She didn't dare to meet Chun-Li's eyes, so she stammered, actually, I want to prepare for a rainy day and observe first. If there's a change, we'll be able to grasp it as soon as possible. Oh. Chun-Li nodded meaningfully. So you want to prepare for a rainy day? Understood. All right, you do the check. Gu Nianji was happy and followed Chun-Li to his infirmary for the test. Chun-Li measured her height and weight, took her pulse, and did a brainwave scan. Gu Nianji originally thought Chun-Li was fooling her, but after the brainwave scan, she finally believed him. She lay obediently on the bed for a full half an hour and almost fell asleep. She rubbed her eyes and sat up when Chun-Li said, done. As soon as she woke up, she immediately smelled the delicious aroma of food and immediately felt hungry. She couldn't help sniffling. Brother Chun, do you have food here? I haven't had breakfast yet. Chun-Li turned to walk out and said with a smile, then come out and eat. Gu Nianji followed him out of the infirmary and arrived at Chun-Li's office. She saw Hua Xiaoheng sitting on the sofa in the office. There was a plate of soup dumplings, a pot of porridge, and a few side dishes on the coffee table in front of him. There were salted peanuts, crispy fried little silver fish, and a few pieces of pig's trotters with crystal meat. These were all Gu Nianji's favorite breakfast dishes when she was with Hua Xiaoheng. This was the second update. The Immortal's fate, 50,000 Chidian dollars, as a reward for Leader Jiyu had received. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today is Monday, especially recommendation votes, 7 p.m., the third update. Moi. Chapter 896. Gu Nianji stopped at the door and looked at Hua Xiaoheng with sparkling eyes. Hua Xiaoheng raised his chin at the breakfast on the coffee table. Nianji left without having breakfast this morning. I brought this for her. Chun-Li looked at Hua Xiaoheng, then at Gu Nianji. He smiled. Nianji, you didn't come from school? Gu Nianji didn't dare lie in front of Hua Xiaoheng. She tried to remain calm. No, but she didn't say anything else. Hua Xiaoheng didn't expose her. He moved to the side of the sofa. Come and sit. Gu Nianji braced herself and walked over to sit beside him. Although she was a bit uncomfortable, she didn't hesitate for the sake of the breakfast on the table. She buried her head in her food. Eat slowly. No one's fighting with you. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and asked Chun-Li, is it convenient to talk? Chun-Li nodded. I have something to talk to you too. They entered Chun-Li's office one after the other. Hua Xiaoheng closed the door behind him. Go ahead. What's up, Hua Xiaoheng? Chun-Li sat on the swivel chair behind the desk. Hua Xiaoheng composed himself. You tested her? Yes. Chun-Li drawled lazily. She wouldn't listen to me. Oh, she's just worried that she'll end up like Gu Tian when she gives birth. She's a little girl. Hua Xiaoheng was very surprised. What did you say? What's she worried about? Wasn't she worried about her health? Chun-Li looked at him with disdain. You don't even know that? Then what did you think it was? She even swore that she'd check it out. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips. He didn't want to talk to Chun-Li anymore. Chun-Li seized the opportunity to harp on Hua Xiaoheng. It's been so long. Haven't you changed Nianji's mind yet? She's a good girl. She's soft and easy to coax. You should get off your high horse and coax her. Plus, isn't it embarrassing to lower your voice in front of your wife? Although Chun-Li had never been in a relationship, he was very good at it. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but look at him. Where did you learn all this? Did you sit in on our special ops class? Do I need to listen in? I'm a genius, and I know the psychology of women from 60 to 16 like the back of my hand. Chun-Li stretched out his palm and gestured. He said in high spirits, "I'm all ready. I'm just missing a girlfriend to put my theory into practice." Hua Xiaoheng shook his head speechlessly. He knew Chun Lai wasn't reliable in this regard. "All right, I'll be serious with you." Gu Yinran's mother, Gu Jing, was the granddaughter of Kasahara Shiro, the famous military doctor in Japan. Well, Xiaoheng's expression was very serious. The Gu family's matter has escalated from an economic case to an international political struggle and war crimes. When Chinlai heard that it was the famous Shiro Kasahara, he fell silent for a moment. "Are you serious?" Gu Yinran's maternal great-grandfather was Shiro Kasahara. Gu Yinran is Japanese? Chunlai's round eyes widened even more. He hadn't seen the video of Gun Yinji's trial, and Gun Yinji had used privacy as an excuse to request a closed trial, so the media couldn't get any information. Also, Chunlai had been busy with a surgery at the Military General Hospital for the past few days, so he hadn't had time to ask around. Therefore, he didn't know the inside story of this lawsuit. Hua Xiaoheng nodded again. "Our field personnel have already confirmed it." Chunlai's expression darkened. It was rare for him to be so serious. He lowered his voice and said, "So you're saying that it has something to do with Japan's infamous bioweapons?" From the looks of it, there isn't enough direct evidence yet. Hua Xiaoheng's attitude was calm, but the chain of evidence basically points in that direction. Those animals, Chunlai slammed the table, and those shameless scientists in the United States, just for some experimental data, they didn't even pursue such a crazy war criminal. Of course, the leader of the Japanese bioweapons used all their experimental data to exchange for the United States not to prosecute them for war crimes. Hua Xiaoheng's voice turned cold. That data had been obtained by torturing and killing Huaxia Empire citizens. In front of those evil animals, the citizens of the Huaxia Empire weren't people, but pieces of wood and bricks. They weren't even comparable to animals or plants. They didn't have human senses and consciousness, and were just meat on their chopping board. They could torture them however they wanted, and their war crimes were even more serious than those of the generals who started the war of aggression. But such a serious war crime was so easily erased. Haha, these people all died of old age. Some of them are even teaching at universities. Chunlai laughed mockingly. I wonder if those students know what methods their knowledgeable professor used to obtain that knowledge. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him and said coldly, "As long as I'm here, those who harmed our citizens can forget about dying of old age." "Brother, I'm impressed." Chunlai gave Hua Xiaoheng a thumbs up. "But this, why don't you let me study Gu Yanran? Is she valuable?" Hua Xiaoheng picked up the medical records Chun Lai had placed on the desk and looked at them. "Will help you understand Gu Tian's condition? Of course, it would be even better if we had the blood of her mother, Gu Jing." Chun Lai rubbed the back of his head. "Did you find her?" "Shizuko Kasahara died many years ago." Hua Xiaoheng calmly flipped through Gu Tian's medical records. "Our field agents personally went to Chiba County in Japan to investigate." Chiba County in Japan. Chun Lai chuckled. Most of the backbone of the infamous biochemical unit in Japan came from Chiba County. Kasahara Shiro was only one of them. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "I know. Moreover, the ordinary people of Chinya County know this very well." He remembered the old woman the field agents had met. She had bowed to them and apologized. "I'm really sorry. It's unforgivable to do something like that to your country." That old woman too, right? That's why she apologized to them, right? From a certain perspective, Chiba County was the base of the biochemical unit. But you can't let you study Gu Yanran just yet. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. "I still feel like she didn't explain things clearly. Also, the person behind her probably doesn't want her to live. It won't be too late to let you study her after we find the person behind her." "Fine." Chun Lai pouted. "Then you have to remember what you promised me." Hua Xiaoheng stood up. "When have I ever gone back on my word?" When he walked out of Chun Lai's office, he saw that Gun Yinji had finished her breakfast. The plates were placed neatly on the coffee table. Hua Xiaoheng called the orderly to clean up and left. He looked at Gun Yinji with a smile. An adult, come back with me. Gu Nianji glared at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, that's not very kind of you. How long was he going to play the adult joke for? Fine. Nianji, come back with me. Hua Xiaoheng accepted her advice and stopped teasing her. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, felt uneasy. Her eyes drifted to the door as she muttered, I have to go back to school. I still have a thesis to finish. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and didn't make things difficult for her. Let's go. I'll send you back. Really? Gu Nianji was suspicious. You be so kind to let me go? Hua Xiaoheng bent down and stopped less than 5 centimeters away from her. His gaze was deep. Don't tell me you don't want me to let you go. It was the third watch. A reminder about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today was Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Moi. Chapter 897. As soon as Hua Xiaoheng asked this, Gu Nianji immediately retorted, No way. Let me go. I'm more than happy to do so. Really? Hua Xiaoheng's face showed a faint smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. It only floated on his face like a perfect mask. Most people wouldn't be able to find fault with it, but Gu Nianji found it a bit jarring. She tilted her body sideways and slowly shifted her gaze away. Her delicate and plump lips pursed, revealing only a thin line. It was a stubborn expression, but when she pursed her lips tightly, 2 shallow dimples appeared on the corners of her lips. It was very amusing, and people couldn't help but want to kiss those dimples. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes gradually darkened. He slowly leaned over with great pressure, like a black panther staring at its prey, determined and calm. Gu Nianji's heart pounded, but she still forced herself to stand. She refused to show weakness, and she wouldn't dodge. She could feel Hua Xiaoheng's aura invading her. He was also like an alpha wolf, with a natural determination and perseverance to defend his territory. Gu Nianji pursed her lips even more, appearing even more stubborn. But Hua Xiaoheng only quickly kissed the little dimple on Gu Nianji's lips. Like a white steed flying across a crevice, or a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, he left a shallow mark on her dimple. Before Gu Nianji could react, Hua Xiaoheng had already pulled away. His lips were soft and warm, the complete opposite of his cold and hard personality. Gu Nianji felt like she was electrocuted where he kissed her lips. A ripple of numbness quickly spread through her heart and wouldn't stop for a long time. She reflexively covered her face, but when she looked up, she only saw Hua Xiaoheng's tall figure striding out the door. Wasn't this person moving too fast? Was he running away after flirting? Gu Nianji stood up and glared at the door of Chunlai's office, wanting to stop Hua Xiaoheng. Chunlai staggered out of the office and saw Gu Nianji staring at the door. He tilted his head to look. What's wrong? Where's Hua Xiao? Gu Nianji was speechless. She took a deep breath and warned herself not to stoop to that person's level. She picked up her bag. Brother Chun, I'm leaving now. Can I come back next week? Chunlai chuckled and winked at her. Come if you want. There are no side effects to measuring your height and weight anyway. Right? Gu Nianji, forget it. I won't lower myself to their level. Gu Nianji turned to leave. Coming out of the first floor of the medical building, Gu Nianji was surprised to see Hua Xiaoheng's car parked in the open space in front of the building. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the car with the window open. He rested one arm on the window and held a cigarette in his hand. White smoke curled up from the cigarette as if it had just been lit. Seeing that Gu Nianji had come out, Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand and threw the cigarette into the nearby trash can. He honked and looked at her. Get in. Gu Nianji, aren't you going back to school? Hua Xiaoheng looked at her from the car, his expression calm and composed. It was as if the man who had been flirting with her in Chunlai's office was a figment of her imagination and didn't exist at all. Gu Nianji walked over and stood in front of the window to smile at him. Of course, why wouldn't I? But how can I ask Hua Xiao to be my driver? Hua Xiaoheng poked his head out of the window and whispered into Gu Nianji's ear, I've even been your ride before. What's there to be embarrassed about being your driver? Gu Nianji froze. Ride? When did I? Didn't you ride on top of me last night? Hua Xiaoheng's voice was so low that it seemed to be whispered into the dust, but his expression remained impassive. He reached out from the car and rubbed Gu Nianji's smooth cheek with the back of his hand. "It's cold. Get in the car." Gu Nianji finally understood what Hua Xiaoheng was talking about. Her face burned as she went around to the other side and got into the passenger seat. She turned to glare at Hua Xiaoheng. "You still have the nerve to say that. You're the one who forced me." "Up there." Hua Xiaoheng gave her a half-smile and turned to look at her. He rolled up the window, started the car, and drove to the main gate of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. As they drove, the soldiers standing guard on the road saluted their car. Hua Xiaoheng waved at the soldiers outside the car as a greeting. The car sped all the way and quickly got on the highway. Gu Nianji kept looking at the scenery outside the window and didn't speak to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng turned on the radio in the car to break the awkward silence between them. The radio in his car was set to the military channel, of course. It was actually broadcasting about the military art troupe again. She didn't know if it was because Tan Guiran was the best talent the military art troupe had recruited in the past few years, but the publicity was overwhelming and was no less than that of a popular celebrity. Also, because it was a military channel, it was much more impressive than those small-time celebrities. Gu Nianji wasn't angry this time. Her mood gradually improved as she listened to Tan Guiran's melodious music on the radio. Hua Xiaoheng saw that she was fascinated and couldn't help asking her, "Have you ever thought about why Tan Guiran joined the military art troupe? What does that mean?" "What does that mean?" Gu Nianji frowned. Could there be another meaning? She hadn't thought about it at first, but now that Hua Xiaoheng mentioned it, she also sensed that something was off. "From what I know, Prime Minister Tan is currently being impeached, and the impeachment case in the Senate hasn't ended yet. How did Tan Guiran join the military art troupe?" Gu Nianji also noticed something was off. This is joining the military, isn't it? Of course, joining the military art troupe meant joining the military. One couldn't join the military art troupe without joining the military. Gu Nianji grew up with Hua Xiaoheng in the military, so she was familiar with such basic knowledge. Hua Xiaoheng nodded approvingly and encouraged her. "Yes, and what else? If Tan Guiran was able to join the military, then it means that she passed her background check and met the requirements." Gu Nianji deduced one by one. "But Prime Minister Tan's impeachment case hasn't ended yet. How'd she pass her background check and pass her background check?" Logically speaking, if a direct or collateral relative had a criminal record, such a person couldn't become a civil servant or join the military, much less join the military art troupe. With Tan Guiran's qualifications and education, she would be an officer the moment she joined the military. She would at least be a captain. Tan Guiran has already officially joined the military art troupe. Gu Nianji made a bold assumption and carefully verified it. The military's TV and radio stations are taking turns to broadcast it. That means she has officially joined. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her again. "What did you figure out?" Gu Nianji froze slightly and quickly connected Tan Guiran joining the military art troupe with Prime Minister Tan's impeachment case. "It looks like Prime Minister Tan's impeachment case will pass smoothly." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and explained in more depth to Gu Nianji. "That's right. This means that Prime Minister Tan's wife, Madame Kai's family, has stepped in again to ensure that their son-in-law passes. Prime Minister Tan's impeachment case has already reached an agreement behind the scenes, so he won't be impeached and removed from office. That's why Tan Guiran can successfully join the military art troupe." Gu Nianji completely understood. Also, the military's TV and radio stations are taking turns to broadcast it to send a signal to all the competing forces. They're telling them that this matter has already reached an agreement behind the scenes, so they can quit while they're ahead. Smart girl. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but rub her head. In the future, don't just think about being jealous when you encounter something like this. Think more about the meaning behind it. But Gu Nianji still didn't understand. She ignored the innuendo in Hua Xiaoheng's words and asked in confusion, "Are Kai Songyin's family that powerful?" Also, Prime Minister Tan treated Kai Songyin like that. Instead of supporting their daughter, they continue to protect this son-in-law. About that, if you have the time, you can investigate Prime Minister Tan's wife, Madame Kai's family, and see why they want to protect Prime Minister Tan. Also, find out what power and status they have to be able to make all sides reach a compromise. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji with a smile. He thought that way. Gu Nianji's attention wouldn't always be on Tan Guiran joining the military art troupe. To be honest, if Gu Nianji really had this thorn in her heart that couldn't be removed, Hua Xiaoheng would still have a headache. It would be best if she could think through the twists and turns and see further, so she wouldn't limit herself to relationships. When one reached Hua Xiaoheng's position, many things could affect the whole situation. Every time the opponent made a move, they would never have only one goal: using the opponent's power to attack, knocking on the mountain to scare the tiger, luring the snake out of its hole, and attacking the besieged by besieging the besieged were all martial arts skills. She was his wife, so she wanted to be like him and look at the scenery from a high vantage point. Tan Guiran joining the military art troupe not only meant that Prime Minister Tan's impeachment case had passed smoothly, but it also meant that she wanted to test the military. Hua Xiaoheng didn't explain this to Gu Nianji in detail. It would be best if she could think of this herself. It was fine if she didn't. Gu Nianji wasn't from the military, so Hua Xiaoheng didn't want her to have too much contact with military matters for now. As expected, Gu Nianji was attracted by Hua Xiaoheng's words. She immediately took out her phone and began to search for any information she could find on Prime Minister Tan's wife, Kai Songyin's family. Most of the information she could find online was news reports. Occasionally, she could see some sporadic discussions in a small number of forums. Most of the reports were very positive and had almost no dark history. This was too strange for Gu Nianji, who was used to watching fights on forums. Any internet celebrity would have a dark history all over the place. She asked Hua Xiaoheng on her phone. The Kais were indeed very powerful in the past, but after so many years, even their descendants are clean and innocent. That's really rare. Gu Nianji knew about the influential families, such as the Bais, the Jis, the Longs, and the Huas. She could easily find some unflattering rumors circulating on the internet, but there was no negative news about the Kais at all. It didn't make sense. Hua Xiaoheng drove to Gu Nianji's dormitory and stopped. He turned to her and said, "Then you'll have to find the answer yourself. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll always be victorious." Gu Nianji opened the car door disapprovingly. "What does the Kais have to do with me? I've given them face, but they want me to know myself and know my enemy? I'm just curious." This was the first watch. It was still the third watch, so the first watch would be the monthly votes. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. The monthly votes would be 3,000 plus updates at 1 p.m. The third watch at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Momo Moshi and Bagel16 for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi. Chapter 898. Hua Xiaoheng smiled as he watched her jump out of the car. Gu Nianji pouted when she said this. Her lips were very alluring. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but lean over to pinch her cheek. "You're the only one with a small face." "Of course, I have a small face. It's photogenic." Gu Nianji smacked Hua Xiaoheng's hand away. "Don't be touchy. It'll look bad if other people see it. Don't pinch my face. I'm not a child anymore." "Oh, you're an adult." Hua Xiaoheng continued her sentence. His eyes swept over Gu Nianji's chest meaningfully, and he whistled softly. Gu Nianji blushed and turned to leave. Every weekend after that, Gu Nianji went to the headquarters of the Special Forces to find Chun Lai for a checkup and various tests. Of course, not only were the results normal, but they were also very normal. Chun Lai still insisted that Gu Nianji didn't have the Gu family's genetic disease. Gu Nianji looked at her test results and asked confusedly, "Why? Aunt has a genetic disease. How can I not have it? Didn't Gu Xiangwen prepare Gu Yanran as a treatment option? If she wasn't sick, why would she adopt Gu Yanran?" For more than a month, Chun Lai studied Gu Tian's medical records thoroughly. He also studied many genetic maps of familial diseases. He discovered a problem from this comparison. Nianji, I suspect that your Aunt Gu Tian's disease isn't hereditary. Chun Lai pushed his round glasses up the bridge of his nose and reminded Gu Nianji seriously. Gu Nianji couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? It's not hereditary? But you also said it's caused by a genetic defect. That's our misunderstanding. Chun Lai took out 2 genetic maps and showed them to Gu Nianji. Look, this one is the genetic map of a real familial disease. This is the result of your Aunt Gu Tian's DNA sequencing. It's a comparison of your DNA. Gu Nianji felt dizzy looking at all the data. Can you see the difference? Hereditary diseases are formed from one genetic mutation. Subsequent mutations or genetic defects are passed down. Your Aunt Gu Tian's illness seems to be caused by a genetic mutation. It's not inherited from the previous generation. Chun Lai expressed his opinion. Look, this is the difference between the 2 pictures. Gu Nianji looked at it for a long time, but still couldn't quite understand the difference between the 2 pictures. After all, she wasn't a medical student. However, she could understand Chun Lai's explanation. Are you saying that my aunt's genes mutated, and that's why she became the Gu family's hereditary disease? In other words, if the Gu family had a hereditary disease, Gu Tian was the source of the first mutation. Chun Lai nodded heavily. That's exactly what I meant. Gu Tian's illness is not hereditary, but genetic mutation. That's interesting. Did she have a genetic mutation when she was born, or was she affected by the environment? Gu Nianji asked thoughtfully. This is a difficult problem. If only I could find someone from the previous generation of the Gu family, which is your grandparents' generation, then I could perfectly verify my theory. Chun Lai shook his head as he looked at the genetic map he had created. He was fascinated. Other people couldn't understand the data, but to him, it was more attractive than the most beautiful woman. Gu Nianji shrugged. Then I can't help you. I heard that my grandfather's generation passed away a long time ago. I heard that it was my father, Gu Xiangwen, who took over the family at a young age and raised my sister. This was what Xie Zhao had said. Of course, he had heard it from Gu Tian. Based on their understanding of Gu Xiangwen's growth and fortune, it also reflected this theory. The Gu daughter's hereditary disease had officially entered a bottleneck at this stage. It looked like Gu Tian was the only one with the disease. Gu Nianji actually wasn't sick. Perhaps she had been cured. But how did Gu Xiangwen cure her? Gu Yanran definitely wasn't used for a bone marrow transplant or a gene transplant. Her mother, Gu Jing, didn't either. So why did Gu Xiangwen adopt Gu Jing and Gu Yanran? Gu Nianji couldn't figure out the series of questions. However, she firmly believed that her father was a good person. He must have his reasons for doing this. And it must be because of her aunt Gu Tian's illness. As for herself, she was inclined to believe that she was also sick. Perhaps she had been cured, or perhaps she was still in the latent stage. But now that she had been tested for a month and everything was normal, her worries gradually lessened. Chun Lai took out afternoon tea to eat with her. It's Christmas Eve next Saturday. What plans do you have? Gu Nianji was stunned. Christmas Eve next Saturday? So soon, she couldn't help but think of Christmas Eve last year. Had it only been a year? Why did she feel like she had lived an entire lifetime? Gu Nianji spaced out for a while before quietly changing the topic. She looked at Chun Lai. Brother Chun, how do you want to spend it? Chun Lai smiled and muttered. Last year I spent it with Dr. Yi. It was late, and we were still in the hospital for surgery. I was starving when I came out, so she made me a bowl of noodles. Gu Nianji was speechless. It was Christmas Eve. Why do they make it sound like Valentine's Day? All she could think about was the time she had spent with the person she used to love. Gu Nianji hesitated for a long time before squeezing out a sentence. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why do you have to be so attached to a single flower? Chun Lai snorted with laughter. He almost couldn't hold the cake in his hand. Gu Nianji took the cake from him and made tea for him. Brother Chun, to be honest, Dr. Yi doesn't deserve such a good person like you. You'll find a woman who likes you and also likes you. Chun Lai glared at her. You make it sound better than a song. What about you? Don't say, I don't know you've been fighting with Huashao. If you think I'm fighting, then we have nothing to talk about. Gu Nianji stopped smiling. She didn't pity Chunlai at all. Chunlai finally became serious. Nianji, are you serious? Gu Nianji didn't nod or shake her head. She quietly looked down and took a sip of milk tea. Chunlai saw this and quickly changed the topic. Actually, Christmas isn't that interesting. It's not like it's our holiday. We're just joining the fun. It's mainly the atmosphere. Gu Nianji smiled. I remember it snowed heavily on Christmas Eve last year. Okay, she had come back to it herself. Chunlai chuckled. I understand. It's so romantic on a snowy day. Gu Nianji was speechless. She should stop talking. The more she said, the more mistakes she made. Gu Nianji finished her milk tea and helped Chunlai wash the teacups. She put them back and was about to leave when she heard footsteps coming from the hallway. The art troupe's car is here. Go see. The beauty of the army. She's so beautiful in real life. Even more beautiful than on TV. She plays the violin really well. She's someone with real skills. Her father is the prime minister and her mother is from the Kai family. She's a real aristocrat. Gu Nianji's eyes shifted. She instantly knew who was coming. The doctors and nurses in the hallway were eager to see the show. Gu Nianji lazily said to Chunlai, who was in the inner room, Brother Chun, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come to the Special Operations Forces headquarters now. Chunlai had just come out of the inner room. He didn't know what she was talking about. He asked blankly, what's wrong? Who's here? Gu Nianji stood up and crossed her arms to the door. She pouted disdainfully. Look, everyone's in a hurry to see the show. Chunlai poked his head out and called out to a nurse curiously. Hey, why are you guys running? The nurse was elated. Dr. Chun, the military art troupe, just arrived. I heard the Prime Minister's daughter, who just joined the army this year, is also here. They're giving us a performance tonight. Chunlai was speechless. What a mother of asterisk cur. What a troublemaker. Chunlai snapped out of his daze and turned to look at Gu Nianji. She looked normal and didn't show any signs of emotion. Except for the Tom, Dick, or Harry part. Chunlai sighed and reached out to rub her head. Little girl, you're good at pretending. If you're unhappy, then be unhappy. Why are you acting like you don't care? I'm not pretending. Gu Nianji lowered her arms and glared at Chunlai. I just thought it was strange. I've been with you guys for so many years, but I've never seen the military art troupe send warmth to you guys. She laughed as she spoke. Chunlai looked at her and laughed with her. This was hilarious, no matter how they listened to it. It was definitely worth laughing about. Gu Nianji and Chunlai were both wondering how Huashao would respond. After all, it had never happened before. At that moment, in the Special Operations Forces headquarters office building not far from the medical building, Huashao looked up from behind his desk and asked Yin Shixiang calmly, What did you say? Say it again. His tone was gentle, and his voice was slow. He sounded very gentle. However, Yin Shixiang shuddered when he heard it. He even stuttered. Huashao, it's almost the end of the year. The military is conducting a surprise inspection, and they brought the military art troupe here to report on their performance. It was the second night watch, and the monthly tickets had been delivered. It was still the third night watch. Chapter 899. A surprise military inspection. Huashao stood up from behind his desk. Who's leading the team? Don't let them in yet. They're already in. Yin Shixiang's legs didn't tremble, and he didn't stutter anymore. He looked like he had nothing left to live for. It didn't matter what he did. What was there to be afraid of? They're in? Huashao picked up his military cap and put it on. Yes. Go arrest the people standing guard at the gate today. Lock them up first, and then send them to the military court. Yin Shixiang's jaw almost dropped. Huashao, this has nothing to do with them, right? I know the people from the military came in with the highest A-class pass issued by the Special Forces. Huashao turned around to look at him. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Yin Shixiang suddenly felt like his legs were broken at the knees. He just wanted to kneel down. A-class passes can only allow 2 people in. How many people did the guards let in today? Hua Xiaoheng put on his leather belt and strode out. In Shixiang's heart trembled. He quickly followed Hua Xiaoheng out and said carefully, Hua Xiao, General Hua, led the team here, General Hua. There is only one general with the surname Hua in the Supreme Military Council, and that was Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen was the director of the military political department. At the end of the year, his political department was indeed the busiest. It seemed like the soldiers on guard knew Hua Guanchen. They knew he was Hua Xiaoheng's father and the director of the military political department with the rank of general. They had also come in with the excuse of a surprise inspection, so they let them in. Normally, if it was any other department in the military, there would be no problem at all. But the Special Forces was an exception. In this place, the military structure was different from other military regions. Therefore, they had to abide by different principles and rules. Even in terms of military law, the Special Forces had their own special rules. Anyone who wanted to meddle in the Special Forces affairs could not be tolerated. Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks. He didn't say anything and continued walking forward. When he arrived at the office building, he saw 3 military vehicles parked in the square in front of the building. His father, Hua Guanchen, was in the lead jeep with his driver, orderlies, and personal secretaries. In the second car sat a staff member from the military political department, probably in charge of spot checks. The third car was a larger limousine, about the size of a bus. It was a special car used by the military art troupe to send warmth to the grassroots. It was spacious inside, and not only could fit people, but it could also fit many musical instruments and props. It was indeed very convenient. The square was already surrounded by a circle of people. There were soldiers with live ammunition. There were also medical staff in white coats. There were also some members who were dressed in normal clothes and were training in the base. They did not go out to the field. Everyone was very excited and pointed at the limousine. The curtains of the limousine were drawn, but there were also people inside who lifted the curtains and looked out curiously. Hua Xiaoheng put on his Bluetooth headset and ordered Zhao Yangzi, intercept all cell phone signals in the military base and any cell phones that attempt to connect to the military base's Wi-Fi. Locate them one by one. Zhao Yangzi didn't come out. He was in the central control room doing an annual inspection of the system. When he heard Hua Xiaoheng's order, he immediately turned on the signal jamming system in the central control room and began to scan and identify all the cell phone signals in the base. As for the cell phones that attempted to connect to the military base's Wi-Fi, it was even easier to check. They had a Wi-Fi signal that allowed outsiders to connect, but this was purely a phishing signal tower. Every cell phone that pressed agree to connect had given up all their privacy rights in front of them. Hua Xiaoheng strode towards Hua Guanchen's car. Hua Guanchen was already angry that he was blocked in the square and couldn't enter. When Hua Xiaoheng finally arrived, he got out of the jeep and frowned at Hua Xiaoheng. Tell your soldiers to put away their guns. How can you point your guns at your own people? What kind of behavior is that? Do you want to make a mistake? Hua Xiaoheng stood in front of Hua Guanchen and saluted him. Hello, Chief. Hua Guanchen's resentment was instantly vented. This son still remembered that he was his father in front of outsiders. He was giving him face. Hua Guanchen's stern face gradually broke into a smile. He nodded. Yes, Xiaoheng, I brought people here today. Hua Xiaoheng put down his saluting hand and interrupted Hua Guanchen. General Hua, please pick one person. The rest of the people you brought will be put in detention. Put in detention? Hua Guanchen was stunned. Put in detention? Are you sure you got the wrong people? These people are from the political department and the military art troupe. They're not from the Special Operations Forces. You have no right to put them in detention. Yes, it's precisely because they're not from the Special Operations Forces that they trespassed into a restricted military area. Who knows how many things they shouldn't have seen? Who knows how many people might have leaked information? We didn't even do a background check on those people and let them in. This is a huge mistake we shouldn't have made. Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and spread his legs slightly apart. He stood in front of Hua Guanchen, taller than him. But this is our fault. We didn't guard the place properly and let people in who shouldn't have. I've already sent people to the gate to arrest the people who were standing guard today. They'll be sent to the military court soon. Hua Guanchen finally understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant. He wanted to put him in his place. You've grown up. How can you talk to me like that? Hua Guanchen's hand trembled as he took out a document with a red stamp. Look at this yourself. This is a surprise inspection order issued by the Supreme Military Council. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at it. We don't object to the surprise inspection, but the Special Operations Forces headquarters has a special status. Even if it's a surprise inspection, you need a pass to enter. May I ask if you have all the passes with you? Hua Guanchen was speechless. He carefully looked at the surprise inspection order in his hand. It didn't seem to say anything about exempting the pass. If it didn't specifically say that the pass was exempted, then it meant that the pass was needed to enter. Hua Guanchen was a little embarrassed. Surprise inspections of other departments were part of his job. He only applied for a surprise inspection order for Hua Xiaoheng's Special Operations Forces. He didn't expect that there would be a programming error and Hua Xiaoheng would catch him red-handed. He thought about it and was about to ask Hua Xiaoheng to make an exception and apply for the pass immediately to let them in first. However, Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand and the armed soldiers on the side of the square surrounded them. The medical staff who were watching knew that something had happened. They quickly left the square and returned to their own medical building. General Hua, please pick one person to take with you. We'll put the rest of them in detention and interrogate them one by one. Hua Xiaoheng said mercilessly. He had no intention of making an exception. It was the third watch, and it was still the third watch today. Good night, my dears. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.